Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack concert management app in React Native using the Expo framework and the MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's initially, check out the demo part of the video over here. So here we're gonna have two tabs, that is the concert tab as well as the profile tab. So as of now, for this project, we're only gonna have one concert for the entire application. In the coming projects, we're gonna make, let's say, about 10 or 20 concerts, and people can go ahead and then book any concert they want to book. Whereas in this project, we're only gonna have one concert based application, and that is gonna be shown over here. So initially in your concert screen or the initial tab, we're gonna have the concert details being shown, and all of these details is gonna come directly from the backend itself. And we're gonna make use of TypeScript and the Prisma for your schema part. So here it's going to contain the concert image, the concert details, where it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, the gate opening time, and all of these details, and who is taking the stage, the artist details over here, and some description about the concert, about the event, and organized by over here. Okay, and over here towards the leftmost part, it's going to show the price, that is the least ticket price for this specific concert. And once you press on book tickets, you would be navigated to the ticket screen. That's going to look something like this. Okay, so as you can see, the design is looking pretty good. Here again onto the top, we're going to show the concert details, that is the concert name as well as the date at which it is happening. These are all of the sections for prices, and we have 4 sections as of now: silver, gold, platinum as well as fan pit. And these are all of the prices for each of the ticketing category, that is silver. For gold we have 3000, for fan pit 8500, and then for platinum we have 5000. So once you press on any kind of category, you would be navigated to the add ticket screen, where the user is gonna add the ticket, that is how many ever tickets they want to add. Let's say I want to book 2 platinum tickets. I'm going to say platinum over here, and boom, just like that we come back to the add ticket screen. So initially we have 0 tickets. So here we're going to show the card for that specific category, that's platinum. We're going to say 5000 each, and we have some information regarding that. And once you press on add ticket, we have implemented the Justin store over here, and the tickets are going to get added to the store. And it's also going to show the order summary over here as well, and over here as well. Currently the select tickets button is disabled. As you can see, once you add the tickets, you should be able to see it working fine. Let's say add ticket, and boom, just like that is working fine. Let's say 2 tickets. Yeah, so 2 tickets, the cost is 10,000, order summary 10,000. So once I press on continue, so the way this is going to work is, let's understand that first. So we have 2 modes, that is confirm booking as well as create booking. So every time user adds tickets to their cart and then press on continue, we are going to create a booking, which means that those tickets are going to be reserved for 10 minutes. Okay, so in this sense, we're going to give 10 minutes to the user to complete their booking. And in that 10 minutes, those 2 tickets of platinum would be reserved for them. Alright, and if at all they do not complete the booking within 10 minutes, automatically we're going to release those tickets, and we're going to say a message to the user saying that the timer is done and you might have to book again to reserve your tickets. And if at all they complete their booking within 10 minutes, then we are going to confirm that specific booking. Okay, and those 2 tickets would be permanently reserved. Right, that is what we're going to implement. So in this case, once you press on continue, we're going to call the create booking, and these 2 tickets are going to be reserved. In the next screen, that is going to be your review screen. Over there, if at all they complete the booking, and also the timer also would be shown to the user, that's from 10 minutes to 0 seconds. Within that, they have to complete the booking, else they would be automatically shown a message and they would be logged out. I mean, not logged out, they would be sent back to this specific screen. Let's press on continue, and boom, just like that we are able to see the review screen over here. It says complete your booking in 9 minutes 40 seconds 39 seconds, and it keeps on going until it is gonna reach to 0. And we have the concert related details over here, and here it is currently showing 2 platinum tickets and the date at which it's gonna happen and the price over here. Okay, so once you press on pay now over here, automatically these tickets are gonna be confirmed, and we should be navigated to the confirmation screen. Confirming, and boom, just like that, as you can see, booking confirmed, your tickets are secured. 2 platinum tickets, that is 5000 each, and this is the concert which we're gonna go to. And over here, booking ID, the payment summary is there over here, and what's next, you can do it over here. Okay, so this part is done. Also, once the booking is done, automatically a email would be sent to the users, a specific email with which they have registered, saying that the booking is confirmed and the ticket related details as well, and we'll be implementing that while doing the project. Now let's check out the profile tab. So this is going to be a profile tab, as you can see. So here all the details related to the user is going to be shown, and once you press on event tickets, so whatever tickets the user is booked, it is going to be shown over here. As you can see, they've booked 5 tickets and it's going to be shown. Let's press on view details, and boom, just like that, it's going to show all of the 5 QR codes just like this. And we have implemented the unlocking system, that is this QR code is only going to be unlocked, that is 4 hours before your concert. Okay, let's say the concert is Sunday December 21st 6 p.m. This would be unlocked at Sunday 21st December at 2 p.m. As you can see, it is going to be shown over here. It says QR code will be unlocked on Sunday at 2 p.m. December 21st. So now that's pretty much it about your tickets details screen. As you can see, that's looking pretty good. So now let's go ahead and then check out your register part as well as the login part. So once you press on the profile, automatically we would be logged out over here, and we can try to sign up and we can try to log in as well. So the way the sign up is going to work is once you press on sign up, you'll be navigated to the next screen. So here we're going to have the full name, email, password. Once you enter all of these details and press on create account, you'd be automatically navigated to the next screen, that is the OTP screen, where the OTP is going to be entered. So the OTP would be sent to your email, that is a 6-digit OTP, and once it's confirmed, automatically you should be logged in to the application. So that's how the register works. So let's try out the login over here. Currently it is disabled. I'm going to enter my email and password with which I've created my account. Password over here. Continue. Logging in, and boom. Just like that, we are into the application. So yeah, we're going to implement the login and authentication system in this way. Okay. So that's pretty much it about the entire project. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a fresh new expo managed project. So let's go do that. So I've just currently opened up my VS Code. It's blank, and I've opened up my terminal. So here within the terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. So for that, I'm going to say cd build, and here I'm going to execute the command, that is npx create expo app add latest hyphen template, and we're going to use the tabs template because as you saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to have 2 tabs, that is your concert tab for showing all of the concert details and your profile tab to show the profile related details. So let's press on enter. So yeah, it says what is your app name. So here I'm going to say concert app, something like this. You can give any app name you want to give, and then let's press on enter. So as you can see, it's trying to create the project for us. Let's wait for about 2 minutes so it initializes the project for us. So there you go, it says your project is ready, and to run your project, navigate to the directory and then run one of the following npm commands. Okay, so if you're on Android, you need to run npm run Android, and for me, in my case, I'm on iOS, so I need to use npm run iOS. So let's get started. So first of all, I'm going to say file and then open your folder, go into the build folder and then access the first project, that is concert app. Okay, so there you go, these are all the files or the file structure that expo has given us once when you initialize a fresh new expo managed project. So yeah, we do already have the app router being initialized for this, so we're going to make use of the expo router for the navigation part, and previously we used to use the React navigation for navigating. Okay, so in this project, since we're using expo, we're going to use the expo router. So yeah, this is your app structure or your app folder, and within that we're going to have the tabs folder where we have the layout for the tabs, and within that we are given 2 tabs, that is the index as well as 2 as of now, and this is the main layout for the entire project. Okay, so as you can see, we have the tabs over here as well as the model. Okay, let's try to first of all run the application or run this project. So I'm going to say terminal, new terminal. Here I'm going to say npx expo start, and let's try to hit enter. So this should basically open up the Metro bundler, and you can actually try to view the application on your own phone as well. And if you really want to view it on the simulator, we have a bunch of options over here. As you can see, it says using Expo Go, and we can run it on the Android. We need to press A, and to run it on the iOS simulator, we need to press I, and to run it on the web, we need to press W. So in my case, I'm using the iOS simulator. I'm going to press on I. So it says opening this project on iPhone 16 Pro. It's currently bundling the code. And there you go, just like that, once the app loads, it should show this particular output. And since you're using the tabs template, it's going to show tab 1 as well as tab 2. Okay, so basically whatever is there within tab 1, that is over here, which is going to be your index. It is going to be shown over here. Okay, and whatever is there in your 2.tsx, that code is going to be shown within the tab 2. And once you make any kind of change, it is going to be applied over here, just like that. Okay. So now the next step is you're going to use TypeScript for coding, as well as your native one for designing all of these designs. That is all of the screenshots I've added over here. Okay, for all of the screens. So let's get started. The first step is to initialize native wind into the project so that we can apply the styles to each screen or component within the project. Let's head back to Chrome. I've already opened up my installation tab over here for the native wind. Since we're using expo, press on that tab, and I want to install using expo itself. Copy that code, come back over here, and yeah, new tab. Here I'm going to say just paste it, install all of these dependencies. So now the next step is to set up the Tailwind CSS to our project. So let's go to that. So for that, we need to create a tailwind.config.js file onto the root of the project. So yeah, this part is added. So let's say I'm going to press on any of the root level file and then new file, tailwind.config.js, copy down this piece of code and add it over here. Save. So next, apart from that, we need to create a CSS file and then add the Tailwind directive. So copy that down, and the file is going to be a global.css. I'm going to say global.css. Add it over here. Let's try to save the file. So once that's done, the next step is to add the Babel preset. So we need to create the babel.config.js and then add this specific code. Okay, not like this. Delete this folder. This also we can delete it because we want it to be in the file format. There's a new file, babel.config.js. Okay, add this code over here. Let's try to save. So once that's done, the next step is to create a metro.config.js and then add all of these files. So let's do that over here. I'm going to say metro.config.js and save. Okay, this part is done. So yeah, finally we need to import your CSS file to the main global level, that is to, let's say, the underscore layout.tsx. That's the global level over here. If you're using React Native, it should be the app.tsx, as you've done in the previous projects. So let's do that over here within the layout.tsx. That is to import the global.css file, then only it's going to be applied. Come back to the app router and then underscore layout. Here I'm going to say import your global.css, save the file. And we also need to include one more package, that is the React Native worklets, because that would cause an issue while rebuilding the app. I'm going to say yarn add React Native worklets. Let's press on enter. Alright, so it's still installing. Let's wait for that. And while that happens, we need to make one change within the tailwind.config.js. That is, we need to make it with respect to our folder structure. So this is with respect to the app.tsx as well as the components. Whereas in expo, there is no app.tsx because we're using the expo router. So I'm just going to paste in the code for this one. So you can try to make it as /app and all of the files within that. So the styles get applied to that. Okay, save. This part is done. So now the next step is, I think in metro.config.js there is nothing to include. Let me just verify that once again. Yeah, so that's it. And we have also imported global.css. Let's try to rerun the application, cut the server, and let's try to clear the cache and then run it. So I'm going to say npx expo start -c, enter. So there you go. It says created a new file, or native wind made the following changes to your project. Created this new file, that is nativewind env.d.ts, and updated the tsconfig.json as well. So hopefully, if at all everything is worked out correctly, we need to be able to apply the styles to this. Let's verify this. Open on the iOS simulator. Okay, so it says unable to resolve module global.css from your layer.tsx. Let me check if at all. Okay, wrong spelling. I mean the wrong import, not the spelling. It should be like this. Save, reload once again. Okay, so it says React Native reanimated is not initialized. That's where it's pointing to. Let's try to add that package once. Copy that down, come back over here, and then I'm going to say yarn add React Native reanimated package. This is done. Again, let's try to, cut the server, reload it by, clearing the cache. Okay, so npx expo start -c, enter. Let's press on I. Okay, so it says a new error, worklets mismatch between JavaScript and the native part of worklets, and it's showing some specific version. So let's do one thing. Let's try to actually remove that reanimated. I don't think that's required. We're not going to use in this specific screen. So remove that, save the file, and hopefully let's give just one more try for this. Again, I'm just going to say clear the cache, run the app. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's come back to your first file, that is index.tsx, the first tab basically. Here, instead of the styles, I'm going to give the class name to verify if at all it is added or not. So class name, I'm going to say text red of 500. Okay, so it's not adding. Let me just check why it's not working. Okay, my bad. So as you can see over here, we are actually importing your text and view from your components and themes. So these are actually given by default by expo. Okay, but we can use it from React Native itself directly. So just try to remove that code, and your view as well as a text import from React Native, and we should be able to see this working. Okay, import that from React Native, text also from React Native. We can actually remove this, not required for now. Save, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the red color being applied onto the text that we have given over here. Okay, so yeah, this part is complete. So now let's actually try to design this. So as you can see, we have two tabs. One is the concert tab, where we're going to show a single concert based application as of now. So now let's get started, that is with the design part. Okay, so as you can see over here, we're going to have two tabs. One is for the concert tab, that is a music icon. Second one is for the profile tab, where all of the profile related details are going to be shown. Okay, so it's going to be only one concert, and yeah, we're just going to see how exactly it's going to work out. And once that's done, in the future we're going to build, let's say, a multiple concert based applications. So now the next step is come back to your underscore layout. Let's make some changes to this. So let's first of all change the title. It's going to be concert for this one. Okay, as you can see, that got changed. And for the header, right, yeah, we're going to keep it as is, no changes for that. And onto the top, I'm going to have a function that is going to be tab bar icon. It's already there. This in turn is going to take in the props, and here we're going to return the iron icons and not the font awesome. Let's make that change. So iron icons from your expo vector icons and / iron icons, so we target that family. Okay, just like this. And over here, let's provide in the size. It's given 28, and this is going to remain as is, and even the props are going to remain as is. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so here for the screen options, I'm going to say tab bar active print color as well as the tab bar inactive print color. So before that, I'm going to initialize my theme over here. I'm going to say const theme is going to be equals to your colors of your colors scheme. Then it's going to be light. Okay, that's it. And here where it says tab bar active print color, I'm going to say it's going to be theme.tint. And your tab bar inactive print color is going to be a different color code. I'm going to say tab bar inactive print color. Here I'm going to say hashtag 9a, 9a, and then 9a. Okay, next over here I'm going to say your tab bar style. I'm going to say your background color is going to be 000. Then your border top width is going to be 0. Your elevation is going to be 0. a specific height of 64 and a padding bottom. This is going to be, let's say, 10. Okay, let's add a comma over here. And apart from that, we're going to say header shown is going to remain as is, that is use client only value and then false and then true. Next, we're going to say tab bar label style. This in turn is going to have your font size, that's going to be 12, and your padding bottom of 4. Save the file, and boom, just like that, we're able to see that bottom design being shown, that is for the tabs, and it should be in black color, and our entire app design is going to be in black. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So for the first part, let's actually check out the icon name. So name is going to be index itself, because so this name is corresponding to the file that we have created. It should be the same file, that is index.tsx. okay, and for the second one, as you can see, it should be 2. okay, and for the tab bar label, we have given concert, and that is being applied correctly, fine. So tab bar icon, here we need to show the different name, that is going to be your musical notes. Save. As you can see, that is working fine. Color is going to be white color. Let's make that change over here. There you go, that's looking good. And I think over here, that is in the screenshot, the title is not being shown. Let's actually try to remove that once. Yeah, so it's better to not show the title. We're just gonna have the tabs over here. Okay, so header right is gonna remain as is. Okay, no changes with respect to that. And for the second one, we're gonna have the name, that is gonna be profile. So we need to create a profile.tsx, not to.tsx. Save. Okay, next, apart from that, we're gonna say title is gonna be profile over here. Okay, and yeah, we can actually remove the title, not required, as it's shown in the screenshot. And the icon over here is going to be person icon. Okay, so as you can see, it says no route profile exists in the nested children index as well as 2. So we need to create that profile.tsx, and then only it's going to work. Or we can create it right now. Instead of 2, just rename it to be profile. That's it. Enter. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see the profile icon. That's good. So come back to your layout again. Let's remove the title. Okay, title is already removed, but not sure why it is being shown over here. Let's give an option which says tab bar shown false. Reload the app. Or instead of this, there is tab bar show label of false. Let's try to add in this one which says tab bar label null. Okay, there you go, that's working fine. You can use this option instead of that. So yeah, we are basically done with your tab setup, and yeah, not a lot of work, because obviously the explorer was already initialized. We just made changes here and there to change the icon and to make the bottom tab navigator in black color. So now we can actually try to head over to the backend part directly, and then we can initialize all of the required things. And once we actually push a concert to the backend part, and we need to show the concert details over here once the app loads. Okay, and we also need to set up the screens, that is for logging as well as authentication and registering part as well. Okay, so let's do that, and we need to create a new backend folder. Let's go ahead and then create that folder. So I'm going to say app, not within the app, onto the root level, I'm going to say backend, and we're going to use Prisma basically for all of the schema and versioning part, and we're going to have API versioning properly done, and we're going to have proper specific folders in a good folder structure. So let's get started with the backend part. We're going to have the src. Let's try to create that, and within all of the src, we're going to have a bunch of files and folders, that is with respect to your config, controllers, your middlewares, your routes, your services for the backend, as well as the workers or utils. So now within the src folder, let's create a bunch of folders as we discussed. That is, let's say your config, and under that we're gonna have, let's say, your controllers, And apart from that, we're gonna have all of your middlewares, and you're gonna have one for the services as well. So services, then your utils. So I'm gonna say utils over here. Then apart from that, we're gonna have it for the workers over here. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. So now first of all, let's try to initialize the schema. Okay, we need to initialize the Prisma. For that, come back to your terminal. I'm going to say clear cd backend. Here I'm just gonna enter the command, that is npx prisma init. Enter. This should create us the Prisma folder for us within the backend folder, and also it should create the schema.prisma file. Let's wait for that to happen. So there you go, it has created the folder for us, Prisma, schema.prisma, and this is the initial boilerplate code that it has given us. So now let's actually try to define all of the models. So we're going to have the user model, your profile model, your concert model, that's going to be all of the concert related details, and your ticketing category, that is which kind of categories we have, that is the fan paid, platinum, gold, silver, and so on, and your booking model as well as the booking queue. Okay, so here essentially onto the top we can remove all of the commented lines over here, and this is gonna be your Prisma client JS. We can remove the output folder because we are having the provider as Prisma client JS. And for the database DB over here, they've given the provider that's gonna be Postgres, but in our case we're gonna use MongoDB. Make that change. I'm gonna say MongoDB, and then the URL is gonna be equals to env. It's gonna be a Mongo URI. Okay, so that's it. So here let's actually try to define the first one, that is going to be your user model. I'm going to say model user. This is going to have an ID basically of, let's say, string. So this is going to be at ID, at default of auto. I'm going to say at map of underscore ID, and this is going to be a db.object ID. So I'm going to say add db.object ID. I think a double bracket has come over here. Remove that. Apart from ID, we're going to have the email for the user. I'm going to say email over here. It's going to be of string format, and this is going to be optional. Here I'm going to say add unique. This should be unique. Next, you're going to have the password for the user. So password, this is also going to have a string, and it's going to be basically hashed. Next, your Google ID. After all, we do have time, we're going to implement the Google based login, else we're going to stick with the email based login itself. And this also should be unique. So add unique. Next, you're going to have your refresh token. So refresh token is going to be of type string again, optional, and this is going to be stored and hashed for the refresh token. Apart from that, your created at as well as the updated at. So created at is going to be your date time. Okay, and it's going to be at default of now. Alright, next we're going to have your updated at. Here we're going to say your date time, and it's going to be equals to at updated at. That's it. Next, I'm going to have all of my bookings, or before that the profile as well. I'm going to say user profile is going to be with respect to profile, and this is going to be a one-to-one relation between the user model as well as the profile model. So we need to define that, then only the error is going to go. And for the bookings, it's going to be with respect to the booking, and you can have n number of bookings is going to be in the form of an array. This part is done. Let's move to the next one. That's going to be your model profile. Here I'm going to say model profile. This is going to again have a ID that is going to be of type string. Okay, and this is going to be the exact same thing, that is add ID default auto and then map of ID. It's going to be of the type db.objectID. Try to add that over here. Next, we're going to have your user ID. This is going to be of type string, and here it's going to be add unique add db dot your object ID. Apart from that, we're going to have the name over here, that is for the profile. It's going to be of type string, optional value for now. Next, we're going to have the phone number. This is again going to be of type string. We're going to have your gender of type string as well, your birthday, that is going to be a date time format. Next, the state of the user, again it's going to be of type string. Next, you're going to have the user. So this also is going to be a relation. Okay, so I'm going to say user model, add that, and I'm going to say over here that is add relation, pass in the fields, user ID, and reference is going to be with respect to the ID over here. Okay, that's it. So now if let's move on to the next one, that is the model concert, that is all of these related details with respect to the concert. So here I'm going to say model concert. Here again ID of string, and this is going to remain as is. Try to copy that down, add it. Apart from that, we're going to have the next one, that is going to be the image URL for the concert. So image URL, it's going to be of type string. Next, we're going to have the name, that is going to be of type string. Next is going to be of date, that is going to be of date time. Venue is going to be string. Next, your gates open time, this is again going to be of date time. Okay, about, that is the description, something like that for the concert, it's going to be of string. Next, we're going to have the languages in which the concert is going to be happening, so again string. Next, organized by, that is which team is organizing the concert. Let's add that, it's again going to be of type string. Then your total seats for the concert. Okay, so this is going to be of type int. Next, we're going to have the available seats, that is after booking. We need to obviously minimize the seats or minus the seats. So available seats is going to be int. Okay, so next, apart from that, we're going to have your categories, that is like fan paid, gold, diamond, silver, all of these ticketing categories. So this is going to be of type ticket category. We need to define this in just a bit. So ticket category. Next, we're going to have your bookings. This is going to be of type booking. Again, we can have n number of bookings, so it's going to be an array. So now next, let's try to define the ticketing category. So I'm going to say model ticket category. It's going to have a unique ID of string again. So try to add this over here. Next, it's going to have the concert ID, because for each concert we can have different kinds of tickets, right? So I'm going to say concert ID is going to be string over here. Add that, and it's going to be equals to add db.objectID. Next, we're going to have the name being given for this. So I'm going to say name is going to be string. Next is going to be the price for your ticketing category. So I'm going to say price is going to be a float. Apart from that, your total seats available under each category. So total seats is going to be of type int. Next is going to be the available seats. This again is going to be in the form of int. Apart from that, this is going to have the concert details, that is the relation to the top model. It's going to be of type concert. Add in the relation over here. I'm going to say add relation, having the fields. This in turn is going to have the concert ID, and we're going to have the references going to contain the ID over here. That's it. And it's going to have all of the bookings. That is going to be of the type booking. We need to define this. Let's do that. That's going to be the next one. That's going to be the booking model. So let's come back over here. I'm going to say model booking. So each booking is going to have a unique ID as usual. So having the ID of type string, and then add this over here. Apart from that, I'm going to say your user ID is going to be string, and it's going to be add db.objectID, and here I'm going to say concert ID is going to be of type string. This also your db.objectID. Copy that down. Next, we're going to have your category ID, that is which ticket has been booked, like silver, gold, or something else. Again, string. It's going to be db.objectID. Next, the seats is going to be of type int. Next, you're going to have the status. So this is going to be of type string. So this is to check whether or not the booking is in pending mode or confirmed, or the booking is expired. Because once when the user goes to the booking screen, we give them 10 minutes to complete the booking. That is the payment part. So I'm going to say status is going to be string. Yeah, that's it. Next, let's go on to booked at. It's going to be of type date time. Apart from that, your expires at, add this as well. This is going to be your dates time again. Next, I'm going to say user is going to be of the user model, and over here I'm going to say add relation, having the fields, and it's going to have your user ID. Here we're going to say reference is going to be of the ID. Next, you're going to have the concert. This is going to be of type concert. Here I'm going to have add relation, going to contain the fields of your concert ID. Again, references with respect to the ID. Add in that. The final relation is going to be with respect to the category. So category, this is going to reference to the ticket category part. Use that. And again, add relation, having the fields, and it's going to have your category ID, references with respect to the ID. Okay. The final one is for the booking queue. That is for the waiting mechanism. That's going to happen. So I'm going to say model booking queue. Okay. It's going to have your ID of, let's say, type string, and this is going to be again going to have your ID default and the map with respect to db object ID. Add it over here. Next, we're going to have the user ID who's waiting in the queue. This again in the form of a string. That is going to be your add db.objectID. Alright, then once user ID is done, I'm going to say your concert ID. It's going to be of type string, and I'm going to say add db.objectID. Next, we're going to have entered at. Or before that, we are going to have position. So I'm going to say position over here. It's going to be of type int. And yeah, entered at over here, I'm going to say it's going to be of date time. It's going to be at default.nav. Next one, I'm going to say your time slot, that is assigned slots to book. Not over here. Next line. This is also going to be of type dates time, but optional. Then status of that particular queue, that is waiting, active, or expired. Okay. So it's going to be of type string. That's it. So yeah, these are all of the required modules that we're going to use for the entire project. If all you've missed something, you can take a look at it right from the starting point. Okay, this part is done. So now let's try to initialize the backend, that is create the package.json file as well as the index.js. So here I'm going to say npm init -y, enter. So you should be seeing the package.json getting created over here. So within this, let's try to add in or create a bunch of dependencies, that is install the dependencies that we're going to use for this specific project. Okay, so here I'm going to say yarn add Prisma -client. Then we need access to bcrypt.js. So bcrypt.js, your bull mq, course.env, express, your express rate limit, next we're gonna have your helmet. So helmet, apart from that, your JSON web token that's required, your node mailer to send the mail to the user who is booking the tickets, then your node mon as well, add that, passport for the Google based login, Prisma, Redis, Winston for logging and monitoring your endpoints, Winston MongoDB, and Zord for the validation purpose. Okay, these are some of the packages, and try to install all of this, enter. While all of this is installing, we can go ahead and then create a new project in the backend. Okay, so let's head over to mongodb.com and then press on sign in, log in with Google over here. So once you sign in, you are brought to the initial web page where all of the projects are going to be shown, or the current project which you worked on is going to be shown. So let's press on that, and then I'm going to say scroll down, or you can say view all projects. You can try to create a new project. Let's say I'm going to say concert app, something like this. Press on next. As you can see, I myself am the project owner. I'm going to say create the project. So now the next step is to create a cluster. So I'm going to say press on create cluster button. You can try to choose the free version of this, and yeah, we can try to say create a deployment. Okay, so we need to create a database user for ourselves. So I'm going to create my username, that's going to be this one, and password also. For now I'm going to use the same as the username, and I'm going to say create database user, and we need to choose a connection method. So I'm going to say third option, MongoDB for VS Code, and it should give you this URI. Copy that down. So this should be pasted within the .env file. Okay, so let's come back to your VS Code, create that env file. Let's say it's already created over here within your backend folder. Okay, so here we need to add in with respect to our code, that is going to be the mongo_URI. Okay, so you can remove the entire thing for now because this is for Postgres. Here paste in the code. Okay, not this one. Copy down this thing and you can add it over here. So this is going to be equals to your mongo_URI, and over here I'm going to say /mydb, and then retry writes equals to true and equals to, and w equals to majority. Okay, let's try to save the file. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So we can try to first of all create the main index.js for the backend folder where all of the backend code is going to go into. So backend new file index.js. So just for this project we're going to use JavaScript, that is for writing code, and from the next project onwards we're going to use TypeScript that are going to come on the channel. Okay, so over here within index.js, so before that let's come back to package.json and let's initialize the start script over here. That is going to be nodemon index.js. I don't think nodemon is installed. Yeah, it's there. So come back over here and I'm going to say start. It's going to be nodemon index.js. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so this part is done. So now next let's come back to index.js. So here onto the top, let's define the required things. So first of all, let's try to configure the .env. So here I'm going to say require of.env, and it's going to be .config. Okay, next I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express, and apart from that I'm going to say const helmet is going to be equals to require of helmet. Okay, so const course is going to be equals to require of course. Next, let's try to first of all initialize the instance of the application with the help of express. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express. Okay, then let's try to add in the security headers with the help of helmet. I'm going to say app.use helmet. Next I'm going to say app.use of course. Furthermore, app.use your express.json, because you're dealing with your JSON data while implementing this. So now let's try to create a bunch of middlewares and then use it over here. That is going to be your rate limit middleware, your error handler, and all of these. So we do have the middlewares folder. Within that, let's write the first one. That is going to be your error handler.js. Okay, so I'm going to say middleware, and here I'm going to say error handler.js. So here, first of all, let's try to initialize the logger. I think before proceeding with this implementation, we need to first of all write the implementation for your monitoring and logging part. That is going to happen within the config folder. So go to the config folder and then create a new file that is known as the logger.js. Okay, here I'm going to import Winston. I'm going to say const Winston is going to be equals to require of Winston, and here I'm going to say const MongoDB is going to be equals to require of MongoDB. So by doing this, all of the logs would also be present within the MongoDB backend. You can verify that once we are hitting any kind of endpoint. Okay, so here let's try to create the logger. I'm going to say const logger is going to be equals to your winston.create logger. Here let's pass in the level, that is going to be info. Then I'm going to pass in the format, that is going to be equals to your winston dot format dot, I'm going to say combine. Here I'm going to say your winston dot format dot timestamp, and here I'm going to say winston dot format dot json. Okay, this part is done. So after this, over here I'm going to say your transports. Here I'm going to say new winston dot transports dot your console. Next I'm going to say your new winston dot transports dot, I'm going to say file, and here your file name is going to be equals to error.log. Okay, and this is going to be the level of error, because this is a error log. Next we're going to have new instant dot transports dot file. This is going to be a combined log, so I'm going to say file name is going to be equals to combined dot log. So this is going to include all of the logs basically. Next here I'm going to say new MongoDB. So by writing this code, automatically all of the logs would also be appearing in the backend collection of that specific project, whatever you're using. Okay, so here this is going to take in the DB. It's going to be equals to process dot env dot your database URL. I think let's add one more variable name, that is database URL within your env file, and then pass in the same value. So yeah, come back over here, let's add a comma. So once the DB part is done, the next is going to be a collection. So let's say the logs collection. So under the logs collection, all of the logs are going to be stored in the backend. Level is going to be info. Okay, that's it. Here we can directly say module.exports is going to be equals to logs, not logs, logger equals to logger. Let's try to save the file. Okay, this part is done. Now let's head back to the error handler.js file, and then let's try to implement that middleware. So here I'm going to say const error handler is going to be equals to, this in turn is going to have in your error your request and the result or response. And here I'm going to say logger dot error. Here I'm going to say unhandled error. Let's pass on the error and the path as well. That is going to be request.path. And I'm going to send the result.status. So result.status of, let's say, 500 dot JSON with error being internal server error. This part is done. So once that's done over here, I'm going to say module.export is going to be equals to error handler. Okay, let's try to save the file. So now furthermore, let's also try to add the rate limit mechanism over here such that your API doesn't get bombed with too many requests. Okay, within the middleware, I'm going to create a rate limit.js. So rate limit.js file. Within this, first of all, let's try to import the rate limit from the express rate limit package. So I'm going to say const rate limit equals to require of express rate limit. Alright, and here I'm going to say const global rate limiter is going to be equals to your rate limit. This in turn is going to take in your window ms. That's going to be 15 minutes. I'm going to say 15 into 60 into 1000. This is basically in milliseconds. I'm going to say maximum value, that is going to be 100 requests per IP. 100, and then message is going to say too many requests. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say const auth limiter is going to be equals to rate limit. Pass in the window ms. That is going to be 60 into 1000. That is for 1 minute, and maximum request is going to be 5. Here now let's export both of them. I'm going to say module.export is going to be equals to global rate limiter auth limiter. Let's try to save the file. Okay, now again let's come back to your index.js file and let's use the global rate limiter package over there, and also let's try to initialize the port. So come back to index.js. So below this I'm going to say app.use global rate limiter. So apart from that, over here I'm going to say app.use of your error handler, import that from the middleware folder. Next, choose a specific port of, let's say, 3000. Here I'm going to say app.listen of that specific port, and here let's try to say logger, import from the src folder .info. Here I'm going to say server running on port $4000, and we can directly say port over here, use that, save the file. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's actually try to give this a try for everything is working properly fine or not. So for that, try to run the backend folder. I'm just going to say yarn start, enter, and boom, just like that we are connected to MongoDB, and it says injecting two variables from .env, that is Mongo URI as well as database URL, and it says level info, server running on port 3000. Okay, now let's try to push the Prisma schema to the backend part. So that has all of these details. Let's again come back to a new backend folder. So cd backend in the terminal. I'm going to say npx Prisma generate to generate the Prisma client. Enter. Okay, so it says it has an issue. It says Prisma schema validation. So the data source property URL is no longer supported in schema files. Move connection URLs for migrate to prisma.config.ts. Okay, so I think we need to remove that, and then we need to make some changes within the prisma.config.ts file. So not sure why this is coming in the new version, because in my previous projects I've used version 6, that is while installing Prisma, whereas over here it's installing the 7.0.1. So I'm just going to change the version to this one. There is 6.19.0. hopefully it should work in this one. Let's try to save the file. Let's do yarn so that package gets updated. And now let's try to generate the client. Hopefully it should work. Okay, that's weird. It says again, URL is no longer supported in schema files. Okay. Okay, I think I messed up one more part. So over here, still Prisma is 7. So we have two parts, that is Prisma client as well as just Prisma itself. So even this needs to, roll back to version 6, that is the same version 6.19.0. Let's make that change. Save. So now it should definitely work. Again, yarn to, update that package. Okay, that part is done. Now let's try to do npx prisma generate. Okay, so there is a different error now. Let's look into that. But the previous error is gone, which is good. Let's come back to schema.prisma and let's exactly see where exactly it's erroring out. So it says error parsing attribute at relation. The relation field profile on model user is required. Okay. Let's check that out once. Let's make it optional. Okay. npx prisma generate, and boom, just like that, it's finally working. So it has generated the client. So now the next step is you need to push it to the backend. So I'm going to say npx prisma db push, I guess is the command. Enter. Okay, and there you go. Just like that, all of the collections have been created. You can verify that in the backend as well. Come back to Chrome, come back to your project overview, and let's come back to your clusters. Browse collections. You should be seeing all of the 6 collections being created over here. And boom, just like that, logs, user, ticket category, profile, concert, booking queue, etc. Okay, that's it. So yeah, now this part is done. So now the next step is we're gonna seed a concert. We're gonna create a seed.js file and then add the concert related details and then push it to the backend part. And once that's done, we can directly start looking into the design of the home screen where we're gonna show that particular concert detail that is gonna come from the backend. So let's create a seed.js within the Prisma file. I'm gonna say seed.js. Here I'm gonna say const Prisma client is going to be equals to require of at Prisma client. Next I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client. Okay, so here let's try to define the function that is async function. Let's say seed. Here I'm going to say const concert is going to be equals to await prisma.concert, and it's going to be the create method. This in turn is going to take in the data to be added in the concert collection. Alright, so I'm just going to get the data over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, so it's all of these are the required data that we're going to use. Okay, so we're going to have the image URL, the name for the concert. You can add your own name and your date. That's going to be 21st December 6 p.m. The venue, Terraform Arena. Then gates opening time is going to be 21st December 4 p.m. Okay, and this is the small description about the concert. You can add in your own description. Okay, apart from that, languages organized by total number of seats 10,000. Available seats is 10,000 at the initial point. Okay, next let's try to create the categories for the same. So below this I'm going to say const categories is going to be equals to an array of objects containing 4 different categories. Let's try to add that over here. So it's going to have 4 pieces of categories. That is going to be a fan pit, platinum, gold as well as silver, and these are the prices. You can try to increase the price accordingly. Let's say this is going to be 8,500. This is going to be, let's say, 5,500 or just 5,000. Gold is 3,000. This is going to be 1,000 or 1,500. Okay, something like this. Let's say .0 because it is a float value, I guess. Okay, so total seats available for fan pit are 1,000 and available seats are 1,000 at the initial state, and total seats available for platinum are 2,000. Similarly, total seats available for gold are 3,000. This is 4,000. Available seats are going to be exactly same as the total seats in the initial point. Okay, here I'm going to say let total seats sum equals to 0, and let available seat sum is going to be equals to 0 again. And here I'm going to make use of a for loop. I'm going to say for const category of categories. I'm going to say await. We have Prisma, and all of these details are going to fall into the ticketing category. So I'm going to say ticket category dot create. This in turn is again going to take in the data to be created. So I'm going to say data is going to be equals to whatever is there within the cat. Use that, and concert ID is going to be equals to your concert dot ID. Alright, that's it. And over here I'm going to say total seat sum plus equals to your category dot total seats. Your available seat sum is going to be equals to, so plus equals your category dot available seats. So this is for each specific category we are trying to do this. Okay, so for fanpit it's going to be only 1000 seats, and for platinum only 2000, and for the remaining ones just like that. Okay, so now the next step is we need to sync the sum to the concert. So below the for loop over here I'm going to say await Prisma dot concert. Again we have the update method, use that. So use the where keyword. So we need to update this one, having the concert ID matching the ID. So I'm going to say concert.id and pass in the data to be updated. So I'm going to say data is going to say total seats is going to be total seat sum. Available seats is going to be equals to available seats sum. Once that's done, you can try to have in a console.log message saying that the data is seeded successfully. So I'm going to say seeded concert with categories. Okay, so yep, this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to directly call the seed function over here. So here I'm going to say seed dot, I'm going to say finally taking a function over here, and I'm going to say Prisma dot disconnect. Okay, format once, and let's try to save the file. So let's try to see the data to the backend part. So make sure you're in the backend folder, and here I'm going to say node prisma seed.js, and boom, just like that it says seeded concert with different categories. Let's try to verify that. Come back to the, so let's check out our ticketing category first of all. It should have 4 details, and boom, just like that we have fanpit, platinum, gold as well as silver, and by default all of the total seats are equal to the available seats, since now no tickets are booked. Okay, these are the prices for each of the categories. You can take a look at it. This part is done, and once you go to concert, all of the details for this also should be present over here, just like this. So if you really want to add more concerts, you can go and then add it over here, but for now we're going to work with a single concert. As you can see, total seats available 10,000, available seats also 10,000 as of now, and all of these details are going to be used, and I'll be sending all of this data in the description. You can take a look at it. Okay, so that's it. This part is done. So now this part is almost done. So now the next step is we can actually head back to your initial screen, that is the home screen or the home tab, and we can start designing this. Okay, so for the front end part, we're actually going to make use of your tan stack query, and we're going to also make use of Justin for the state management part. So yeah, let's look into that. So yeah, before getting into all of the design of this part, we need to first of all initialize and install the tan stack query package, and also Justin, even that is required. So yeah, let's go do that. So here into the main project, you can try to come back to a new terminal. Here I'm going to say yarn add Justin and your tan stack query. So I'm going to say add tan stack / react query, and let's press on enter. So as you can see, the installation is being completed. So now the next step is we need to first of all create the endpoint for getting the concert data from the backend to the front end part. So for that, first of all, we need to add a small line of code within the constants, that is the config folder. So I'm going to say config new file constants.js. Here I'm going to have const single concert ID is going to be equals to, so you can directly try to hardcode it over here, that is from the backend, so you can directly try to get that ID. Let's say this is the one, copy that down and then add it over here. Okay, and we can try to export this. I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to your single concert ID. So now let's try to create a controller that is going to be your concert controller.js, and then let's try to write the implementation for that. So I'm going to say your controllers and then concert controller dot js. Okay, so here first of all let's try to define the function that's going to be const get concert control is going to be equals to async function with the request and the result. And over here let's try to have in your try catch block, so try catch of error, and I'm going to say logger, import that logger from the config file. It's going to be error message, so logger.error. I'm going to say get concert error. Here I'm going to have in the error over here. Okay, and I'm going to say result.status of 404.json with the error being error.message. Okay, that's it. And within the try block I'm going to say const concert is going to be equals to await Prisma, not this one, Prisma dot, I think first of all we need to import the Prisma over here. I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client. Okay, import it just like this, and we can use this Prisma over here. Okay, so I'm going to say await, it's going to be Prisma dot, we have the concert dot, we have the find unique method, use that, and let's make use of the where keyword. So where this should match the ID, that is going to be a single concert ID, include that, and here I'm going to say include your categories as well, that is going to be true. Okay, so categories in the sense all of those ticketing details, that is the gold, fan pit, and all the other ticketing categories. Okay, so once that's done, check the condition stating that if at all the concert is not found, then I'm going to say throw new error which says concert not found. Okay, this part is done. Then I'm going to say result.json of your concert. This part is done. Let's try to export this. Module.exports is going to be equals to get concert control. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Now let's try to create the routes for this specific functionality. So for that, we do have the routes folder, I guess. Okay, routes is not there. Let's create that. So new folder over here, routes. Within that, we need to have the versioning as well. So v1. Within v1, I'm going to say new file, that is going to be all of your concert routes. So it's going to only contain one thing, that is going to be / concert. So let's try to add that over here. So I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to your express dot router. So we need to import express from express. So I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express. Okay, yeah, that's it. So here I'm going to say your router.get, which is going to be / and I'm going to say get concert control. That is going to come from the controllers file. Okay, let's try to export the router. I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to your router. Save. This part is done. We can come back to your index.js and then we can use these routes. So index.js, okay, my bad, not this index.js. We also have one more index.js at the root level of the routes folder. Yeah, I forgot that. So here I'm going to say index.js. So within this file again, let's try to import express. So I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express, and over here I'm going to say const your concert routes is going to be equals to require. Let's go into v1 and access the concert routes. Okay, let's try to add the v1 over here. I'm going to say router. Let's first initialize that. Const router is going to be equals to express.router. All right, here I'm going to say router.use. It's going to be /v1 /your concert, and let's use all of the concert routes within this specific endpoint, that is v1 and then concert. Save the file. Let's again try to export the router. Module.export is going to be equals to your router. Okay, that's it. This part is done. So now the next step is let's come back to your index.js and then let's try to use all of these routes. First of all, let's try to get the routes from the src routes folder. So the main index.js, that is in the backend folder. Onto the top, let's say import routes. So const routes is going to be equals to your require. First of all, let's go into the src. Then next, let's head back to the routes and then the index. Okay, that's it. And here we can directly say app.use of routes. App.use. Let's pass in the name. That's going to be API and routes. Let's try to save the file. Let's look if at all there is any error. No issues. So as you can see, this part is done. Okay, so we have set up the concert route, and once when we initialize it in the front end part, we need to be able to get the details for that specific concert. Let's do that. So let's first of all come back to the layer.tsx, and we need to actually include the query provider. Okay, since we are using the tan stack query, come back to underscore layer.tsx app, the main underscore layout. This is the one, and above your theme provider, I'm going to say your query provider. Let's write that correctly and just put that within the query provider, just like this. Okay, so the auto import is not working actually for this. Let's do one thing. Let's actually create a providers folder, and then from there let's try to implement this. So I'm going to create a root folder that is known as providers, and within that I'm going to have in the query provider.tsx. Here let's define this, and then we can directly try to export this over there. So here I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to new query client. So I'm going to import two things onto the top. Make sure you add that over here. So I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to new query client, pass in the default options. So I'm going to say queries retry is going to be one time. Okay, and I'm going to say stale time, that's going to be 5 minutes. 5 into 60 into 1000. This part is done. Okay, next over here I'm going to say export const query provider is going to have in all of your children over here, and over here I'm going to say your children is going to be of type React node, that is already defined onto the top. And here I'm going to have in my query client provider. So this query client provider is already imported over here. This in turn is going to take in the client, that is going to be the query client. So client is going to be this query client that we have defined above. So query client. Okay, and this in turn is going to take in all of the children. That's it. Let's try to save the file. This part is done. We can directly try to export it now. It should work from the providers over here. Format. For some reason the format is not working. Let's do it manually. Save the file. Let's try to reload once. No more issues should come. Okay, no issues, that's good. So this part is complete. So now the next step is I'm going to create a API folder, and I'm going to have in my api.ts file or your concert api.ts where we're going to define that particular function. So I'm going to say API. Within that, first of all, your concert api.ts. So here all of the related APIs with respect to the concert is going to be shown over here. I'm going to say export const get concert is going to be equals to async function. Here let's try to have in the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. It's going to be equals to API. This we need to define it in just a bit. Dot get. It's going to be / concert. That's it. So next I'm going to say return the response to data, whatever it is returning. So return response.data. So let's try to create the api.ts file and then let's try to initialize the API. Okay, so I'm going to say API folder, new file, api.ts. Here I'm going to say const API is going to be equals to Axios. I think we need to install Axios. So yarn add Axios. Enter. Here I'm going to say import your Axios from Axios. Here it's going to be equals to your Axios dot. We have the create method. This is going to have your base URL. That is going to be your API base. So this API base is going to be coming from the constants file. So you can have a new folder for that is for the constants, or you can create it at the root level as well. I'm going to say new folder, constants. And within this folder, okay, it's already there. Let's verify that where exactly it's present, constants. Yeah, this is the constants folder. Within this, I'm going to say index.tsx. Let's write that properly. So within this, I'm going to say const or export the value directly. Export const API underscore base is going to be equals to http localhost 3000 / API / v1. Let's try to save the file. Come back to api.ts, import your base from the constants folder. And then let's continue writing down the code for the file. So yeah, the base URL is initialized. So now next over here, we can try to implement the next part in this file itself, that is with respect to the interceptors. But we can skip it for now because for getting the concert details, there is no need of interceptors or there is no need of refresh token or something like that. It should work because it's a normal GET request. So we can skip that part for now. So let's try to save the file and we need to export this. That is going to be export default API. Save, come back to concert API. So it's going to be equals to api.get of concert and save the file. Okay, this part is done. So now let's actually come back to the index.tsx of the first tab, that is going to be the concert tab. This file basically. Here onto the top, I'm going to say concert screen instead of tab 1 screen. Okay, so within this, I'm going to first of all initialize my router from the expo router. I'm going to say const router equals to use router. Import that from expo router. This part is done. Let's try to create the data with the help of the use query. So I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to concert. Here is loading. And your error is going to come from your use query. So this is basically a get method. This in turn is going to take in the query key as well as the query function. So I'm going to say query key is going to be concert, and query function is the function that you have defined within the concert api.ts file. So query function is going to be get concert. Just try to import that from the API folder just like this. Let's try to save the file. Okay, this part is done. So first of all, let's actually try to check the is loading state. If all is loading is true, then here I'm going to say return a safe area view. Within that, I'm going to have your activity indicator. This is going to have size of large. and color is going to be triple F. So for the safe area view, let's pass on the design. So class name over here, give it a flex of 1. Then I'm going to say BG is going to be black, justify of center, items of center as well. Safe. Okay, so it says unknown module 1509. If you're sure the module exists, then try restarting Metro. Not sure why this is actually coming. Let's reload once and see what exactly happens. And it is pointing to this specific line, that is get concert. Reload. And boom, just like that, something worked, and yeah, it is coming fine as what I feel. You can try to log the data. Let's exactly see what exactly is coming from the backend part. So console.log data as well as the data. I mean, not data, my bad, concert. That's how we have initialized it. Safe. Okay, so the data is undefined. Okay, so there you go. We do have an issue in the backend part. That's the reason it's not working. Okay, so there is a lot of issues. Let's see. Result.status is not a function. Let's see from which file exactly it's coming. That is over here with respect to the console controller. Result.status. Okay, so this is the error actually. I mean, it's so difficult to actually see what exactly is going on over here. It says type error, result.status is not a function. Okay, so the issue is coming from the error handler. Let's look into that. Where we have gone wrong. Okay, I think I got to know what's the issue. So here it's missing the fourth parameter, that's the next. Okay, so that's the reason Express is throwing that error. So add in the next. Okay, so now it should be gone. Save the file. Let's reload and let's uncomment that method. Save. Reload here again, we need to get the details, and boom, just like that we are getting all of the details, which is good. So yeah, make that fix, and then let's come back to your index.tsx, and then let's continue designing this file. So the loading condition is done. Similarly, the next one is going to be for the error condition. So if error over here, I'm going to say return a safe area view and having a text which is going to say error loading concert. Here I'm going to say error.message. So for this class name, it's going to have a flex of 1, BG black, justify of center, items of center, and over here class name, I'm going to say text red of 500, format once, and then let's try to save. So yeah, we are done with the is loading as well as the error condition. So let's actually jump over to the return block, and then we can start designing this. So come back to return block, and here I'm going to make use of my safe area view. This in turn is going to have a class name. It's going to have a flex of 1 and then a BG of black. Okay, I think we need to remove the header, that's not required. Let's make that condition change over here. Header shown is going to be false. Oh, okay. Let's say false over here once. There you go, that's looking better. So come back to index.tsx, and within your safe area view, I'm going to have my scroll view because this is a scrollable screen. So within the scroll view, I'm going to have my main image being shown. Import image from React Native as such. This in turn is going to have in your source, which in turn is going to have your URI, that's going to be equals to your console dot your image URL. Okay, so this part is done. Let's actually provide the class name for this so that we can see the image onto the screen. So as you can see, it's going to have a width of full. Let's add that. So I'm going to say width full, and next I'm going to say BG black. Sorry, not this one. We need to provide the height, that is going to be equals to 450 pixels. Apart from that, I'm going to say rounded is going to be none. And boom, just like that, is looking pretty neat. This part is complete. Format once. Okay, so after the image, let's try to show the event details that is being shown over here as in the screenshot. So here I'm going to have in a view. This view in turn is going to have another view. We're going to have text which says music. Import view from React Native. Below the text, I'm going to pass on one more text which says concerts. So for this specific view, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have px of 5, py of 4. Class name for this, flex of row, and then space x, or let's say gap of 2 or 3, and mb of 2. Okay, let's make it in a grayish color. For the texts, I'm going to say class name for this. It's going to have, text gray of 400, text of sm. And for this as well, class name, it's going to be text gray of 400 and text of sm. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking pretty neat. And below that, let's try to show the title for the concert. So below this specific view, I'm going to have a text for the title. It's going to be equals to your concert dot your name. Let's provide the design for this so that we could see it onto the screen. So class name for this, I'm going to say text white and text of 2XL, slightly larger. Font is going to be semi-bold, MB of 1. As you can see, Hukum World Tour Bengaluru, that's looking good. So the next one is for the formatted date as well as the formatted time. I think we need to define this onto the top. Let's define it. So first of all, I'm going to say const min price is going to be equals to, I'm going to say math.min of your concert data, spread that value, go into the categories and access the map function. For each category, destructure the price over here. I'm going to say price, that is going to be of number, and here just give me the category dot price. Next, let's try to have the formatted date as well as the formatted time. So I'm going to say const formatted date is going to be equals to new date of your concert dot date dot to local string. Here it's going to be in this format. And let's pass in the weekday, that's going to be short. Day is going to be numeric. And we can pass in the month, that is going to be short again. You can just try to copy this down. You should be able to see the value, how exactly it's going to be shown. That is just like this. That is Sunday, December 21st, and then 1:30 a.m. Okay, so this part is done. Next is going to be for the formatted time. I'm going to say const formatted time equals new date. This is going to have your concert dot date. This is going to be to local time string. Again, English US. Here har. So here previously, since this was date, we had to use weekday, day, month. Here, since it's time, we are going to use har minute and then har 12. So your har is going to be numeric and your minute is also going to be numeric value, and your har 12 is going to be true. So it's going to use that specific method. This is done. And let's also say dot to uppercase for this one. So the next and final value is for the gates open time. So I'm going to say const gates open is going to be equals to, let's try to add in the similar value. It's going to be equals to new date and concert dot your gate open time. I think I made a spelling mistake for the above one. It should be date. And again, dot to local string of English US. Again, har minute as well as har 12 is going to be true, and then dot to uppercase. Save the file. Let's come back over here. So once the concert name is done, let's try to show the formatted date as well as the formatted time. So here I'm going to say text, pass in the formatted date, and here I'm going to say formatted time. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say text gray of 300, text base, MB of 4. There you go. That's looking good. So the concert is going to be organized on Sunday, December 21st, as well as at 6 p.m. Next, let's try to add in the location details below the text. I'm going to say view. Having your icons from your expo icons, name is going to be equals to location outline, size is going to be equals to 18, color is going to be equals to AAA. Then let's try to add in the text over here, which is going to say concert.venue. Here I'm going to have in one more text, which is going to say 35 kilometers away. Save. That detail is being shown onto the screen. So class name for the upper view, it's going to have a flex of row, items of center, and a MB of 3. And for the text which says the venue, here I'm going to say text gray of 300. Okay, and then ML of 2. For this one, it's going to be again, text gray of 500. Add in this color code, and then ML of auto. Text is going to be small. Save. And boom, just like that, the design is looking pretty cool. This part is done. So now next we are going to show the gate opening time that is going to come below this specific view. Here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have again icons over here. So it's going to be a calendar outline icon. So I'm going to say calendar outline. Below this icons, I'm going to have a text that is going to be gates open at your gates open. And I'm going to say option A to get that dot on Mac. You can try to figure out how exactly to get it on the Windows. So I'm going to say view schedule and save. Okay, let's try to style this out. So for your view, again, class name, it's going to have a flex of row and your items of center. MB is going to be 6. For the text which says gates open, pass on the class name, text gray of, let's say 300, ML of 2. As you can see, that's looking pretty neat. This part is done. The next detail is for the event standout details. That's going to come over here below the view. Having this view, this is going to have a text which is going to say why this event stands out. Okay, below that we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to have in the console.about. Or I'm just going to pass in some hard-coded text which says an amazing concert with top artists. For this specific view, let's try to add in the design. So let's write that properly. Class name, oh my god, yeah, so class name is going to be, let's say, BG of this color code hashtag 111. It's going to have a slight border. I think this is for this specific design which says why this event stands out. Okay, so we're going to have border gray 800. Furthermore, rounded is going to be 2XL. Some internal spacing padding of 4 and MB of 6. And for this specific text, class name, it's going to be a text yellow of 500. And font is going to be semi-bold. MB of 2. Save. And boom, just like that, that's looking pretty good. And for the about section, let's try to make it in a white color or a gray color basically. So class name, this is going to have text gray of 300 and text of SM. Leading is going to be 5. Okay, that's looking pretty neat. So this part is almost done. We can move on to the next part, that is who is taking this stage. That's the next design. Here I'm going to say text. I'm going to say who is taking the stage. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a text gray of 200, text of LG, font of semi bold, MB of 3, save the file. Okay, this is complete. So now the next step is for designing the remaining part. So I'm just going to add the design for that. That's going to come right below this specific text. So before that, let's try to add in a view for that. That is for the entire container, and below that I'm going to add the code. So this view in turn is going to have a class name. So again, similarly, bg of the similar code we gave previously, 111. Okay, next we're going to have a border. Next, border gray of 800. Rounded is going to be 2xl. Some internal spacing padding of 4, MB of 6. Okay, here I'm going to say add in the code. So here we're trying to show the artist name as well as the type of artist, that is rockstar Indian music. Okay, let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. You can try to add the a proper image of the artist by just googling it. Okay, or we can directly try to add it now itself. So let's say instead of this one I've got another image. You can try to add any random image over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So now below this we're going to add all of the song lists for this specific artist. So let's say below this specific view, I'm going to say add in a view and map over all of the song lists of this specific artist. Okay, these are some of the songs I've added, that is of this specific artist, and then let's map over it. And over here for each song and your index, let's try to return a view basically. And within this view I'm going to have a text which is going to show the index dot value, that is index plus 1 starting from 0, as well as the song name, save. And for the view I'm going to say key is going to be equals to index, and below the text I'm going to show the iron icons, self and closing basically. The name is going to be equals to play circle outline, size is going to be equals to 22, color is going to be equals to triple F. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So for the outermost view, let's try to add in the code. That is for the design part, class name space y of 2. For the text, it's going to be in gray color. I'm going to say text gray of 300 and text of SM. Save. And boom, just like that we are seeing all of the 4 songs. So you can also try to go ahead one step further and then try to implement the playing of all of these songs as well. But for now we're just trying to hard code it for the design part. So for the view, it needs to be in a row fashion. So class name, I'm going to say flex of row, justify of between, items center, bg is going to be this color code, that is 1a 1a 1a, px of let's say 4, py of 3, rounded is going to be xl. Save. And boom, just like that is looking pretty neat. This is complete. Next we're going to show the details about the event that's going to happen right below this view. I'm going to say text about event or about the event, pass on the class name for this, text gray of 200, text of LG, font of semi bold, MB of 3. Here I'm going to have in one more piece of text. I'm going to say concert dot about again. Okay, add in the class name for this too. text gray of 400, then text is going to be SM, leading of 5, and MB of 6. Safe. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. So now the next step is again 3 details with respect to things to know and tickets needed for ages 5 and above and entry allowed for ages 5 and above. All of these details are going to be shown below the text over here. So let me just add the code for that. Let's say over here, and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, even languages display, we need to design this, or we need to first of all initialize this onto the top. Let's do that. Onto the top, I'm going to say const languages display is going to be equals to your concert dot languages question mark. If that's present, then try to have the split method being implemented, and then we're going to join it over here. You can try to add it just like this. Okay, scroll down and you can try to save the file. As you can see, things to know, event will be in Tamil and Telugu and Hindi. Ticket needed for ages 5 and above, and entry allowed for ages 5 and above, and then free parking is available. So for all of this, we can try to give MB2 such that there is some space, not 22. That is for each of the text that's present. Okay, that's it. So once we are done with this, the next part is to show the organizer section for the concert. So yeah, right below the view, I'm going to say text organized by. Let's pass on the class name for this. This is going to have a text gray of, let's say, 200, text of LG, font of semi bold, and then MB of 3. Okay, and below that I'm going to have a view. Within that, one more view. Within that, another view, and over here I'm going to say icons. Name is going to be person. Size is going to be equals to 24. Color is going to be equals to white. So for the topmost view over here, let's pass on the design. So class name for this, again similar BG. That is going to be 111. It's going to be border, and border gray of, let's say, 800. Rounded is going to be 2XL. Next, some internal spacing padding of 4. Flex of row, item center, as well as justify of between, MB of 8. As you can see, organized by, that is showing correctly fine. You can take a look at the full design. And for the inner view over here, I'm going to say class name. It needs to be in a row fashion, so flex of row and then items of center. So below the icons, we're going to have one more piece of view that is going to show the details, that is who is organizing the concert for this specific one. I'm going to say concert dot organized by. Safe. Okay, let's pass on the design for this. Class name, it's going to be a text of white, font of semi bold. Okay, as you can see, KVN Productions, that's the detail. And let's pass on one more piece of text over here. I'm going to say 2 hosted events, option 8, and then 3.2 years of hosting. Let's pass on the class name for this. Text gray of 400, text of XS. Okay, so for this specific view, let's provide the design. So I'm going to say class name to this. It's going to have a width of 12, height of 12, rounded is going to be full, and BG purple of, let's say, 600, justify of center, items of center as well, and MR is going to be 3. Safe. And there you go. Just like that, is looking pretty neat. This part is complete. We can try to give a empty 2 to this one, or 1. Okay, so yeah, now this part is done. So now let's try to have a fixed bottom button that's going to say book tickets and the minimum price over here. Okay, so let's say right below the scroll view, I'm going to have a view. Within that, let's try to have a text which is going to say minimum price onwards, and we're also going to have a touchable opacity. So import touchable opacity from React Native as such, having a text which is going to say book tickets. Let's pass on the design for the view. I'm going to say class name. So this in turn is going to have absolute positioning. So absolute, bottom is going to be 0, left is going to be 0 as well, right 0. It's going to have a BG black and a border T is going to be border gray of, let's say, 800. Some internal spacing padding of 4, obviously flex of row, items of center, and justify of between. Safe. As you can see, some design is being shown on the screen. That's looking good. And for the text, it's going to be in white color. So class name, it's going to be text of white, text of LG, font of semi-bold. As you can see, 1500 onwards, that's the cheapest ticket. That is for the silver seating. Okay. So yeah, this part is done. So now next I'm going to add the entire design for the touchable opacity as well as for the text over here. And take a look at it so we can add the on press later. Let's try to save the file. And boom, just like that, our full screen for the concert related data is completed and it's looking pretty good with respect to the design. So once you press on book tickets, we should be navigated to the next screen where the user is gonna add or choose a specific category from which they want to book. That is either fan paid or a gold or a platinum or a silver. So that design is going to look something like this. This is the next screen that we're going to design. So once you press on book tickets, we should be navigated to the tickets screen or the book part. So let's look into the design of this, and then later we can look into the implementation of the login as well as the register part. So now let's actually create a new route that is within the app that is going to be with respect to the book. So I'm going to say app and then new folder. This is for the book, and under the book we're going to have a separate underscore layout.tsx file for this. So here essentially I'm going to say import your stack from expo router. Then here I'm going to say import React from React, export default function, book layout. Okay, so here I'm just going to return a stack. And by default I'm going to disable the header shown, and I'm going to set it to be false. So I'm going to say screen options, just like this. Header shown is going to be false. Okay. Yeah, let's try to save the file and let's try to have the initial index.tsx that's going to be present for the book. So here I'm going to say new one. So this is the screen that we're going to go into once when we press on the book tickets over here in this screen. So yeah, this part is done. We can actually try to first of all include this, that is the book route, within the main underscore layout.tsx. Let's come back to this point, and right below the model or below the index or below the tabs only, let's try to add your book. You can try to remove this. Save. We can directly try to give the screen options for this. I'm going to say screen options, header shown as false. Okay, that's it. So now the next step is, let's come back to the point where we have the button that is book tickets, and then let's try to give a on press to that. That's going to happen within the index.tsx over here. So I think our router is already initialized, that is used to navigate. Then scroll down over here onto the touchable opacity. I'm just going to say on press, taken a function, and over here I'm going to say router.push. It's going to be /book. So this would automatically take you to the book index.tsx file. Let's give that a try. And there you go. Just like that, we're coming to the book index.tsx file. And over there, we're going to start designing all of the required things. with respect to the different ticketing categories. So let's get started. Here again, I'm going to say export default function. This is going to say a book concert screen. Okay, so here let's try to return the design. That is essentially going to be a safe area view. Import that from your React Native safe area context. Alright, let's pass on the class name for this. It's again going to have, a flex of 1 and then a BG of black. Save. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. So over here onto the top, first of all, let's try to define the color map based on the category names. That is, as you can see over here, different category has different kinds of colors. So I'm just going to get the design for that. You can take a look at it. So I'm going to add it over here. Okay, so this is going to have an array of strings containing the color as well as the border, and these are the styles given for fan width, platinum, gold and silver. You can accordingly adjust based on whatever color you want to add. Okay, I'm going to initialize my width also over here. So const width is going to be equals to your dimensions dot, it's going to be get of the window. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So over here within the book concert screen, I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router. Import that from your expo router. Okay, and again let's try to get the data over here similarly how we have done it for the previous screen. So it's essentially going to be same itself. That is, your with the help of your use query hook, you're going to get the details, copy that down. That is exact this one, and we're going to add it over here. So make sure to import use query from tanstack query, and you get concert from that specific concert api.ts file. Format once, save the file. Okay, again we're going to add the similar conditions for is loading as well as if error any. So let's try to add those details as well. It's going to be the exact same thing. Okay, make sure to import your activity indicator from React Native, text from React Native. Okay, text also from React Native. Save the file. This part is complete. Now yeah, again we need two more things, formatted date as well as formatted time. We can get that from the previous one. Exactly these two lines of code. Copy that down and then come back to index book and then paste it over here. Okay, save. So this part is done. We can start designing the header section over here. So let's say within the safe area view, I'm going to have in a view. Within that, one more view. Within that, we're going to have a pressable. Import pressable from React Native. It's going to have your iron icons. Import view from your React Native. So for iron icons, I'm going to have the name that is going to be equals to your arrow back. Size is going to be equals to 22. And color is going to be equals to hashtag FF. Okay, and for the pressable, I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to router.go back. Let's have in the router over here itself. So const router is going to be equals to use router. It's already there. Yeah, it's already there onto the top. Remove that. So here I'm going to say router.go back or router.just back. As you can see, that's being shown onto the screen. So for the outermost view, let's provide some internal spacing. That is, let's say px of 4 and pt of 3. And for this one, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have basically, flex of row, items of center, and save. Okay, that's looking good. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to have one more kind of view. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to, show the concert name. So I'm going to say concert dot name. Below text, I'm going to have one more piece of text. I'm going to say formatted date or formatted time. Here I'm going to say onwards. Here I'm going to say concert dot venue dot apply the split over here and try to access the 0th value. Save. Let's first of all try to design this. Okay, so for the outermost view, let's pass on some ML. I'm going to say ml of 3, margin left. This one class name, it's going to have a text of white, text is going to be LG, and font is going to be semi-bold. And for this piece of text, class name, text gray of 400, and it's going to have a text of SM and empty of 1. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. This part is complete. Now let's try to design the sections part. Okay, so below your view, that is this one, I'm gonna have a scroll view. Import scroll view from React Native. It's gonna have a text which is gonna say select a section. Let's pass on the design for that. Class name, it's gonna have a text of white, text of 2XL, it's gonna have a font of bold, and then a MB of 4. Okay, so for the scroll view, let's pass on some class name, px of 4, and then a empty of 4. Here I'm going to say content container style is going to be equals to padding bottom of 36. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So below that, let's try to have in all of the filter chips, that is for the dynamic pricing. That's going to come right below the text. Have in a view. This view in turn is going to have a text which is going to say filters. So this is just for the design part. We're not going to filter out based on all of the chips that are going to be present over here. Okay, so class name for this, let's have a text gray of 400, MR of 3, save. And for the view, I'm going to have a class name. It's going to be a flex of row. And then we're going to say items of center and MB of 6. So right below the text, let's try to add it over here. That is with respect to all of the different pricing. You can add your own pricings and then save. There you go. That's looking good. We can make the scroll view horizontal as well over here. Okay, so I don't think we can do that because this entire section is scrollable, I guess. Okay, that's good. You can make just this also scrollable, but since we are not, doing any kind of implementation on that, we can skip that part for now. Next, let's try to show the design which says stage. That's going to come right below the view. Here I'm going to say have in a view. Have in one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say stage. So let's try to have the class name for this. It's going to be equals to item center and MB of 6. Okay. And here I'm going to say class name, width is going to be 11 by 12 and rounded of XL. It's going to have a slide border and border gray of 700. PX of 4, PY of 3, items of center. Okay, so for the text which says stage, class name, it's going to be text gray of 300, font of semi-bold. Save. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. So below that, let's try to map over all of the different category sections and then show that onto the screen, just like that. So below the view, having one more view, try to map over the console.categories dot your map. So for every category of ID, that's going to be of type string. Okay, your name also of type string, price also of type string. Sorry, price is going to be number, not string. Here let's try to have the const colors is going to be equals to, make sure that color map that we have used onto the top. Here access the category dot name dot to lowercase. Okay, just like this, or we can pass in the color, that is going to be this color code, that is hashtag EA FC and then C6. And let's try to add in the border over here. Border is going to be equals to hashtag BFD, and then 670. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to return over here. I'm going to say return. Here, let's try to have a pressable. Within that pressable, let's try to have two pieces of text, that is the fan pit, the category name, as well as the price for that specific category. So text is going to say category dot name dot your two uppercase, and let's just have this as two lowercase. Okay, and below that we're going to have the price also. I'm just going to pass it over here with the rupee symbol. Format once, save. As you can see, we are able to see something onto the screen, which is good. For the pressable, let's provide in the key cat.id, class name, rounded of XL, PX of 4, PY of 6, MX is going to be auto, width is going to be 11 by 12, justify of center, items of center as well. Save. Okay, so this part is done, and let's provide in the style, that is for the background color, some internal styling itself. I'm going to say BG color is going to be equals to your colors dot color. Next, border color, colors dot border. Border width is going to be 3. Width is going to be equals to your width minus 40. Save, or 48, that's the value I've used. And boom, just like that, the design is looking pretty good. We are having 4 of the different categories, that is your fan page, your platinum, gold, and silver. We have all of the details for each of the texts that are being present. So for the text which says categories, class name, it's going to be text of center, font is going to be bold, text of LG. Save. There you go, that's looking good. So that's pretty much it. This part is complete. Now let's try to have a design which says all the sections are standing, because this is a standing concert. So have in a text, or let's have in a view. Within that view, let's try to have this text which is going to say all the sections are standing. And for this specific view, let's try to have the class name, that is going to be items of center, MB of 8, and over here I'm going to have the class name, text gray of 400, and font of semi bold. Save. Okay, so I think we can give some empty of top also, because for some reason it's almost touching the top part of the section. So below the view, we're also going to have that footer design. So let's try to add that. Having a view, within that we're going to have one more view and another view which is self-enclosing. Here we're going to have a text which is going to say sold out or unavailable tickets, not tickets, unavailable stands are marked as gray. So for the outermost view, class name, empty of 4, MB of 12, PX of 4. For this specific view, class name, flex of row, items of center. For this class name, width of 6, height of 6, rounded of MD, MR of 3. We're also going to have some internal styling for this, so let's try to add that. Style, we're going to have a border width of 2, border color of 3A, 3A, 3A. Alright, so apart from that, we're also going to have a BG color that's going to be transparent. So I'm going to say transparent. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. And for the text over here, class name, It's going to have a text gray of 400. Okay, that's good. This part is done. Let's try to give it empty of, let's say, 5. That's it. So this part is complete. So we are done with the design of the ticket screen. So now we can shift over to the next part, that is for login and authentication screens. I don't think I've added the screenshot for this. So we're going to have your email based login, and once the user signs up with the email, the OTP is going to go to that particular mail, and then they need to enter the OTP, and once it's verified, they would be automatically pushed into the main concert screen, that is this one. So once that's done, we can come back to implementing the booking of each category. Okay, let's first of all look into the design of the login screen, and then we can head back to the backend part for designing all of the services for the auth related work. So I'm going to create a new route that is within the app. So here I'm going to say new folder. So this is going to be for all of the auth screens. So I'm going to say auth folder, and this is again going to have a separate underscore layout.tsx. So I'm going to say underscore layout.tsx. Okay, so this part is done. So here let's try to import the stack. So I'm going to say import stack from expo router, and here I'm going to say export default function. This is going to be your auth layout. Okay, so here I'm going to say return stack. Within this, we're going to have two pieces of screens. I mean, three. One is login, sign up, as well as OTP. So your login is going to look something like this. And I also have the screen for sign up. I'll be showing that later. So first, we're going to focus on designing the login screen. So let's try to add all of those screens. So I'm going to say stack.screen. Here, your name is going to be equals to login. Okay. Then I'm going to say options over here. It's going to be header shown false. And apart from that, I'm going to say title. So this is going to be equals to login. And apart from that, I'm going to say stack.screen. Here your name is going to be equals to sign up. Okay, and options, I'm going to say title for this screen is going to be equals to sign up. Next, apart from that, we're going to have the one for OTP. Copy that down, add it over here. This is going to say OTP. And options, I'm going to say again header shown as false. Save the file. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So we can actually come and do the changes within the main underscore layout.tsx file. So let's come back over here, and I'm gonna have a use effect, and based on a condition for now that is hard coded, we're gonna navigate, or we're gonna basically show the auth screen or your main tabs. Okay, so here I'm gonna say that is within the root layout now use effect. So here initially I'm going to say const access token is going to be equals to your false. Here check the condition stating that within the use effect, if not of access token, then I'm going to say router dot replace to be a /auth, because the user is not yet signed in. Okay, router is already directly imported from your expo router. That's good. And else over here I'm going to say router.replace to be of the tabs. Okay, so currently I think this is underlined because I think we need to include that within the main layout.tsx that is over here. So let's say below the tabs we're going to have one more for the auth. Okay, so let's try to save the file, format once. Let's try to give this a try, and this is going to be dependent upon your access token. So now if everything works out correctly, and yeah, also we need to have a main index.tsx file, and we are basically gonna return null in that. So I'm gonna say app index.tsx export default function index. I'm gonna say return null. Save. Let's try to give this a try. Open on iOS. Okay, not sure why this is being shown. I hope this is your screen, that is your auth screens. Let's verify that once. So within the auth, I'm going to create 3 screens, that is login, OTP, as well as sign up. So I'm going to say login.tsx rnfes save. Okay, and just like that, as you can see, this is login screen. We're able to see that onto the top. It's almost at the status bar. Next, I'm going to say is for your OTP.tsx. Next, your signup.tsx rnfes save. Okay, so let's get started with designing the login over here. So it says too many screens defined, root OTP is extraneous. That's a warning. Let's see what exactly that means. And over here, one more change, that is initial root name should be your login. Okay, so this part is done. So we can get started with design of the login screen. That is going to look something like this. Okay, so let's come back to the login.tsx. And here initially onto the top, I'm going to initialize my states, that is for email passwords. So I'm going to say const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state, initially empty string. Similarly, const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Okay, let's get into the safe area view over here. I'm going to say safe area view and class name flex of 1 bg black safe. As you can see, the design is looking fine. Here, first of all, let's try to use the keyboard avoiding view. Import that from React Native, and let's try to pass in the behavior prop. So behavior, make use of your platform. If the OS is going to be equals to iOS, then it's going to be padding, else it's going to be undefined. And apart from that, class name of flex of 1. Okay, within that, let's try to add in the top section which says one app for your concert plans, concert dinings, and the events. Have in a view and import it from React Native. Format once. So within this view, I'm going to have a text which is going to say one app for your concert plans, and below this we're going to have the concert dining and then the events. So text over here, I'm going to say concerts dining and your events. Okay, this part is done. So yeah, let's first of all give the design for the view. Class name px of 6, pt of 8, items of center, style is going to be some internal styling. Here I'm going to say min height of 200. Here I'm going to say class name, give it a text of white, text of Excel, font is going to be bold, empty of 4, text is going to be center. Here I'm going to say class name, text yellow of 300, font of semi bold, empty of 2, save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Okay, this part is done. I think if I reload the app for some reason, yeah, it's showing correctly itself, no issues with that. So yeah, the next step is we need to have the card which says login or sign up, that is this specific card. Let's design that. It's going to come right below the view. It's going to have a view which in turn is going to have a text which says login or sign up. Okay, And here we're gonna have one more view. This in turn is gonna have a text input. Import that from React Native. Here your value is gonna be equals to email, and on change text is gonna be equals to your set email, and placeholder is gonna say email. Basically, add in that, and placeholder text color. Here I'm gonna say hashtag 6b 6b 6b. So format and keyboard type is gonna be your email address. Class name, I'm gonna say bg hashtag 111 border, and then border gray of 800, px of 4, py of 3, text of white, mb of 4. Auto capitalize none. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, similarly let's try to have it one more time for the password field. So value is going to be equals to your password. On change text is going to be equals to set password. Placeholder is going to say password over here. Okay, and placeholder text color, the same thing, 6p 6p 6p. Keyboard type, remove that. Instead of that, we're going to say secure text entry is going to be true, and pretty much same design over here as well. Save. As you can see, that is looking nice. The next one is going to have the continue button, that is this continue. Let's try to add that below your text input itself. Pressable from React Native, having a text which is going to say continue. So pressable over here. Class name for the pressable, I'm going to say bg of white. Furthermore, rounded is going to be full. py of 3, item center, mb of 2. Here let's have the class name, text black, font of semi-bold. Save. Okay, that's looking good. Next, we're gonna have the sign in with Google design as well, and I'm gonna have that or design that's gonna come over here. I'm gonna paste the code for that. That's gonna come right below the pressable. So let's try to add it over here. So okay, so let's try to format once, save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. So now the next step is let's try to have in that design for continue with Google. Okay, so right below this view, I'm gonna have a pressable. This in turn is gonna have the image with the text which says continue with Google. Let's pass on the class name for this, bg white. Rounded is gonna be xl, py of 3, px of 4, flex of row, items of center, justify center, mb of 2. And for this I'm going to say class name, text of black, font of semi-bold. There you go, that's looking good. So I'm just going to get the link for the image that is going to be pasted right above the text over here. So I'm just going to add it over here. You can try to get this from Google itself. It's pretty simple. Image, import image from React Native, save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. So now for the outermost view that is going to contain all of these children, let's try to give the design. So here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have bg hashtag 0f 0f and then 10. Okay, then it's going to be rounded top 3 xl, then px of 5, py of 6. Here I'm going to say class name, text of white, text of 2xl, font of semi-bold, mb of 4, text of center. And there you go, just like that. It's looking nice. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we need to design the final bit which says don't have an account and then sign up. Let's come back to this point that is below your pressable. Having a view, this in turn is going to have a text which says don't have an account. And here I'm going to have pressable text and it's going to say sign up over here. Okay, so for the view over here, let's pass on the design. So class name, it's going to be flex of row, justify of center, empty of 4, pb of 2, class name, text gray of 400, mr of 2, save. Okay, that's looking fine. And for this piece of text, I'm going to say class name, text of white, font of semi bold. Okay, that's it. Let's try to initialize the router. Onto the top, I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router. Import use router from expo router, and let's try to navigate on the on press of the pressable. I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and over here I'm going to say router.push to the next screen. That's going to be equals to auth and then sign up. Save. As you can see, just like that, we are coming correctly to the sign up screen. So let's start designing this. So this design is also going to look similar to your login screen, but we're going to have 3 fields. Okay, so let's try to add that over here. So initially onto the top, again, let's try to initialize some states. So const router is going to be equals to use router. Then I'm going to say const name, comma set name is going to be equals to use state, initially empty string. Then I'm going to say const email, comma set email is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. Next, const password, comma set password is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. This part is done. Again, let's get started with designing the safe area view. Let's make use of the safe area view. Pass on the class name for this. It's gonna have, a flex of 1, bg of black. Okay, that's looking fine. So within this, again, have your keyboard avoiding view. And let's try to have in the same piece of design and add it over here. Import this from React Native, that is platform, format. So here we're gonna have 2 pieces of texts. So let's have that view. Come back to sign up, and within the keyboard avoiding view, the first thing is going to be this one. Format over here, import view and your text from React Native. So here it's going to say create your account. And here we're going to say sign up with email to continue. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So here it's going to be text gray of 400, not this color code. And it's going to have empty of 2. So this is going to have text of at least 2 XL. Yeah, that's looking good. So now let's try to have in your view, that is for the card. So this in turn is going to have 2 pieces of text input. One is for the name, email, as well as the password. Let's try to get that over here. Add it, import text input from React Native. Copy that down. Let's make the changes if at all required. The first one is going to be for name. and this is going to be set name. Okay, and placeholder is going to be full name, and placeholder text color is going to be this one, same. Okay, and let's remove this keyboard type not required, and auto capitalize is going to be words. Save. There you go, full name is there. The next one is going to be for the email. You can copy down this one itself, it's going to be the same thing. And the next one is going to be for the password. Okay, I think password is already set. That is, we have value on change text placeholder, then your placeholder text color, then secure text entry, as well as the design for this. Let's try to save the file. Come back over here. As you can see, that's looking good. So for your outermost view, let's give the design for this. Class name, this is going to be bg hashtag 0f10. It's going to be rounded top 3xl, px of 5, py of 6. As you can see, that's looking good. So now apart from that, we're going to have your design for creating an account. So pretty much similar design. That is this one. Instead of continue, we're going to say create account. So it's going to come below the text input over here. Import pressable from React Native. Here I'm going to say create account. Format. And we're also going to have these two pieces of text as well, but with a different message. We're going to say already have an account and then login. Here I'm going to say already have an account, then login. Format. So this is going to say router.back instead of router.push. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. We're coming correctly to the sign up screen, and once you press on back, we're coming back to the login screen. So this part is done. So we can try to design the OTP screen, or we can do that once when we actually implement the backend part. Even that is okay. So let's look into the implementation of your backend part. That is, we're going to initialize some services, that is the auth service, and we're going to start coding that out. Okay, so in the auth service, you're going to have a bunch of functions, that is generate numeric OTP, and then verify OTP, login email, refresh token mechanism, as well as logout, and all the other things. So let's try to implement all of these. So let's come back to your backend folder, and over here the services. Here let's try to create the auth service.js. Okay, so first of all, let's try to create the function for hashing the password. So I'm going to say const hash password is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to take in the password to be hashed. Here I'm going to say bcrypt dot hash of the password and the value, that's going to be 10. So I'm going to import bcrypt over here. So I'm going to say const bcrypt is going to be equals to require of your bcrypt.js. Okay, this part is complete. Next over here, I'm going to say const generate numeric OTP is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say const n is going to be equals to crypto dot. I think we also need to import crypto. Let's do that over here. So const crypto is going to be equals to require of crypto. Here n is going to be equals to crypto dot random ints. Random int of 0, comma a huge value. And that's going to have 6 zeros basically. Okay, and once that's done, I'm going to say return n.toString dot pat start 6 and then 0. So this would give you a 6-digit OTP to the user's email. So now let's try to write the functionality for signing up. So here I'm going to say const sign up email is going to be equals to async function. It's going to contain the data basically. Here let's try to have in two things, const email comma password, also the name. Yeah, this is missing. This is going to come from the data, and we're going to first of all check for existing user. So I'm going to say const existing user is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say Prisma. We need to initialize the Prisma onto the top. So I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client. Okay, and here I'm going to say const existing user is going to be equals to await your Prisma dot your user dot we have the find unique method, use that, and here where is going to be matching the email. I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all existing user is already there, then I'm going to say throw new error with a message which says user exists. Okay, and let's try to hash the password. That's the next thing. So I'm going to say const hashed password is going to be equals to await hash password of your password. Okay, next I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await prisma dot user dot apply the create method over here. Okay, here pass in the data to be created, that is going to contain three things: your email and your password, that's going to be your hashed password. That's the value. So once that's done, we're going to create the profile if the name is provided. Okay, so here I'm going to say if name is provided by the user, then I'm going to say await. I'm going to say Prisma dot we do have the profile, access that, we have the create method, and here pass in the data to be created. So data is going to include your user ID, that is going to be your user dot ID and your name itself. Okay, so this is going to be the profile that is going to be created in the backend part. Next step is we need to generate the OTP. So I'm going to say const OTP is going to be equals to generate numeric OTP, that would give you the 6-digit OTP. And once that is done, okay, so once OTP is generated, we're going to make use of Redis over here to store the OTP. So first of all, let's try to import Redis. So here on the top, I'm going to say const Redis is going to be equals to new, not new, require of your IO Redis. I don't think this package is installed. Let's install this into the backend folder. So I'm going to say yarn add IO Redis, enter. Okay, so once that's done, I'm going to say next const Redis is going to be equals to new Redis of your process dot env dot your Redis URL. So we'll add that URL once we're going to implement this. All right, so this part is done. So yeah, we're going to say await prisma dot profile dot create and then pass in the data. That's going to have all of these things. Next, once that's done, okay, my bad, we're at this point. So once the OTP is generated, the next step is I'm going to say await. We have Redis dot we do have your set method, set it. It's going to be OTP. I'm going to say $email comma your OTP. It's going to be X, and then we're going to pass on 300. That's a 5-minute to expire. And I'm going to say await send OTP. So we need to define this method as well to that specific mail. So I'm going to say email over here, include the OTP, and your name is going to be name. There is just like this. You can try to add that format once over here. So once that's done, we can just try to return the message which says OTP is sent. So I'm going to say return message OTP sent. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to write the functionality for verifying the OTP as well. So minimize this, and over here I'm going to say const verify OTP is going to be equals to async function containing the data. Here get in two things, that is the email as well as the OTP to verify is going to come from data. I'm going to say const your stored OTP is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await redis dot we do have the get method to get the correct detail and pass on the same key, that is going to be OTP and then $email. So this would give the stored OTP, and here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all the stored OTP is not equals to the OTP, then I'm going to say throw new error which says invalid OTP. Okay, this part is done. So here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await Prisma dot user dot we do have the find unique, and here I'm going to say where that should match your email. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all not of user, then I'm going to say throw new error which says user is not found. Okay, so once that's done, we need to have in three things, that is the access token, refresh token as well as the hash refresh token. Let's try to access that. I'm going to say const access token is going to be equals to generate access token of your user.id. Next I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to generate refresh token of your user.id. We need to define these methods. Next, your const hashed refresh is going to be equals to await, I'm going to say bcrypt dot hash your refresh token and pass on the value, it's going to be 10. Once that's done, let's try to update the user. I'm going to say await prisma dot user dot we do have the update method. So we're going to use where over here. So where should be equals to or matching the ID, that's going to be user.id. Okay, and the data to be updated, pass on that, that's going to be a refresh token, it's going to be hashed refresh. So next step is once the user is updated over here, as you can see, we're going to actually delete the key from redis and we're going to send the welcome email to the user. Okay, then we're going to return two things, that is your access token and the refresh token to the front end part. So now let's write these functionalities, that is generate access token as well as generate a refresh token. So come back to the utils, I'm going to say new file, that is gwt.js. So gwt.js, here I'm going to say const gwt is going to be equals to require of JSON web token. Here I'm going to say const generate access token is going to be taking the user ID basically in the function parameter. Here I'm going to say return gwt dot we do have the sign method and pass on the user ID. Okay, and here I'm going to say process dot env dot your gwt secret. Here I'm going to say expires in, let's say 9 hours. Okay, something like this. That's it. Let's try to write on the next function. It's going to be generate refresh token. So const generate refresh token is going to be equals to, it's going to have your user ID, and over here I'm going to say return gwt.sign method, it's going to have your user ID, and here I'm going to say process.env dot your refresh secret. So all of these details should be added within the env file before we implement the, or before we test the sign up or register functionality. Okay, pass on the refresh secret, and here I'm going to say expires in 7 days. Next is going to be your verify token. Let's write that as well. So const verify token is going to be equals to, it's going to take in two things, token as well as a secret to verify. So token secret, and over here I'm going to say return GWT dot your verify of your token comma your secret. Okay, and here I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to generate access token, generate refresh token, as well as verify token. Save the file. Let's come back to your auth service and then let's continue writing the remaining functionalities. Let's import these two functionalities, generate access token as well as generate refresh token. That is from the utils folder, just like this. Let's also write two functionalities for sending the OTP. This also needs to be written, and we also need to write the functionality for sending the welcome mail to the user, as you saw in the demo part of the video. So let's try to save the file. So these things are going to happen within a new service that is going to be the email service. Okay, so let's create a new service that's known as the email service.js, and then let's write these functionalities. So I'm going to say services, new file, email service.js. So here first of all we need to initialize the transporter, or before that let's try to import two things, that is node mailer as well as the logger. So I'm going to say const node mailer is going to be equals to require of node mailer. Here I'm going to say const transporter is going to be equals to node mailer dot transport, not transport dot create transport. This is the one. This in turn is going to take in the service as well as the auth. Okay, so I'm going to say service is going to be your Gmail, just like this, and auth is going to take in two more things within an object, that's going to be user as well as the passcode. So user is going to be my username, that is my email at gmail.com, and I'm going to add the passcode over here. So this is my passcode. So the way to get the passcode is you can head over to Chrome and you can search for, you can press on your account, press on manage. So once you come to manage account, search over here, that is for app passwords. Okay, so once you search for that, press on that, and here you can create your own app and you can try to have it. Okay, let's say iCloud keychain love. Okay, so as you can see, I've created for district on October 18th. All right, so create app name and press on create. You should be able to see a bunch of characters being shown on the screen. Copy that down and then paste it over here. Okay, that's it. And do not use mine, because by the time you use this, obviously it would be disabled. Okay, so let's try to first of all generate the email template. I'm just going to add the code for that. So this is basically a simple template, no style is given. You can try to add in your own styles. So it's going to have basically the company name, the subject, the content, and the user info, and which says thank you at the last with that specific company name. Okay, you can try to modify this, it's better because the style is basic and it is gonna only contain normal h1 and p2 tags. Okay, you can try to improvise on the styling part. So apart from that, let's try to implement the send email functionality. I'm going to say const send email is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to be having the two value, the subject comma your content comma your user info. Here I'm going to say const html is going to be equals to generate, get email template of your subject, your content, and your user info. Okay, once that's done, here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error over here. Here I'm going to say logger dot error. I'm just going to say email send failed with that specific error message, and I'm going to throw that specific error. So I'm going to say throw error within the try block. I'm going to say await transporter dot, I'm going to say send email method. So the from is going to be equals to your process dot env dot your email user Alright, next I'm going to say pass on the 2 as well as subject is going to be this one. Makes of backticks, it's going to be equals to process dot env dot your company name with that specific subject. I'm going to say dollar subject. So pass on the HTML also to be sent. That is going to be exact this one over here. Okay. So once that's done, we can try to use the logger again. I'm going to say logger dot. We do have the info method. Use that. Here I'm going to say email sent, and it's going to be 2 and then the subject. That's it. Let's try to have in your send OTP method as well. Const send OTP is going to have your async method. It's going to contain your 2, your OTP, and your user info. Here I'm going to say const content is going to be equals to makes of backticks. Here I'm going to say your OTP is make use of the strong tag, so it is in bold $OTP. It expires in 5 minutes. Okay, once that's done, I'm going to say await send email. It's going to have 2. The title is going to be OTP verification. Okay, it's going to have the content as well as the user info. That's it. So similarly, next I'm going to have the functionality for send welcome email. That's the function. So here everything's going to remain same except for the content. It's going to say welcome to district and then your account is set up. You can try to add that over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to your send OTP, send welcome email, as well as your send order confirmation. Yeah, we also have that. Let's try to add that as well, or we can add that later, not required for now. Now only focusing on the authentication part. So let's try to save the file, come back to auth service, import send OTP, as well as import send welcome email as well. Now let's try to write the next one. That's going to be the login functionality. So here I'm going to say const login is going to be equals to async of data. It's going to take in the data from the function parameter. So for logging in, we need access to 2 things: destructure that, email and the password. Here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await Prisma dot user dot find unique. Here I'm going to say where it should match the email. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if not of user or not of await, your bcrypt dot compare method of the password comma user dot password. Then here I'm going to say throw new error, which is going to say invalid credentials. Here I'm going to say again const access token is going to be equals to your generate access token of user.id. Similarly, the same thing for the refresh as well as the hashed. And again, we're going to update the user. That is, it should match the ID that's going to be user.id, and the data should be your refresh token is going to be your hashed refresh. Copy that down and add it over here. Format once. And again, we're going to return 2 things: your access token as well as the refresh token to the front end part, so that those tokens are going to be set inside of your Justin store. Okay, format. Let's write one final functionality for the auth service. It's going to be the refresh mechanism over here. So I'm going to say const refresh is going to be equals to async function. It's going to take in your refresh token. I'm going to say let decoded. I'm going to say try catch block. So try catch of error over here. I'm going to say throw new error. Just going to say invalid refresh token. Within your try block over here, I'm going to say decoded is going to be equals to verify token. Import that from the utils folder that we have just defined, and this in turn is going to take in the refresh token and the secret key. That's going to be equals to your process dot env dot your refresh underscore secret. Okay, that's it. And yeah, this part is done. So once it's done, let's try to have in the user as well as the check for the user. Okay, so here first of all check with the help of Prisma, and next check the condition stating that if at all not of user or not of await of bkept dot compare of the refresh token and the refresh dot and the user dot refreshed token, then we're going to say invalid refresh token. Okay, so once that's done, again generate the new access token and the new refresh token and the hash new refresh, and then again we're going to update the user. So it's going to be the exact same thing but with the different names format over here. Once the update is done, send it to the front end part. So I'm going to say return your access token, that is going to be equals to new access token, and your refresh token, that is going to be equals to your new refresh token. Okay, that's it. So let's also write it for logout. That's pretty simple. So I'm going to say const logout is going to be equals to async user id. So await prisma dot user dot update where, so this should match your id, that is going to be user id. Next, data to be updated is going to be equals to refresh token, mark it as null. That's it. So once this is done, we can try to export all of the required details. So module.export is going to be equals to your sign up mail, your verify OTP, your login mail, or just login. I think the name is just login if I'm not wrong. Yeah, just login. Also logout, refresh, logout, and that's it. Let's set a format once. And I hope all of them have been used. So sign up is there, verify OTP, login, refresh, and then logout. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, this part is complete. So now the next step is we need to create the controller, that is for the auth controller, and then we need to write in all of the controllers for signing up, verifying the OTP as well as logging in as well, and also one controller for refreshing the token. So let's get started with that. So here I'm going to come back to my controllers and then create a new file that is going to be your auth controller.js. So I'm going to say auth controller.js. So here first of all, let's get started with writing your sign up email control. So here I'm going to say const sign up email control is going to be equals to a async function, which in turn is going to take in the request and the result or response. And over here first of all, let's try to initialize the try catch block. So catch of error, here I'm going to say logger, import that from the config folder. So logger.error, I'm going to say sign up error with that specific error message, and here I'm going to say result.status. Okay, of let's say 400.json with your error being error.message. That's it with respect to the catch block. So for the try block, I'm going to initialize my result. I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await sign up email, import that from auth service, and over here pass in the request.body. Okay, so once that's done, over here I'm going to say logger dot, I'm going to say info, I'm going to say sign up process, not process, sign up success, sorry. And here let's pass in the email, that is going to be your request dot body dot your email. Okay, and here I'm going to say result.json of your result. That's it. So this is the controller for signing up. Let's try to write the next one, that's going to be the verify OTP control. So here I'm going to say const verify OTP control is going to be equals to a async function, which in turn is going to take in the request and the response or result. Here again try catch block, so try catch of error. Let's again try to write down these 2 points and then make the changes for the message. So here we're going to say logger.error and then OTP verify error. Okay, and result.status of 400.json with that specific error message. Within the try block, again we need to get the verify OTP from the service file. Let's do that. I'm going to say const tokens is going to be equals to await verify OTP from your auth service. This is the one. This in turn is going to take in the request.body. Okay, here I'm going to say result.json of your tokens. Okay, we're going to send the tokens to the front end part. That's it. So this is your controller for verifying OTP. Next is going to be for the login email control. Let's write that down. Here I'm going to say const login email control is going to be equals to async function, which in turn is going to take in the request and the result or response. Here again try catch block, catch of error. Here pass in these two. And over here within the try block, I'm going to say const tokens is going to be equals to await login email control. Okay, I think we need to write down the correct method. That is going to be just login. Yeah, get it from the email service. I mean, not email service, your auth service itself. This in turn is going to take in your email as the body. Okay, so I'm going to say await login. I mean, not email, it's going to take in the requested body, entire thing. And once that's done, I'm going to say your logger.info. I'm going to say success over here. Login success. And here I'm going to say email is going to be your request.body.email. Okay, so yeah, that's it. This part is done. Let's move on to the next one. That is going to be for your refresh control. So here I'm going to say const refresh control is going to be equals to again async function, having these two in the callback. Let's try to add the try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say logger.error. I'm going to pass on the message which says refresh token failed, and this is going to contain the error, that is going to be error.message, and we're going to have the body, that is going to be a request.body. Okay, so once that's done over here, I'm going to say result.status or 401.json with a error being invalid or expired refresh token. Okay, so now within your try block we need to explicitly extract and validate the refresh token. So I'm going to say get in that, destructure it. I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be coming from your request.body. Okay, and here first of all check the condition stating that if at all not of refresh token or your type of refresh token is not equals to a string, then over here I'm going to say return result.status of 400.json with the error being not this one, just the error. I'm going to say refresh token is required. Okay, so once that's done, we're going to say const tokens is going to be equals to await refresh. That's going to come from the service file. So const tokens equals to await, include that refresh from the auth service. This in turn is going to take in your refresh token. So next we're just going to return those new tokens. I'm going to say result.json. Here I'm going to pass in the access token. That is going to be your tokens.access token. As you can see, as soon as I press the dot, we were able to see those two values. So just try to access that. Again, refresh token is going to be equals to tokens.your refresh token. So that's pretty much it. So this is your complete controller for refreshing. The next one is going to be for the logout. I'm just going to add the code for that. You can take a look at it below this one. So this is going to be your logout control, so make sure you note this down. Okay, so now let's try to import, not import, export all of the required things. So for that, I'm directly going to say your module.exports is going to be equals to your sign up email control, verify OTP control, your login email control, this is the one. Next, your refresh control, your logout control, and then I think that's it. All of them have been used. Okay, let's try to save the file. Let's format once. Now the next step is we need to initialize all of the routes for all of the different functionalities, like logging in, sign up, or verify OTP. That's going to happen within our auth routes. Okay, so we need to create that file, I guess. So let's create that. We do have the concert routes. Now new file. Here I'm going to say auth routes.ts, not tsjs. Okay, so here first of all let's try to initialize the router. So I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to express dot router, and we need to import express from express. So const express is going to be equals to require of express. So we have initialized the express.router. Next one is, let's write down the post method. So router.post. So the first one is going to be for the sign up email. So I'm going to say / sign up, and then / email. This in turn is going to have in the auth limiter as well. That is a middleware to be passed, and also the validation middleware. I think we need to write that. So that's going to come from the validation middleware. I don't think I've written that. Let me verify that once again. So here within the middleware folder, we're going to create a new file that is known as a validation.js, and then we're going to implement the validation for this. So I'm going to say new file. Let's do this right now because we need this within the auth routes. So I'm going to say validation.js. Here I'm going to say const validation middleware is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the schema for each kind of validation that we're going to do, and this in turn is going to have in a request, result, next. Okay, here let's try to have the try catch block. So try catch of error, and here I'm going to say your logger dot error. This in turn is going to have your validation error with that specific error message, and here I'm going to send the result.status of, let's say, 400 .json with error being error.errors. Okay, that's it. Let's implement the try block. It is just going to be schema.parse of your request.body. Okay, and then we're just going to say next. That is, this check is complete. Then we can move on to the next functionality, that is while hitting the endpoint. So this part is done. We can try to export this. I'm going to say your module dot exports is going to be equals to your validation middleware. Save the file, come back over here, that is to the auth routes, and this in turn is going to take in your validation middleware, and to this validation middleware we need to pass in the schemas. Okay, I'm going to say email schema. We need to define that, and this is going to have in the sign up control, sign up email controller. Okay, that's the complete endpoint for this one. So let's now itself write down all of the schemas that's going to be present within the utils folder. Let's create a schemas.js file. So I'm going to come back to utils over here, and then new file. It's going to be schemas.js. Here let's start writing down all of them. First of all, let's try to import Zod. So I'm going to say const z is going to be equals to your require of Zod. Okay, and here I'm going to say const email schema, email sign up schema is going to be equals to your z.object. Okay, here I'm going to pass on email, that is going to be z.string dot your email. Okay, next one is going to be for the password. So I'm going to say password over here. So this should be z.string dot minimum of 8 characters. So apart from this, the next one is going to be for the name. So I'm going to say z dot string. So this is optional field. So I'm going to say dot optional over here. Okay, that's it. Next over here, I'm going to say const OTP verify schema is going to be equals to z dot object. Here I'm going to say email is going to be equals to your z dot string dot email. Next is going to be for the OTP. So I'm going to say OTP is going to be z dot string dot length should be 6. This part is done. The next one is going to be for your profile update schema. I'm just going to add that over here, so you can take a look at it. So this is for the profile schema. We have the name, phone number, gender, birthday, as well as the state. Next is going to be for your booking schema. That's the last one. Let's write that now itself. So const booking schema is going to be equals to your z dot object, and over here I'm going to say category ID is going to be equals to z dot string. Seats is going to be z dot number, and minimum should be 1, max can be 10. That's it. Let's try to export all of these values. I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to email signup schema, OTP verify schema, profile update schema, as well as your booking schema. Let's try to save the file. Okay. Let's try to include this email schema over here. I mean your email signup schema, that's the correct one. So yeah, this part is done. So now next let's try to write the endpoint for your verify OTP. So here similarly I'm going to say router.post method. So it's going to be / verify OTP. Okay, and this is again going to take in your auth limiter, your validation middleware of your OTP verify schema. Use that from the utils folder that we have just written, and your verify OTP control. This part is done. Similarly, let's write the next one for the logging part. So I'm going to say router dot post. This is going to be / your login / email, and over here again pass on the auth limiter and having your validation middleware of your email signup schema. Okay, and over here we're gonna have your login email controller. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. So we can also try adding your controllers for refresh as well as logout. It's pretty simple. So router.post. Here it's going to be / refresh. Pass on the refresh control. Here I'm going to say router dot post. The final one is going to be for / logout. So I'm going to say logout over here, and this in turn is going to have in your auth middleware. Okay, I don't think we've written that. So for now, let's try to just have in your logout control over here. That is this one. Let's try to save the file. Okay, and here we can try to export the router. So you can take a look at it. So module.exports is going to be equals to your router. Okay, so yeah, save the file. Now let's make the change within the main index.js of your routes, that is this file. So we need to actually import the auth routes. So here I'm going to say const auth routes is going to be equals to, I'm going to say require over here. This in turn is going to go into the v1 and then access your auth routes. So we need to use those routes over here, right? So I'm going to say router dot, I'm going to say use. It's going to be / v1, and it's going to be / auth and your auth routes. Save the file. Okay, no issues in the backend, which is good. So now this part is completion of. The next part we can focus is on to implement the state management, that is the auth store.ts file, where we can actually try to set the tokens and set the user and implement the logout, as well as set loading, all of these functionalities. And once that's done, that is once we have implemented this, once we are logging in, we can directly try to set the tokens and we can navigate the user to the main console tab. Okay, so let's get started. I think we have already installed Zustand with this one, so let's verify that. Yeah, as you can see, Zustand is installed. So we can create a store folder or a stores folder onto the root level. I'm going to say stores. This in turn is going to have the first store, that's going to be your auth store.ts file. So we also need to implement the mechanism for the refresh token also, so we can do that before implementing or testing out the login or authentication feature. So here, first of all, within the auth store, we're going to define the type of auth state we're going to use. So I'm going to say interface auth state. Here it's going to have your access token. Okay, that is going to be string or null. And here we're going to have your refresh token. That is going to be string or null as well. And next we're going to have your user. Here I'm going to have the ID of type string, email of type string, profile, that's optional for now, that's going to have a name of type string or a null value initially. Next, your is loading value, that is going to be a boolean. Apart from that, your set tokens, I'm going to say your access is going to be of type string, refresh is going to be of type string as well, and it is going to return a promise of void. Okay, that's it. The next one is going to be for the set user, so I'm going to say set user. This in turn is going to have your user of type auth state with respect to the user, and this also is going to return a void. The next one is going to be for the logout, so I'm going to say logout over here. Here it's going to return a promise of void. Final state is going to be for the set loading. It's going to have the loading state of type boolean, and it's going to return a void. Okay, so that's it. So this part is done. So here let's try to export const use auth store is going to be equals to create. So we need to import the create from Zustand. Here I'm going to say import create from Zustand. Okay, here I'm going to say create of your auth state and having the set over here. So initially all of the values are going to be null. So access token null, your refresh token as well null. Furthermore, your user is going to be null. Next, your is loading is going to be true. Set tokens is going to have a sync method with your access as well as your refresh token, so pass on these two. And here, since we're using expo, we can try to use the expo secure store. We need to first of all install that package. So I'm going to search for expo secure store, the first one, install it using expo itself, copy that down, come back over here to the main project, add it, and here I'm going to import it. I'm going to say import star as secure store from your expo secure store. Okay, I mean in the set tokens we need to set the state or set those tokens within your secure store. So for that I'm going to say await your secure store dot, we do have the set item async, which in turn is going to have in the key value pair. So I'm going to say access token is the key and the value is going to be access for this. Okay, similarly the next one is going to be for the refresh token, copy that down. I'm going to say await secure store dot set item async. This time it's going to be refresh token. Okay, and here we're going to say refresh over here. This part is done, and here I'm going to say set. Your access token is going to be equals to access. Refresh token is going to be equals to your refresh. This part is done. Next, let's write the method for setting the user. I'm going to say set user. This in turn is going to have the user object or the user data, and try to set the user over here. This part is complete. The next one is going to be for the logout. So here I'm going to say logout. Here it's going to have your async. Okay, and here we're just going to use the delete item async and pass in the key to delete that specific tokens. So you can just try to use this over here just like this. Okay, so previously we have used your set item async. So while logging out, we need to remove the tokens, that is delete that specific token. So we're going to use secure store.delete item async. Okay, so logout is done. The next one is going to be for the set loading. So I'm going to say set loading. This in turn is going to take in the loading state, and it's going to set the is loading. That is going to be for loading. Okay, that's it. So yeah, we have implemented all of the required methods, that is set tokens, set user, logout, as well as set loading. So now the next step is we are going to load the tokens on the app start, that is, let's say in your main_layout.tsx file, and for that we're going to implement a functionality over here. So based on this, we can actually check whether or not the user is logged in or logged out, or whether or not they do have the refresh token, so that they can see the concert screen. Else we can navigate them to the login screen back. Okay, so here I'm going to say export const load tokens is going to be equals to async method. Here I'm going to say use auth store dot, we do have the get state method, use that. Dot set loading is going to be true initially. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console dot error. It's going to be load tokens error with that specific error message. And over here I'm going to say finally I'm going to say use auth store dot get state, and here I'm going to say dot set loading to be of false. Okay, and over here within the try block, I'm going to first of all try to get the access. I'm going to say const access is going to be equals to await secure store dot, we do have the get item async, and pass in the key with which it was set, so access token. Next I'm going to similarly get it for the refresh. I'm going to say const refresh is going to be equals to your await your secure store.get item async of your refresh token, and here check the conditions stating that if at all your access and your refresh are present, then over here I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to your gwt decode. We need to install that package, that is gwt decode. Let's try to add that over here. So yarn add gwt decode, enter. So it got installed. So here I'm just going to say const decode is going to be equals to your gwt decode of your expiry, that's going to be of type number, and pass in the access token over there. Okay, and we're going to check if all it's expired. With the help of this, we need to import your gwt decode. So onto the top over here I'm going to say import gwt decode from gwt decode. Okay, so once after that check is done, I'm going to say if is expired. Then over here we need to call that endpoint to refresh the token, right? So I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot, we do have the post method, and use your API base. I'm going to say dollar API base, import that from constants. It's going to be /auth/ refresh, and this in turn is going to take in the refresh token. Okay, that is going to be your refresh. Okay, next here I'm going to say const access token is going to be equals to your new token, or your new access, and refresh token is going to be new refresh. Is going to be equals to your response.data. Okay, and once that's done, again set the new tokens to your store. So I'm going to say await use auth store dot, we do have the get state, and use the set tokens, and then set these two values, that is your new access and your new refresh. So these two values would be coming from your endpoint. Okay, we are returning two things from the endpoint after refreshing, that is the new access token as well as the new refresh token. Once that's done, just set it into the store. That's what you're doing over here. And yeah, this part is done. Okay, so just make sure to add the catch block. Apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. And over here, else, I'm going to say await, I mean not await, your use auth store dot your get state, dot, I'm going to say set tokens of your access as well as the refresh. So that's it, this part is done. Okay, I think I'm writing it in the wrong brackets. Let's remove that. It should come over here, I guess. Okay, so that's it. So we are done with this. So we can actually, try to implement the login functionality now. And I think I forgot to write the design for the OTP, because once when we try to sign up, automatically it should go to the OTP and then it should verify. So let's try to give that a try. So within your otp.tsx, let's start writing the code for this. So here, first of all, I'm gonna, say export default function your OTP screen. Okay, so here initially let's try to return something, and onto the top I'm going to initialize some basic things like router and the email that's going to be coming from the previous screen, that is your sign up screen. So I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, import that from your expo router basically. Then over here I'm going to say const email is going to be equals to, it's going to come from your use local search params, which means from the previous screen, that is your sign up screen, you're going to send the email of type string. Okay, so next I'm going to say const set tokens is going to be coming from your use auth store. Okay, this in turn is going to take in the state, and it's going to be equals to your state dot your set tokens. That's it. So now let's get into the return block. So we're going to have a safe area view basically. Import safe area view from your safe area context. Okay, this in turn is going to have a class name that is a flex of 1 bg black, and within this let's provide in a view. Here I'm going to have in one more view, which in turn we're going to have the pressable import view from React Native, and this pressable in turn is going to have your icons. Okay, so this is going to have a name that is going to be your arrow back. Size is going to be 22. Color is going to be this color code FFF. First of all, let's exactly see how exactly the OTP screen is looking. So come back to auth, make this screen as the first one. I mean, for now, I'm just going to say OTP. Reload the app. There you go. This is our OTP screen now. So come back to otp.tsx, and for the pressable, I'm going to say class name, some internal spacing, padding of 2, rounded is going to be full. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. And for the outermost view, again some padding, internal spacing, px of 4 and pt of 3. And apart from that, we're going to have one more view below the pressable, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say OTP verification. Import text from React Native, and this text is going to be in white color, so class name for that, text of white, text of LG, font of semi bold, and for the outermost view I'm going to say class name ml of 3, save the file. So for this, it needs to come into a row fashion. So I'm going to say class name. Let's pass it a flex of row and then items of center. Okay, that's looking good. And below this one, let's have in one more view. Here, let's try to have a text which is going to say, we have sent a verification code to. So below this, we're going to have one more piece of text that's going to contain the email. Access the email just like this. And this is going to be, so we're going to provide the design to this. So class name for this view, px of 6, and then empty of 6. For the text over here, I'm going to say class name, text of white, text of base, mb of 4, and class name for this as well. We're going to provide it a text of white, text of lg, font of semi-bold, mb of 6. Once you implemented the mechanism, automatically we should be able to see the email over here. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next one is going to be for the text inputs. So let's try to access the code for that. That is, we need to set the state for that. Const code comma set code is going to be equals to use state, initially pointing to a empty string. Const input ref is going to be equals to use ref, because we need reference to each of the input while writing the OTP. Here I'm going to say use ref, and that's going to be of type text input or null, initially null. Okay, so yeah, let's come back over here and let's try to add in the text input design that's going to come right below your text. Here I'm going to say text input. Okay, so ref is going to be equals to input ref, and your value is going to be equals to code. Furthermore, I'm going to say on change text. This in turn is going to have in the text, and over here I'm going to say const cleaned is going to be equals to your text dot replace with some regular expression, and then we're going to slice it from 0 to 6, and we're going to set the code to be of that particular OTP value. I'm just going to add it over here and import your platform from React Native format. And next we're going to show the visible boxes to have in all of the input fields, that is for the 6-digit OTP. So here I'm going to map over the digits. So we need to design or have in the states for the digits. So we need to have a helper function. So I'm going to say const digits is going to be equals to your array dot from. Here I'm going to say length is going to be 6 dot map. So I'm going to say over here for every value as well as the index, I'm going to say code of I. If it's there, then it's going to be an empty string. Right, just like this. So yeah, let's use those digits and then let's try to show up the OTP boxes. So here I'm going to say digits dot map for every D as well as the value over here. Let's try to show a touchable opacity, and within the touchable opacity, let's try to have in a text which is going to show the value. And for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have a width of 14, height of 14, rounded of LG, border gray of 500 or 600 even. Apart from that, item center and then justify of center. So for your outermost view over here, so class name, flex of row, justify of between, px of 2, mb of 6. And for this piece of text, class name, it's going to be text of white and text of 2xl. Save the file. Yeah, and also I forgot to give the style with respect to the background, so I'm going to give it some internal styling, format once, and then save. Okay, so you can take a look at it. So I've also added the active opacity, the key, as well as your on press, that is going to be input ref dot current dot focus. So let's format once. So now we're going to have the next design that's going to come right below the view, and I'm going to say text which says didn't get an OTP. Then here within this itself, I'm going to have one more piece of text which says request again in your seconds left. So we need to first of all design that state, that is for seconds left. Onto the top, first of all, I'm going to have a variable for resend seconds. I'm going to say const resend underscore seconds is going to be equal to, let's say, 30, and const seconds left comma set seconds left is going to be equals to use state of your resend seconds, and I'm going to say const can resend comma set can resend is going to be equals to use state. Initially is going to be false. Let's try to have in this use effect. I'm going to say use effect, import that from React. It's going to run on the initial render, that is as soon as we come to the OTP screen. I'm first of all going to say set can resend, or this should be D, to be of false. Then set seconds left to be of your resend seconds. Here I'm going to make use of the set interval and then decrease a second each time they come into the screen. So I'm going to say const is going to be equals to your set interval. It's going to be for every second. Pass in that is 1 second, 1000 milliseconds. I'm going to say set seconds left, take in the previous value whatever is there, and check the condition stating that if at all your s value is less than or equal to 1, then we're going to clear the interval of that specific interval. And over here I'm going to say set can resend to be of true, because once the value reaches to 0, then only we can press on the set can resend button, and I'm going to say return 0. And here we're going to decrement the pointer or the second. I'm going to say return second minus 1. Okay, that's it. This part is done. So now the next one is to focus the hidden input when the screen mounts, that is for this specific text input. Okay, so next is once automatically the code length hits 6, we need to try to auto verify. So here I'm going to say use effect, and here it's going to be dependent upon the code. Here check the condition stating that if at all your code dot length is greater than or equal to 6, I'm just going to say for now keyboard dot dismiss, not this one. Okay, that's it. So let's come back over here and then show the seconds left. Let's provide the design for this. So class name, it's going to be text gray of, let's say, 400 and MB of 3. This one I'm going to say class name again. It's going to be again text gray of 300. Let's try to format once. I think there is a small change that needs to be done over here. Just like this. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, it didn't get the OTP. Request again in 27, 26. It keeps on going to 0. Once that is there, then only we should be able to see the send SMS button. So this is just for the UI purpose. Okay, so let's have in one more view over here, that is right below the text. Here I'm going to have a view, and within that I'm going to have a pressable. Within that another text which is going to say SMS, and for your pressable this should be disabled if cannot resend. Okay, next let's provide the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name, it's going to be px of 4, py of 2, rounded is going to be xl, border, and here I'm going to say can resend. Then here it should be border gray of 600, else over here it's going to be border gray of 800. Okay, so that's it. And for the text over here, I'm going to say class name again. It's going to be optional design. So here I'm going to say dollar can resend. Then it's going to be text white. Else it's going to be text gray of 600. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. And for the view, we need to give a flex row design. So flex of row, spacex of 3 or gap of 3, MB of 6. And next we're going to have the WhatsApp design. That's going to come over here. That is right below this pressable. So you can try to access it over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's try to format once. And let's try to save the file. So next is going to be back to login button. That's going to come below the view. If all they want to go back to login, they can do that. So pressable over here. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to say back to login. Let's pass on the design for the pressable. I'm going to say class name MB of 6. This text is going to say class name. It's going to be in text gray of 300 underline text of center. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So this part is done. So now the next step is the bottom continue bar. So that's going to come right below this view. Here I'm going to have in a view, which in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which says verification. Below the text, we're going to have one more text which is going to say code. Enter code. As you can see, as soon as the time reads 0, this is going to be enabled. Okay, you can try to implement the resend as well as the WhatsApp OTP as well. So for the topmost view, I'm going to say class name, absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0 as well. BG is going to be black and border T, border gray of 800, some internal spacing padding of 4, flex of row, items of center, and justify of between. And for this piece of text class name, it's going to have a text gray of 400, text of SM, and for this one it's going to be in white color. So class name for this, text of white, text of LG, font of semi-bold. I think they should come below this. Let's try to give that a try. Yeah, that's looking good. And finally, we're going to have the pressable button, that is to have the continue over here. Okay, save. And there you go, our OTP screen is done. That's how our OTP is going to look like. So try to add this. It's going to be disabled if at all the code.length is less than 6. So once you enter all of the codes, it should come like this. As you can see, the design is looking pretty nice. Once you enter the 6th code, automatically they should become enabled. Okay, I can also try to go backspace just like this. I think the design is looking really good. This part is done. You can take a look at this as well. So we can come back to your underscore layout of the auth and then make the change to login. Reload. So now let's first of all create a new API file, that is your auth api.ts within the API folder. So I'm going to say auth api.ts. Here let's include all of the things that we're going to use, that is sign up, login, verify. These 3 things. I'm going to say export const sign up email is going to be equals to async. It's going to take in all of the data. Here it's going to have your email of string, then your password of string as well, name that's optional, string. Here let's try to initialize the response. So I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await getting your API dot, it's going to be the post method, and here it's going to be /auth/ your sign up /email, and with that specific data. Okay, and then here we're going to say return your response.data. That's it. So this is with respect to the sign up email. Similarly, let's write it for the verify OTP. I'm going to say export const verify OTP is going to be equals to async. This thing is going to take in the data, and over here I'm going to say email, that is going to be of type string. OTP also is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await api.post. So this is going to be /auth/ your verify OTP, and it's going to have in all of the data. And this is going to give in two things, that is your access token as well as your refresh token from your response.data. Okay, let's try that correctly. Okay, wrong spelling. Okay, that's the reason it's not coming. So this is done. So once that's done, we can directly try to set the state over here. So I'm going to say await your use auth store dot get state, and here I'm going to say set tokens of your access token as well as your refresh token. Okay, then here I'm going to say return response.data. This part is done. Next, let's try to write the final one, that's going to be for the login email. I'm going to say export const login email is going to be a async method, which in turn is going to take in the data. That's going to be your email of type string, password of type string. Here let's again try to initialize the response. That's going to be equals to await your api.post, and this time it's going to be /auth/ your login /email. This is going to take in the data over here, and once that's done, again we're going to get in these two things from the response.data. Again, similarly do the same thing for here as well. No more changes. That is, set the tokens and then return the response.data. Try to save the file. So now let's try to implement this within your signup.tsx. That's the first thing. Let's try to initialize our mutation because we're using the tanstack query. So come back to signup.tsx, go on to the top. Here I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to your use mutation, import that from tanstack query. And over here try to have the mutation function, that's going to be a sign up email, that is the one which we just wrote. Okay, on success what needs to happen, take in a function, and over here I'm going to say router.push so here I'm going to say path name, that's going to be /auth and then OTP. Params is going to be equals to your email. And on error what needs to happen, take in the error, and here I'm just going to log the error for now, console.error of error. And here let's try to have in the handle sign up functionality. Let's remove that semicolon, not required. So const handle sign up is going to be equals to mutation.mutate and pass in three things, that is email, password and name. Okay, that's pretty much it. You can directly try to give the on press to your sign up. Let's come back to sign up, that is to your create account button. So come back to that point where we have create account, and over here on press I'm going to say handle sign up. I'm also going to write a message over here, that is with respect to the errors, if at all there are any. That's going to come right below the view. You can try to access this. So here first of all, check if at all the mutation.is error is present, then only go ahead and then show the text. And here furthermore within the text, first of all check if at all it is an Axios error of the mutation.error, then in that case show that specific error. Okay, else just say network error. You can take a look at it, and the design for this is going to be text of 500, text enter px4 as well as empty of 4. Now let's come back to your otp.tsx, and over here again let's try to implement the mutation part for verifying OTP. So I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to your use mutation, import that. So this in turn is going to have a mutation function, that is going to be verify OTP. on success is going to be async data. Okay, so here I'm just going to say console.log data object with that specific data. And here again I'm going to say await set tokens. I think it's already imported onto the top. I'm going to have the data.access token as well as data.refresh token. And once that's done, we can try to say router.replace to the home, that is going to be to the concert screen. Router.replace to just /. And on error, you can try to just copy it down from the previous one. It's going to be the same thing. There is this one. I'm going to say const handle verify is going to be equals to mutation.mutate of your email OTP. That's going to be of the code. Save the file. So that's it. We can try to give the on press to your verify OTP button. That is to the continue, which says over here, I'm going to say on press handle verify. Save. Now let's just make one change and we can try to implement this. That is the testing part. So come back to your _layer.tsx of the main file, and here I'm just going to paste in the code. So currently over here it's hard coded, but we need to make it look dynamic based on the data from your auth store. Okay, so over here I'm just going to add in this piece of code. So make sure to import your load tokens from your use auth store, just like this, and your access token is going to be coming from your use auth store, both of them, access token as well as is loading. Okay, just like this. So this one is to load the tokens from the secure store on the app start. And here furthermore, first of all, let's try to import your view activity indicator, and the segments is going to be coming from over here. I'm going to say const segments is going to be equals to use segments from expo router. Okay, so first of all, check if none of auth token, if none of access token and not an in auth group, that is going to be based on this. Then the user is not logged in, then go to auth, that is /auth. Else if access token is present and they're in the auth group, then in that case we can say that they're logged in, then we can replace to the / tabs. Okay, and this is going to be dependent upon your access token is loading segments as well as the router. Let's try to save the file. Now even if I reload, obviously no one is logged in, it should again show me the same screen, that is this one. Okay, so let's try to give this a try. That is, let's try to register a user in our backend. So first of all, I'm going to say sign up over here. Let's try to enter the name and the email. So make sure you enter your original email because the OTP is going to go to that specific email. And password, this should be 8 characters, and then create account. And it's better to give a loading indicator. Okay, and boom, just like that, we're coming correctly to your OTP screen. Let me check up my mail. Yeah, so I did get my verification. That is your OTP. Let's try to enter that. So it is 455998. Continue. And boom, just like that, we are logged in. Okay, so yeah, there was one issue that is with respect to this, and another issue was with respect to the loading indicators, because the user would obviously be confused if at all. Nothing seems to happen. So it's better to add the loading indicator, that is to both your sign up screen as well as your login screen as well, and also once we are verifying the OTP. And I think we can skip this part because once the tokens would be set automatically, it should work properly fine. So we can try to remove that, that is in OTP. I guess this is the one. We can comment that out for now. Let's try to save the file. This part is done. So now the next step is, once when they come to this book tickets, once when they choose any of the seat or any of the category, we need to be able to navigate to the add ticket screen, where they will be adding some amount of tickets, like let's say 1 or 2, and based on that we need to calculate the price. And once they press on continue, we should be navigating them to the confirmation screen that is going to be just like this. So this is the ticket screen. Once they choose over here, they're going to come to this specific screen. Okay, so before that, first of all, let's try to implement the backend part. That is, let's try to write all of the helper functions, and let's also try to write the implementation for booking. And once that's done, we can directly try to come over here and then design the screen, and then we can implement those endpoints. These two parts are remaining, that's tickets as well as confirm. And once your tickets are booked, it's gonna come up like this. Okay, so let's get started into the backend part. So here, as I said, we're gonna write a booking service, and over there we're gonna have all of the functions that we need to utilize it in the front end part. Okay, so come back over here to your services, new file. I'm gonna say booking service .js. Okay, so here within the booking service over here, I'm gonna get the pending booking. That's the first function that we're gonna write. So it's gonna have about 4 to 5 functions. One is get pending booking, one is create booking, next we do have is confirm booking and cancel pending booking, as well as clear all of your expired bookings. So the way this works is, so let's say a user who is currently logged in is going to choose the gold option, that is the gold category, and they press on next, that is to the next ticketing category. So once they press on next, they would add that particular tickets or how many tickets they want, and once they add that, they will press on continue. So once they press on continue, we need to create a booking, in the sense those tickets are set to be hold, and we would give about 10 minutes for the user to complete their booking. As you can see in the screenshot, it says complete a booking in 10 minutes. So this is what we discussed in the demo part of the video as well. So within 10 minutes, if at all they do not complete the tickets, automatically the tickets would be released. So by default, once they press on continue, so here in this case, one ticket of fanput would be reserved, but it wouldn't be confirmed because the payment is not yet done. Once and only if the payment is confirmed, that one fanput ticket is going to be confirmed, and then only we're gonna implement the confirm booking. So yeah, that's how it works. And let's say the user is gonna come to the screen and they have 10 minutes, and once they come back to another screen, they cannot book any other category. They should always try to finish a booking, or they should always try to cancel a booking before booking for some other category. So now let's say they've chosen fanput over here, so still the timer is going on, let's say from 10 minutes to 0 seconds. In that case, if at all they come back to this screen, here we're going to show some kind of design stating that you already have an active session. Go ahead and then complete that booking. Once that's completed itself, you can try to book some other category. Okay, that's how it's going to work. So for that only, we're going to have your pending bookings, your create booking. Create booking is going to happen once when you press on continue. Confirm booking is going to happen once when you press on the pay now button. And cancel pending booking is going to happen if at all the user wants to cancel the active session and then book some new tickets that is of some different category. Okay, and clean expired bookings is all of the expired bookings we need to clean that, such that the seats are gonna be back to normal in the backend. So that's the implementation of all of these things. All of these are gonna happen within your booking service. Okay, I hope you understood that part. Let's get started with the get pending bookings. I'm gonna say const get pending bookings is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to take in the user ID, that's the person who's trying to book, and your category ID as well. Initially I'm going to say null over here. Okay, here I'm going to say const where is going to be equals to your user ID. Your concert ID should match the single concert ID, use that. And over here I'm going to say status is going to be equals to pending, and apart from that I'm going to say expires at also. So expires at, I'm going to say GT and then new date. Okay, so first of all, let's understand how exactly this get pending booking works. So first of all, we are going to find any active pending booking for the given user ID, and optionally for your specific category ID, that is for the single concert ID, and status should be pending, that is only the pending sessions should be got in, and expires at is going to be equals to, that is GT new date, which means only those that haven't expired yet, that is the active sessions. So let's add the next condition over here, that is below the where. Here I'm going to check if at all your category ID is present. Then here I'm going to say your where.category ID is going to be equals to category ID, because we can even filter based on this as well. and here I'm going to say return await. I'm going to say a Prisma, not like this. I'm going to say Prisma dot booking dot find first, and here I'm going to pass on the where, and this should include all of these details. So I'm going to say include is going to be equals to the category, and here I'm going to make it the select operator. I'm going to say ID is going to be true. Okay, then your name is going to be true, as well as your price also is going to be true. That's it. So this is how we are going to implement the get pending bookings. Okay, so here if at all the category ID is passed, as we discussed earlier, it only restricts to that specific category, and it also includes a category with your ID name as well as your price. That's it. Let's move on to the next one, that is your create booking. So here I'm going to say const create booking is going to be equals to await, not await, async method of your user ID as well as your data. So here we need access to two things, that is your seats, that is how many hour tickets, as well as your category ID. So I'm going to say const category ID comma seats is going to come from your data. So next we're going to check the pending for this specific category only. So first let's check that. So here I'm going to say const pending is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say get pending bookings of the user ID comma your category ID. Okay, so here I'm going to check if at all pending is there, then we cannot go ahead and then create the booking. We're going to say you have an active session for this category, then complete the payment or wait for the release. All right, here I'm going to say if pending, throw new error, which is going to say you have an active booking session for this category. Here I'm going to say complete payment or wait for release. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So this part is done. So next is let's try to get the queue status. That's important. So here I'm going to say const queue status. I don't think this would be actually implemented, because this is only implemented once when the demand is high for booking a specific concert. So I'm going to say const queue status is going to be equals to await get queue status of your user's ID as well as your single concert ID. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all the queue status dot high demand is true and the queue status dot status is not equals to active, then we're going to say high demand, wait for your slot, or it is expired. So for now we can actually try to comment this out. We're not going to implement it as of now. Let's format it, and if at all we are going to have the queue in the later part of the video, we can try to uncomment it. Okay, so the queue is only implemented once when the demand is high, that is each person has to wait for their turn to book the tickets. Else if at all the surge is less, automatically anyone can go ahead and then create a booking. So here I'm going to say return your Prisma dot your dollar transaction. It's going to be async method. Okay, so here what we're trying to do is we're going to run this transaction to do a DB update automatically. Okay, so this basically loads the category with your ticket category, and we're going to make sure the find unique method and it should match the ID. So furthermore, it validates the category, and your category.concert should be equals to your single concert ID, as well as the available seats should be equals or greater than to the seats. Let's try to write that down. So here I'm going to say within this, first of all, try to access the category. So I'm going to say const category is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say tx dot your ticket category dot we have the find unique method, use that. Here I'm going to say where your ID should match the category ID. Here check the condition stating that you can remove the semicolon, that if at all if at all not of category, or your category dot your concert ID, okay, is not equals to your single concert ID, or your category dot available seats is less than the seats, then over here I'm gonna say throw new error. Here I'm gonna say invalid category or not enough seats. Okay, that's it. Now the next step is let's try to access the nuv over here. That is, we need to provide a 10-minute timer to them. So I'm going to say const nuv is going to be equals to your date.nuv, and here I'm going to say const expires at is going to be equals to new date of now plus 10 multiplied by 60 into 1000. Okay, that's going to be your expires at time. Here I'm going to say const booking is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say tx dot your booking. So here we're trying to create a booking with that specific expiry date, that is for 10 minutes. Okay, here I'm going to say data. I'm going to say user ID. Your concert ID should be equals to your single concert ID. Then your category ID, your seats, status is going to be marked as pending by default until unless your payment is confirmed. So status pending, and then your expires at. So once that's done, we can try to update the available seats. That is, we are going to decrement the available seats on ticketing category and the concert via your ticket category dot update method, as well as the ticket category dot as well as the concert dot update method. Because once a booking is created, the number of seats is, let's say, 1000 for gold, it should become 999. Okay, so that's the reason we're going to try to implement that. So below the booking over here, I'm going to say await your tx dot ticket category dot use the update method over here, where so this should match your ID should be matching your category ID, and over here the data to be updated is going to be equals to available seats. I'm going to say decrement and the seats. So this should decrement the seat by 1 format over here. And once that's done, similarly we're going to update it for the concert as well. So you can take a look at it. So we're going to say tx.concert.update as well as your single concert ID, and decrements is going to be of the seats. So once that's done, I'm going to first of all check the queue status. Yeah, I think the mechanism for queue status can be implemented later, not now. And here I'm going to say logger dot info booking is created, but it is in pending state. I'm going to say booking ID is going to be equals to booking.id and your expire set. Okay, this part is done. The next one is going to be for your confirm booking. That is going to come right below this. So here I'm going to say const confirm booking is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to have your booking ID and your user ID as well. Okay, so first of all, let's try to access the booking. So I'm going to say const booking is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say Prisma dot, we do have the booking. We do have the find unique method, access that, use the where keyword, ID should be matching the booking ID. Okay, so if not of booking, or your booking dot user ID is not equals to your user ID, or final condition, your new date is greater than your booking dot expires at, Then in this case, I'm going to say throw new error, which is going to say invalid or expired. Okay, this part is done. Next over here, I'm going to say await your Prisma dot your booking dot update. Here where is going to match your ID, that's going to be booking ID, and data is going to be equals to status, it is going to be equals to confirmed, because this is for confirmed booking. Okay, so this part is done. So once that's done, we're going to say await Prisma.user, we're going to update that as well. So here I'm going to say await or const user is going to be equals to await Prisma dot, we do have the user dot, we do have the find unique method, use that, access to where, this should match your user ID. Okay, then include over here, your profile should be true. Yeah, so once that's done, we're gonna get the console information as well. So I'm gonna say const console is gonna be equals to await Prisma dot, we do have the user dot your find unique. Okay, so here where I'm gonna say ID should be matching your booking dot concert ID. Okay, so this would give you your concert details. Once that's done, we are gonna send the order confirmation to your user's mail with your seats, your name, as well as the concert name. So you can take a look at it and you can try to import this send confirmation. So the send order confirmation should be coming from your email service, I guess. Let's format once. Let's check out the email service. Okay, I think something is missing over here. Let's try to add that over here. That is send order confirmation. You can take a look at it. Okay, so here I'm going to say send order confirmation, save, and let's come back to your booking service. Now let's try to import it. This part is done, so you can try to give a message saying that your booking is confirmed. That's going to happen over here. I'm going to say logger dot info booking confirmed with that specific booking ID. Okay, this is done. So now let's move on to the next one. That's going to be cancel a pending booking. So I'm going to say const cancel pending booking is going to be equals to async function containing your user ID as well as your category ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say const pending is going to be equals to await, again get pending bookings with respect to your user ID as well as the category ID. So this method is already defined, just try to use that and then just try to check the conditions stating that if at all not of pending, then throw the new error. Once that's done, again try to make it to the transaction that updates the DB. So I'm going to say const prisma $$ transaction. It's going to be an async function. It's going to have the transaction over here, and over here first things first, if we need to restore the seats because the booking is getting cancelled, right? So I'm going to say await tx dot your ticketing category dot update method. So update where it should match the ID, and that ID should be equals to your category ID. Okay, and data over here that is to be updated available seats, it should just be increment over here, increment by 1. That is going to be pending dot seats. Okay, similarly we need to do that for the concert as well. Okay, I'm going to say await tx dot your concert dot your update method. Here again where this should match your ID, it should be single concert ID because this is the concert that we are updating. Data should be equals to again available seats, make sure the increment keyword, it should be again pending dot seats. Okay, this part is done. So next we need to mark as cancelled or delete that specific booking. So for that I'm going to say await tx dot booking dot update method. Here I'm going to say again access where ID, it should be equals to pending dot ID, and data is going to be status. We're going to say cancelled by the user. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. Once that's done over here, I'm going to say again logger.info. I'm going to say pending booking cancelled. And here I'm going to say booking ID is going to be equals to your pending.id. This part is done, and we can just try to return a message saying that it is cancelled. I'm going to say return message cancelled. Okay, safe. So the next one is going to be for your clean expired bookings. Okay, that is whatever expired bookings are there, we need to clean that up. Let's try to write that over here. I'm going to say const clean expired bookings is going to be equals to async function over here. Let's try to access the start time over here. That's the first step. Const start time is going to be equals to your date.nuv. Alright, and here I'm going to say await Prisma dot, we do have the dollar transaction. It's going to be the async method. Again, it's going to take in that transaction value. Here, first of all, try to find all of the expired bookings and then let's try to clean it up. I'm going to say const x or const expired is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say tx dot go into the booking. Make use of the find many method and get all of the documents which have expired, which have pending as their status. Okay, make use of the where the status should be matching pending and your expires at should be lt and the new date. Okay, and it should include I'm going to say category true, also the concert as well true. So once that's done, we're going to make sure the for loop and try to delete or clean the expired bookings. I'm going to say for const b of expired. The first thing we're going to do is update the ticketing category. I'm going to say await tx dot your ticket category dot your update method. Here I'm going to say where your id should be your b dot category id and your data to be updated is going to be available seats. Again, increment over here, it's going to be b dot seats. Okay, next let's try to update the concert and finally the booking as well. I'm going to say await tx dot your concert dot update. I'm going to say where your id should be your b dot concert id and data to be updated is going to be equals to your available seats. Again, increment it. Now next, the final one is for your booking update. Let's do that. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this part is done. Once that's done, we can try to give the message saying that everything is cleared. I'm going to say logger dot your info. I'm going to say clean expired bookings. Here count is going to be equals to your expired dot length. And your duration is going to be date.nuv minus your start time. And we can try to pass in a timeout as well as a maximum wait time over here. Okay, so format once and then let's try to save. So yeah, this part is done. So we can try to implement the remaining two things in the next part. That is going to be get confirmed booking, that is going to be used to design this one, and get all of the user related bookings, that is the bookings the current user is done. Okay, so here let's try to export it. I'm going to say model.exports is going to be equals to your create booking, confirm booking, then get pending bookings, clean expired bookings and your cancel pending bookings. Let's try to save the file. This part is done. So now the next step is to having all of the methods within your booking controller.js file. Let's go and do that. So over here within your controllers, I'm going to say new controller. This is going to be booking controller.js. Okay, so over here let's try to write down all of the controllers, starting off from your create booking controller. So let's come down over here and I'm going to say const create booking controller, or control is going to be equals to a async function. This in turn is going to have your request and the result over here. Let's first of all try to access the try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say your logger dot error. Okay, so this is going to say create booking error, and your error is going to be equals to your error dot stack or your error dot message or error itself. Okay, and here I'm going to say const status is going to be equals to, if at all, the error dot name is equals to a validation error, or your error dot name is going to be equals to your Prisma client validation error. So let's write that down. Then in this case it's going to be 400, else it's going to be 500. That is with respect to the status codes. So here I'm going to say result dot status of your status based on that issue dot JSON, with the error being error dot message. Okay, or I'm going to say internal server error. This part is done. So now let's get into the try block. It's pretty simple. So let's try to access the booking. So I'm going to say const booking is going to be equals to create booking, import that from your services, and this in turn is going to take in two things to book, that is your request.body as well as that specific user ID. So I'm going to say request.user dot your user ID. This is going to have your request.body. Okay, that's it, and I'm just going to say result.json of your booking. Okay, this part is done. Now let's move on to the next one, that is confirm booking control. So here I'm going to say const confirm booking control is going to be equals to async function with your request and the result over here. Let's again similarly try to access the try catch block. So catch of error, again I'm going to try to add this and then modify the changes. Format once. Here I'm going to say confirm booking error, and this details is going to remain as is with respect to these two pieces of code. So now within your try block, again try to access the result. So I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to confirm booking, again import that from the services file just like this, and over here it's going to be equals to request.params dot id comma your request dot user dot your user id. Okay, that's it. Here I'm going to say result.json of your result. So this part is done. It's pretty simple. Confirm booking control is over. Next, let's try to write the code for get pending booking controls. Okay, here I'm going to say const get pending booking control is going to be equals to async method. This in turn is going to have request and the result over here. Let's try to have the try catch block. So try and catch of error. Okay, so here I'm going to say logger dot error. I'm going to say get pending error over here. and let's try to add the message. This is going to be your error.message, and apart from that, name, that is going to be your error.name. Stack is going to be your error.stack. Okay, your category ID is going to be equals to your request dot your query dot category ID. Apart from that, let's again try to access the status, and then we're gonna send it as the result.status of that specific status. So I'm just gonna add that over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, this part is done. So let's come back to your try block. So here, first of all, we need access to the category ID to get the pending booking control. So I'm gonna say category ID, that's gonna be coming from the request.query. Okay, here check the condition stating that if at all not of your category ID, then here I'm going to say return result.status of 400 .json with a error being category ID required. Okay, this part is done. So here I'm just going to say category ID is going to be equals to convert it into string and of your category ID dot trim. Okay, next I'm going to say const pending is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say get pending booking. This is going to come from a services file, and this is going to have your request dot user dot your user ID comma your category ID. Okay, and here I'm going to say result dot json of your pending, or it's going to be null. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is going to be your cancel pending booking control. I'm going to say const cancel pending booking control is going to be equals to async function. Again, similarly, it's going to have an request as well as the result. Here let's try to have the try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Here again, similarly, we're going to have this message with the logger. Okay, so here I'm going to say cancel pending error, and the message is going to remain as is for now, no more changes, and this also is going to remain as is with respect to the catch block. Alright, let's add it over here. Format once. That's it with respect to the catch block. Within the try block, again we need access to the same thing, the category ID. So I'm going to say const category ID is going to be equals to your request dot query, and again if not category ID, then say result dot status of 400, and then category ID is required. Okay, once that's done, again let's try to access the category ID and convert it into string format. Next, after this is done, I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await. Call that function cancel pending booking from your services file, just like this, and it's going to be request dot user dot your user ID and your category ID. Okay, and I'm just going to say result.json of your result. Alright, so that's pretty much it. So this part is done. So next two are with respect to the get confirmed booking. That is going to be done once we are done with the booking part. So yeah, this part is done. Let's try to export all of the required things. That is whatever we have written. So model.exports is going to be equals to your create booking control, confirm booking control. Then we're going to have get pending booking control as well as your cancel booking control or cancel pending booking control. Okay, I hope all of them have been used. Yeah, let's try to save the file. This part is done. Now the next step is to include all of this within our routes file. So let's create a new route that is going to be your booking routes.js. So that's going to happen over here. That is your inside your v1. I'm going to say new route or new file booking routes.js. Okay, within this we're going to have all of the routes that we're going to use, and we also need to write the functionality for your auth middleware. I don't think that's written. Yeah, let's continue writing this first. I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to your express.router, And over here, let's try to import express from express. I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now first of all, let's try to write the endpoint for confirming it. I'm going to say router.patch. This is going to be / your dynamic ID / your confirm. This in turn is going to take in your auth middleware. So first of all, yeah, let's go ahead and then write that middleware, that is your auth middleware. So I'm going to create a new file that is known as your auth.js. So I'm going to say auth.js. Okay, so here let's try to write down that function. I'm going to say const auth middleware is going to be equals to, it's going to have the request, result, and the next over here. So first step is to get the auth header. So I'm going to say const auth header is going to be equals to your request dot headers dot your authorization. And over here I'm going to check the condition stating that if not of your auth header or not of your auth header dot starts with your bearer, because that is going to be the format, that is bearer and then the token. And then in this case I'm going to say logger.one, no token is provided. Okay, then I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a error being unauthorized. Okay, so this part is done. So here I'm going to say access the token first. So const token is going to be equals to the auth header dot split, make sure the split method, and you're going to split based on the space and then access the second one, that's going to be the token. So here I'm going to say try catch block. So catch of error, here I'm going to say a logger dot error invalid token, that's going to be the message with that specific error message. Okay, here I'm going to say result dot status of 401 dot json with the error being invalid token. Okay, so within the try block I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to your verified token, import that from the utils folder, and this in turn is going to take in the token as well as the process dot env dot your gwt secret to decode it or to verify it. This part is done, and I'm going to say request dot user is going to be equals to decoded. That's it. Then we can directly call the next. So this middleware is completed. Okay, so we can try to export this over here. I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to your auth middleware. Save, come back to your booking routes over here, and let's try to use the auth middleware over here. So this is going to be required over here, auth middleware, and here it's going to be your confirm booking control. Import that from the controllers file. This is done. Next is going to be for the get confirmed booking or get pending booking control. So I'm going to say router, it's going to be the get method, so it's going to be / pending, and here again it's going to have auth middleware, it's going to be get pending booking control, import that. Next is going to be for the cancel, I'm going to say router, again it's going to be the get method, your delete, it's going to be / pending again, auth middleware, this also is going to take in, and I'm going to say cancel pending booking control. And next is going to be for the create booking, so here I'm going to say router.post, this is just going to be / for creating the booking. Okay, and this also is going to have auth middleware as well as the auth limiter as well, and validation middleware of your booking schema, import that, and it's going to have the create booking control. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once. So as of now we have 4. So once when we are done with the booking, we are going to add 2 more, that is get confirmed booking as well as get the user booking. So let's try to save the file, and we can try to export this over here. That is going to be module.exports is going to be equals to your router. Save the file. This part is done. So yeah, we can come back to your index.js of your routes folder, that is this point, and here first of all let's try to get the booking routes. So I'm going to say const booking routes is going to be equals to require v1 and booking routes. All right, and here I'm going to say router.use, it's going to be /v1 / your booking. Okay, here let's try to have in the booking route. So let's try to save the file. So this part is done. So now we can get started with designing the ticket screen. That is going to look something like this as we saw earlier. So let's get started with this one. So first of all, let's try to create that new screen, which is going to be tickets.tsx. So I'm going to say come back to your book tab, new file, tickets.tsx, and over here let's try to design this up. So I'm going to say initially export default function. I'm going to say ticket screen is like this. Okay, and here let's try to access the router first. So const router is going to be equals to use router, and let's first of all come back to your save this file and come back to your main index.tsx, that is this screen, and let's try to initialize the on press. That is once when we press on any category we need to navigate to the ticket screen. So where we are mapping over it, this is the one. I think for this pressable we need to provide the on press. So take in the on press, take in a function, and over here we're going to say router.push to the path name. It's going to be / book and then tickets. This is the one. Pass on the params to be passed. That is going to be a category ID. So I'm going to say category ID is going to be equals to your cat.id. Okay, just like this. Let's try to format once, and let's try to give this a try. Let's say I want to go to gold, and boom, just like that we're coming to the ticket screen, that is with respect to the gold ticket. Okay, so come back to tickets.tsx, and let's try to access that particular category ID. So I'm going to say const category ID is going to be equals to, let's try to restructure it, not like this. Equals to use local search params of your category ID of string. Okay, this part is done. Let's actually try to get into the return block. So I'm going to say return over here. We're going to make use of safe area view again. So import that from context, and class name is going to be equals to flex of 1 bg black. Safe. As you can see, that's looking good. So apart from that, here we're going to start styling out the header part, having a view. Within that we're going to have one more view. Within that another pressable. Import that from React Native. There's going to have your iron icons, which is going to have arrow back. I'm going to say name is going to be equals to arrow back, and your size is going to be 22. Color is going to be FFF. Okay, for the pressable I'm going to say initially on press, taking a function, and it's going to be router.push, router.back, not push. Let's provide some basic design. Class name, padding of 2, rounded of full. Save. Okay, and for the view let's provide the design. So class name over here, px of 4, and then pt of 3, pb of 2, and for this inner view I'm going to say class name flex of row, items of center. So apart from the pressable, we're going to have your view over here, that is going to say your concert details. So having a text, this in turn is going to have your concert.name. So since we only have one concert, we can directly try to make use of the query and then get the concert details, just like this. Try to access the use query from tanstack query as well as your get concert from your API. That's the booking API or the concert API.ts file. Let's try to save. Let's try to import this text. Save. Let's come back to book tickets, gold. As you can see, we're able to see the concert details being shown onto the screen. Okay, so this part is done. So for some reason it's showing in white color. Let's look into that. Is it probably because of the icon? Let's say black. Okay, not sure why it is showing in white. Remove this once. Okay, still it's in white. Okay, so you can take a look at it. So let's try to format once and make sure to import your view as well as text from React Native and not from the components. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is, after the pressable over here, we're gonna have a view. Within that, we're gonna have a text that's gonna show the console.name. So I'm gonna say console.name, save the file, import text from React Native. So for this, it's gonna be in white color. So class name, I'm gonna say text of white, text of LG, font of semi bold, and for this specific view, I'm gonna say class name, ML of 3, flex of 1. As you can see, that's looking good. And below this, we're gonna have the formatted date as well as the formatted time as well. So you can try to use this from the previous screen, that is how to get the formatted time as well as the formatted date. It's basically the same code itself, no changes. So copy that down, and below the text, we're gonna have one more piece of text. Here I'm gonna say a formatted date, or I'm gonna say a formatted time. I'm gonna say onwards, or here I'm gonna say your concert.venue. Save. Okay, that is being shown onto the screen. Class name, I'm gonna say text gray of 400, text of SM, empty of 1, and boom, just like that. That's looking pretty neat. This part is done. So now the next step is, let's try to initialize the scroll view and then design the choose tickets screen. So that's gonna come, I think, below this one. So scroll view, import that from React Native. This in turn is gonna have your text. Here I'm gonna say choose tickets. Let's pass on the design for this. Class name, it's gonna have text of white color, text of XL, and your font is gonna be bold and MB of 5. And for the scroll view itself, give it a class name of flex of 1, px of 4. Okay, and I'm also gonna give content container style, that is gonna be equals to padding bottom of, let's say, 140. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. Okay, so below this, let's try to have the title. Yeah, so before we get this particular title, that is fan pit, we need to first of all organize the category data. So below this, I'm going to say over here, const category data is going to be equals to access the concert, go into the categories over here and apply the find method. So for every category, that's going to have your ID of type string. Here I'm going to say a cat.id should be equals to the category ID that's coming from the params, that is this one. Okay, so here I'm going to check the condition stating that if not of category data, here I'm going to say return a safe area view. Within that, a text, I'm going to say category is not found, and below the text I'm going to have a pressable with a message which says go back. So for the safe area view, again, class name flex of 1, bg black, justify center, items of center as well, and for this specific text class name, it's going to be text of white, and for pressable I'm going to say on press, it's going to be router dot back. Okay, and for this specific text I'm going to say class name text is going to be of white. Save the file. Okay, so since we do have the category data, it is not going to show this design up. Okay, so from here let's try to access the title as well as the price. I'm going to say const name, that is title comma price, is going to be coming from your category data. Let's scroll down over here and then show that specific value, that is going to be the title. So below the text we're going to have two views. Within this we're going to have a text which is going to say title dot to uppercase, and let's pass on the design for this. So class name text of white, font of semi bold, text of base. As you can see, it is showing correctly, that is gold. So for the outermost one, let's pass on the card design. So it's going to have a BG of this color code, hashtag 111. It's going to have a border gray of 800. Rounded is going to be 2XL, PX of 4, PY of 5, MB of 4. And for this specific view, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have actually a flex of row, item center, and justify between, and MB of 2 as well. Save the file. As you can see, the card design is coming. That's looking good. So this part is done. So I think now the next step is better to design the store. That is, we're going to implement the new store for adding the tickets, and based on that only we can design all of these things and all of the messages as well. So let's get started with that, and then we can come back and continue this specific screen design. So let's come back to the stores folder and then create a new store. That is going to be your booking store.ts. Okay, so I'm going to say store, new file, booking store.tsx or ts. Here first of all I'm going to import your create from justend, and let's try to define the interface ticket. That's the first step. Here I'm going to say it's going to have section ID, that is going to be of string, name of string, then we're going to have price of number, furthermore quantity of number as well. Okay, here I'm going to say interface booking state, that is going to be the next one. Here we're going to have n number of tickets, that is going to be of ticket, so ticket of array. Then add ticket to the cart. I'm going to say add ticket. This in turn is going to take in your section ID of string, name of string as well. This should be a comma actually. Then price of string, price of number, quantity is going to be number as well, and this is going to return a void. Okay, next is going to be remove ticket. So this again is going to have your section ID, that is going to be of string, and it's going to return a void. Next, update quantity for the ticket. So I'm going to say update quantity. It's going to have your section ID of type string and quantity of number, and this again is going to return a void. I'm going to say next is going to be get total. Okay, this is going to return a number, and your clean cart or clear cart, it's going to take in a function and then it's going to return a void. That's it. Let's try to define the use booking store over here. I'm going to say export const use booking store is going to be equals to create of your type booking state. This in turn is going to have the set get value and initially your tickets are gonna be empty array. Add in that just like this. And for add ticket, let's try to write down the functionality. This in turn is gonna have your section ID, comma name, comma your price, comma quantity is gonna be 1 over here. Here I'm gonna say set the state. Alright, here I'm gonna say tickets, include whatever is there within the state, dot tickets, dot filter. For every value, your t dot section ID should not be equals to the section ID. So this is for no duplicates, okay? And over here, I'm gonna say include your section ID, comma your name, your price, and your quantity. Okay, I think this should be within a bracket, square brackets, not the parenthesis. Okay, so apart from this, the next is gonna be for the remove tickets. So I'm gonna say remove tickets. This in turn is gonna have your section ID, and here I'm gonna say set access the state over here as we have done previously. Here your tickets is gonna be equals to state dot tickets dot apply the filter method and then filter out that specific ticket based on the section ID. So I'm gonna say t dot section ID should not be equals to your section ID. Next is gonna be for your update quantity. This is gonna have your section ID as well as your quantity to be updated. Again, let's try to set the state over here, access the state, and over here let's try to access the tickets and then let's try to update it. That is just like this. Okay, so once that's done, we have two more methods. That's going to be a get total. Here it's going to be the get method. Try to access this, and I'm going to say a get dot your tickets dot apply the reduce method over here for every sum and your index. Over here I'm going to say sum plus your t dot price multiplied by the quantity of tickets that is chosen. So t dot quantity. Initial value is going to be 0 because that's the reduce method. Next is going to say clear cart. Okay, here I'm going to say set the tickets to of empty because it is going to be clear. Square brackets again. So if you can take a look at it, let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. So this is the entire code for your bookings.ts. You can take a look at it from the starting point over here. Okay, that's pretty much it. We can come back to your tickets.tsx screen and then onto the top. First of all, let's try to have in all of the details. So let's come back to this point, and over here I'm going to say const tickets is going to be equals to use booking store, import that. For every value I'm going to say s dot tickets. Next we are going to have it for the add ticket, so const add ticket is going to be equals to use booking store for every value s dot add ticket. Next one, remove ticket, so const remove ticket is going to be equals to use booking store and it's going to be s dot remove ticket. Next I'm going to say const update quantity is going to be equals to use booking store having a value, and here I'm going to say s dot update quantity. Next is for the get total. I'm going to say get total is going to be equals to again use booking store access a value, and it's going to be equals to s dot get total. The final one is going to be for the clear cart, so const clear cart it's going to be equals to use booking store and it's going to be s dot your clear cart. That's it. Let's come back to that point, and over here below the price or below the title Okay, I think we need to show the price over here, as you can see. So yeah, let's come back over here. We need to do some more modifications right below this one. Let's try to access it above itself onto the top. Okay, so let's say below this, I'm going to say const my ticket is going to be equals to your tickets dot apply the find method for every value. So I'm going to say t dot section id should be equals to your category id. So this would give you your ticket, and here let's try to access the quantity. So const quantity is going to be equals to my ticket dot quantity, else it is going to be 0. Okay, let's try to say const total tickets is going to be equals to your tickets dot apply the reduce method. So for every accumulator and the current value, I'm going to say accumulator plus t dot quantity, and initial value is going to be equals to 0. Now let's try to calculate the total price with the help of the get total method. So I'm going to say const total price is going to be equals to get total. So let's come down over here. Below the text, I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your quantity is equals to 0, question mark, we're going to have a design, else you're going to have some different design. So here, having a pressable, this in turn is going to have a text, and here also we're going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have the design, that is your plus, minus, and the remove button or the add button. So text, one more text over here, that is for the quantity, and one more text that is for your plus button. Okay, this is going to say minus, this is going to say your quantity, this is going to say your plus. And for the initial condition over here, we are first of all going to have a variable that's going to be hard coded. I'm going to say const is active session is going to be false. Okay, not like this. Yeah, here check the condition stating that if at all your is active session is there, then it's going to be session active instead of add ticket. Else over here it is going to be add a ticket. Okay, and for your pressable, let's first of all try to give the design. I'm going to say class name over here. Make use of backticks. It's going to have a width of 28, py of 2, and a slide border as well. Rounded is going to be LG. Item center, justify center. Next is the conditional based styling. If is active session, then it's going to be your border red of 500 and BG red of 100. Else over here it is going to have a border gray of 300, and it's going to have a BG gray of 100. I mean not 100, 800. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, since active session is false, automatically it should go into the else condition. So similarly, I'm going to add the styling for this as well. Format once, you can take a look at it. Again, it's a conditional based styling. And boom, just like that, it's looking pretty good. And for this one, that is the inner view. Class name, I'm going to say width of 28. So this design is going to come once when we add a ticket to the cart. Py of 2, rounded is going to be LG. BG of white. Flex of row. Items of center. Justify of between. px of 3. Okay, and this piece of text is going to have a class name. I'm going to say text of LG and a font of bold. Here I'm going to say dollar is active session, question mark, it's going to be text gray of 400, else over here it's gonna be text of black. Okay, let's try to save the file. Yeah, so we cannot see the design now. Once when we add the ticket, then only it's going to be shown. So minus is done. So for the quantity, let's try to add the code. Class name, it's going to have a text of black and a font of semi bold, and it's going to have a text of base. Okay, I think I messed up one more part. So for each of the part, that is for each of the minus button or the plus button, we're going to have a pressable as well, and within that we're going to have the text part being shown. So add it over here. Format once, same thing over here as well. Format, and for each of the pressables it's going to have this piece of styling. Okay, you can take a look at it. Format once, this part is done. And for your plus button, yeah, we forgot to give the styling. It's going to have essentially the same styling as this one. Just try to add it over here. Okay, save. This is done. So for the next one is going to be for this one, that is 8,500 each. The price being shown below this, I'm going to say text. It's going to be a price dot to local string. I'm going to say each. Pass on the class name for this. Okay, here I'm going to say text gray of 300, text of base, MB of 3. As you can see, this is 3,000 each. You can try to add it just like this with the rupee symbol as well. Format, save. Okay, so next we're going to have all of these text being shown. I'm just going to add the text for that. So this is just some information related to that specific ticket. That's going to come right below the text over here. So make sure to have in a view, and within that we're going to add all of these details. Save the file. Okay, you can give an empty of one if you want for the second and the third one. Even this one as well, empty one. Okay, this is looking pretty good. So now the next one is going to be for the order summary. That's going to come right below the view. So having a view, within that we're going to have a text which is going to having the name which says order summary. Below the text we're going to have one more piece of text. Here it's going to have your total tickets and tickets. Here check the condition stating that, so this should be singular, and here based on the number of tickets we're going to make it plural. Total tickets is not equals to 1. Then over here it's going to be S, else it's going to be empty. Okay, then over here option 8, your total price dot, it's going to be to local string. Save. Okay, so for the outermost view, I think this needs to come below the view because this is a different card actually. So here let's pass on the design for this. So class name, BG of this color code, hashtag 111, and then we're gonna have your border and border gray of 800, rounded is gonna be 2XL, PX of 4, PY of 4, and we're gonna have MB of 4. And for here class name, I'm gonna say text of white, font of semi bold, MB of 2, and for this piece of text, class name, text gray of 400, text of SM. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. Currently 0 tickets and the price is 0. Once when you add a ticket, it's going to become 3,000. I'm just going to add it with the rupee symbol, but the code is going to remain as is. Format. Okay, let's actually design the bottom bar. That's going to come over here. This is going to have all of your continue button as well as the total detail added, or the total price added. So view, within that one more view, This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show your total tickets, same design or the same value, add it over here. Save. And below that again it's going to have your total price dot to local string within a new text. Save. And for the outermost design, let's try to give the design for this. It's going to have your absolute positioning. Okay, then it's going to be bottom of 0, left of 0, right of 0 as well. BG is going to be black, border T, border gray of 800, P of 4, flex of row items of center, and justify of between. Okay, let's try to save the file. As you can see, we're able to see some line onto the bottommost part. That's looking good. And let's pass on the style for this one. So class name, this in turn is going to have, text gray of, let's say 400, text of SM. And for this one, class name, okay, sorry, I'm writing it in the wrong way. So for this one, it's gonna have, text of white, text of LG, and a font of semi-bold. As you can see, that is being shown correctly, fine. And next, you're gonna have your handle continue button. That's gonna come right below your view. So pressable for this, having a text. So there is going to be a lot of conditions. So for now, we're just going to say continue. Pass on the class name for this. It's going to have, px of 3, py of 3, rounded is going to be full, and bg white for now. There you go. That's looking good. So class name. So this in turn is going to have font of semi-bold for now. Okay, that's it. So once when we implement the add ticket part, and once when we implement the active session as well, we can write all of the other conditions that are going to come up over here. Okay, so that's pretty much it. This part is done. Let's try to implement the add ticketing part. So for the pressable over here, let's try to give the on press over here. I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to handle add. Let's go on to the top, and over here I'm going to say const handle add is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Your first things first, we're going to check if at all the user has any active sessions. So I'm going to say if is active session, then directly try to return because we cannot add a new ticket. And if not of my ticket, I'm going to say add ticket of your category ID as string, comma your title, your price, and the quantity, that's going to be 1. Else I'm going to say update quantity of your category ID as again string, comma my ticket dot quantity plus 1. Okay, so this is for handle add. Let's try to save the file and let's try to press on add ticket, and boom, just like that, this ticket got added and we are able to see minus button, 1 quantity is added, and even over here it got changed. That is 1 ticket. The price is 3000 for the ticket. Order summary also got changed. Okay, similarly, let's write down the functions for handle remove and handle continue. So I'm going to say handle remove is going to be equals to a normal arrow function again. Here again, check the condition stating that if at all is active session is present for the user, return. We cannot implement this. If not of my ticket also, directly try to return. Then let's try to access the new quantity. So new qty is going to be equals to your my quantity, your my ticket dot quantity minus 1, and check the condition stating that if at all your new quantity is less than or equal to 0, then remove that ticket. Okay, this needs the category ID as string. That's it. Else I'm going to say update quantity. It's going to be the same thing as this one. Instead of plus, we're going to say minus. Okay, or you can directly pass in the new quantity as well, because we are already doing the minus operation over there. I'm going to say category id as string, comma, your new qty. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So scroll down over here to the plus button. It's going to be handle add again on press, and to the minus button it's going to be handle remove. Let's try to format over here, and then let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this a try. Minus, it should come back to add ticket, and once you press on plus, the ticket price also should increase, as well as over here also it should increase. Okay, that's it. So now similarly, let's write the next function that's going to be for your handle continue. That's not yet written. So that is going to be, implemented on the continue button. So let's go on to the top, and then let's try to implement that function. So before that, first of all, let's try to access the active session. Let's make it dynamic. Currently it is hard coded as false. So on to the top, that is where we are getting the concert data. Over here, I'm also going to get your pending booking. So I'm going to say const data, that is going to be of pending booking, comma, your is loading. I'm going to take it in this format, that is pending loading is going to be equals to your use query. This in turn is going to take in your query key, that is going to be your pending booking. Okay, and over here we're going to pass in your category id. All right, then over here I'm going to say query function is going to be equals to your get pending booking. Okay, let me just verify that once within your concert API. Okay, my bad, I think we have not even written the API. So let's do that. First of all, over here let's create a new file that is going to be your booking api.ts. Okay, so here let's write all of the functions that we're going to use. Export const create booking is going to be equals to async method. This in turn is going to have the data for creating that specific booking. This in turn is going to have in your category id, that is going to be of type string, and your seats of type number. So here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say api.post method, import API from that specific file. It's going to be just / booking, and this in turn is going to take in the data. Okay, here we're just going to say return response.data. This part is done. So next I'm going to say export const confirm booking is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to have in your booking ID of type string. Okay, here let's try to access the response. So const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say api.patch method. So it's going to be / make use of backticks your booking $ your booking ID, and it's going to be / confirm. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say return response.data. That's it. Next, let's try to write down two more things, that is for get pending booking as well as cancel pending booking. So here I'm going to say export const get pending booking is going to be equals to async function. It's going to take in your category ID of type string over here. Okay, so here if not of category ID, throw new error, that is going to be category ID is required. Okay, else if at all we do have all of the required details, then try to initialize your response. So const response is going to be equals to await API dot, it's going to be your get method. So make use of your backticks, it's going to be / booking, and / your pending question mark category ID is going to be equals to your $category ID. Okay, so that's it. So this is already in string format, and here I'm going to say return your response.data. This part is done. Next I'm going to say export const cancel pending booking is going to be equals to a async function, which in turn is going to have in your category ID. This is going to have a type of string. Here again, let's try to initialize your response. That's going to be equals to await your API dot. It's going to be your delete method this time. Okay, here I'm going to say booking / your pending, again question mark category ID is going to be equals to $category ID. That's it. And similarly, we're going to say return response.data. Okay, this part is done. So these are the required things. Let's try to format once and save the file. Let's come back to your other file, that is your tickets. Here we can try to import the get pending bookings from that specific API file. This in turn is going to take in the category ID as your string. Okay, so next here I'm going to say enabled is going to be not of your category ID. Okay, so that's it. So this part is done. Okay, so I think I have forgotten one more state, that is pending seconds left. We need to access that as well. So let's take that over here. I'm going to say const pending seconds left comma set pending seconds left is going to be equals to use state initially 0. Okay, now the next step is let's try to access the correct value for is active session, because previously it was hard coded, that is going to be false. So let's scroll down where it says false, remove that. It is going to be equals to your pending booking and your pending seconds left should be greater than 0. Then only this is active session is going to become true. Okay, so now let's try to write down all of the codes that is related to your pending booking. That is, I don't think I've added the screenshot. You might have seen that in the demo part of the video. So let's say once any of the session is active for the user, we need to show some kind of design onto the model, and the timer should be going down. Okay, that is whatever that specific timer is. Okay, so let's do that. So for that, we're gonna have that use effect, and we're also gonna design the model as well. So let's say right below this, we're gonna have that conditions. Okay, so here I'm going to say const has shown model is going to be equals to your use ref. Initially it's going to be false. All right, here let's try to have in that use effect, import that from React as such. So this is going to run on the initial render of the screen, and it's going to be dependent upon the pending booking as well as your category ID. So here, first things first, let's try to access the condition stating that if at all pending booking is true, then here I'm going to say const nav is going to be equals to new date, that is at that specific point of time, whatever the value is. I'm going to say dot get time. Okay, here I'm going to say let difference is going to be equals to your math dot floor of your new date. So this pending booking would actually have something known as the expires at. You can verify that in the backend we have written that. So I'm going to say use that expires at, and we're going to calculate the difference of the time that is remaining. I'm going to say dot get time minus now divided by 1000. So you can try to add it just like this, and you can also try to log saying that tickets pending difference on the fetch. That's going to be that specific difference. Okay, so next, if all it got slipped through, then we're going to invalidate that immediately. So check the condition for that. We're going to say if at all your diff is less than or equal to 0, then in this case I'm going to say console.log your tickets are expired. I'm going to say tickets frontend expiry on fetch. So we are going to invalidate it. So I'm going to say query client Okay, I don't think this is actually initialized. So just onto the top, we're going to say const query client is going to be equals to new query client. Import that from your tan stack query. This is the one. All right, so here we're going to say query client dot, we do have that method which says set query data of your pending booking and the category ID. Initially it's going to be null over here. Okay, and I'm going to say set pending seconds left to be of 0, and then we're going to return from the function. That's it. So if at all the diff is greater than 0, that is whatever the minutes or seconds is, I'm going to say set pending seconds left to be of your difference. So here let's try to make use of the set interval, and then let's try to implement it. I'm going to say set interval, and we're going to make sure we are going to calculate the updated diff over here. I'm going to say const updated diff is going to be equals to your math.floor, and over here it's going to be equals to new date of your pending booking dot again expires at dot get time minus your date dot now. That's going to be your updated difference divided by 1000. Okay, once we have calculated that, okay, no semicolon over here. Here just try to set the pending seconds left to be of the updated diff. Okay, or your math.max of 0 comma your updated diff, and over here check the condition stating that, again, if at all your updated diff is less than or equal to 0, then over here clear interval of that specific ID, and I'm going to say query client dot, we do have the invalidate queries, and this in turn is going to take in the query key to invalidate, that is going to be pending booking in our case. So pending booking and your category ID. Okay, so this is gonna be 1000, that is for the set interval. It's gonna run every 1 second, that is 1000 milliseconds. Let's do the cleanup over here. I'm gonna say return clear interval of that specific ID. Okay, over here else it is going to be equals to set pending seconds left to be of 0. Okay, so save the file. So this part is done. So yeah, we were about to write the condition for your handle continue, not the condition, your on press function. Let's go ahead and then write that over here. So here I'm going to say const handle continue is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say if your is active session, then here I'm going to say your query client dot again invalid queries, the same function over here. Copy that down. This in turn is going to take in the pending booking as well as your category ID. Format once. Okay, so let's make sure we do have the review screen. That's going to be the next one. So within the book, I'm going to say review.tsx rnfes save. So here we're going to invalidate it, and then we're going to move to the next screen, that is router dot push or replace. It's going to be /book /review, and then we're going to return from the function if at all the session is active. Else over here, if at all your total tickets is equals to 0, we cannot obviously go to the next screen because we have to select at least one ticket. Here I'm going to say alert dot alert no tickets. Then here I'm going to say please add at least one ticket. Okay, and here I'm going to say return. Once that's done, if at all they just press on continue, we're going to go to the next screen, that is router.push to be of /book /review. Okay, so this part is done. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to add one more condition for your pending loading or your consort loading as well. So console loading is this one and pending loading is this one. So that's going to come, let's say, right below the category data. And I'm going to say if your pending loading is true, then here I'm going to say return a safe area view. So this is for to check if all we do have an active session or not. Okay, so activity indicator, and here having a text which says checking session and dot 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 dot. So for your safe area view, pass on the class name. It's going to have a flex of 1, pg black, justify center, as well as align items of center. Okay, so for your activity indicator, size is going to be equals to large. Okay, your color is going to be equals to triple F. Okay, so for checking session over here, I'm going to say class name, text of white, empty of 2, safe. Let's try to add it over here. Okay, so there you go. It was showing checking session, and then it showed the correct screen. And let's do the same thing for your other one as well. That is for concert loading. Okay, so you can comment out this for now, and once we are done with everything, we can enable that. Okay, so these are the two conditions that we're going to use. So this part is done. So now let's actually try to press on the continue button over here. Okay, I don't think we've given the handle continue, the on press to this one. So here, as we spoke earlier, that is with respect to this particular button, there is going to be a lot of conditional styling. You can take a look at it. That is with respect to your is active session as well as the pending loading. Let's try to format once and then save. And I've also given the handle continue as well over here. Okay, so this is going to be disabled if all the total tickets is equals to 0 and not of active session or pending loading is true. So let's press on continue, and there you go. Just like that, we're coming correctly to the confirmation screen, and as soon as you come to the confirmation screen, we need to be starting the timer, and then we need to implement this design. So let's get started with that. So come back to review.tsx. So over here within the previous screen, still two more things are pending. That is to show the model if at all we do have an active session, and then we have to implement this as well. Okay, so okay, now let's start actually designing the review.tsx over here. So before that, I'm going to have in my interfaces, that is for booking as well as the queue status. So this is only going to be implemented once the surge is high, but as of now we're going to only focus on the booking part. So here, instead of this, I'm going to say export default function review screen. Okay, let's try to have in a safe area view. So now over here within your review screen onto the top, let's try to have in a bunch of things that we're going to use in the return block. So initially const router is going to be equals to your use router. Next we need access to the query client. So const query client is going to be equals to your use query client. Okay, let's try to access the data for the concert. So const data of concert and comma is loading. That is going to be concert loading equals to use query, and here pass on the query key. That is going to be in this case concert, if you would remember. Then your query function is going to be get concert. Import that from the API file. Okay, that's it. This part is done. So here let's try to access the tickets that were chosen. So const tickets is going to be equals to use booking store. So for every value it's going to be equals to s.tickets. Next I'm going to say const remove ticket is going to be equals to your use booking store. For every value s dot your remove ticket. Similarly, we have two more things. We can get that from the previous screen. We've already written that. That is your get total as well as the clear cut. These two things, add it over here. Okay, let's try to access the category ID for that specific ticket or the one which is chosen. So const category ID is going to be equals to your tickets of 0 dot your section ID. Let's say const total seats. let's try to access this. It's going to be equals to tickets. We're going to use the reduce method, and for every accumulator as well as the current value over here, I'm going to say sum plus your t dot quantity comma 0. Now again, let's try to access the pending booking if all it's present. So from the tickets, copy that down, this one, import your get pending booking over here, and apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. Okay. Before moving into the return block, let's try to complete writing all of the code over here. So now let's write the code for creating the mutation, that is for creating a booking. Okay, so I'm going to say const create mutation is going to be equals to, I'm going to say use mutation. This in turn is going to have in your mutation function okay, I've written it the wrong way, wrong brackets basically. So mutation function is going to have in your data, that is going to be your create booking of that specific data, and on success what needs to happen, let's write that down. This is going to be of type booking. So here I'm going to say first of all console.log booking is created. Yeah, so here we're going to pass on the message which says booking created, and it's going to expires at that specific time. I'm going to say data.expires at. I'm going to say set booking. I think we need some states to implement this. So I'm going to have in all of those states written over here. That is your booking expires at seconds left, your queue status, as well as the has initialized timer. Import all of these from use state, also the use ref as well. Okay, so here, yeah, once that's done, let's try to set the booking for that specific data. I'm going to say set booking of data, and set expires at is going to be equals to new date of your data.expires at. Not this one, the data. Okay, and here I'm going to say your query client dot invalidate queries. This in turn is going to take in the query key, that's going to be your pending booking, and here let's pass on the category ID. Okay, and on error what needs to be done, let's write that down. This in turn is going to have the error of type any. Here I'm going to say console dot error create booking error. I'm going to say error dot response dot data or error dot message. Okay, here I'm going to say alert dot alert error failed to reserve the tickets. And I'm going to say router dot back. So next, similarly, let's write for confirm mutation as well. So as you remember, we have two things. One is creating a mutation and one is for confirming mutation. Create mutation means obviously we are gonna hold the tickets, but it is not yet reserved because they need to complete the payment. Then only it is gonna be reserved. Okay. So confirm means they are booking those specific tickets. That's gonna happen once they press on the pay now button. So let's write that as well. So I'm gonna say const your confirm mutation is going to be equals to, again, use mutation, pass on the mutation function. This in turn is going to have in the booking ID for confirming the booking. This is going to say confirm booking from the API file of your booking ID. Use that, and on success what needs to happen, let's write that down. This in turn is going to have the data as well as your booking ID. Here first of all I'm going to say clear card because we need to remove all of the tickets or set the tickets to be empty again, and then again query client.invalidate queries of your query key and the category ID. So let's write that over here, and then we're going to replace it to the confirmation part. So let's format once over here. Let's create a new file. That's the last file over here, confirmation .tsx, rnfes, save. Come back over here. Let's just try to pass it over here. That is router.replace to book confirmation and then your booking ID, just like this. Okay. And on error, what needs to happen? Let's write that down. This in turn is gonna have your error. Okay. Here I'm gonna say alert dot alert. It's gonna be error over here. And I'm gonna say failed to confirm with your error dot message. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this part is done. Let's try to save the file. So now before moving further, first of all, let's understand what exactly is happening behind the scenes, that is with respect to this specific review screen. So we have three main jobs that we need to do over here. That is find or create a pending booking for the selected category. That's the first step that is going to happen once when we come to the screen. Next is show a countdown timer. Okay, until the pending booking expires. Next, third main important job is on pay. We need to confirm the booking and then navigate to the next screen. Okay, so here we're going to make use of three main queries or functions, that is get pending booking of that specific category ID. There is also queue status. Once when we are going to implement queue, it's going to come over there, but as of now we're not going to concentrate on that. Next, we have two mutations. One is create booking and confirm booking, and we have a bunch of local states that we are using over here, all of these things. Okay, so now first of all, we do have access to the mutation. Let's try to load the data, that is check the condition, that is if at all we do have some loading state, then and then go ahead and then show a loading indicator for that. And same thing with respect to the errors as well. So here below I'm going to say if your join mutation is not there, I'm going to say create mutation dot is pending, or your concert loading, or your pending loading. Then in this case I'm going to say return. So join mutation can come once when we have implemented the queue based design. So here I'm going to say safe area view and activity indicator. Here size is going to be equals to large. Okay, your color is going to be equals to FFF. And for your safe area view, class name, give it a flex of 1, bg black. Okay, justify of center, items of center. So similarly, for all there is any error, we're going to show that error as well onto the screen. So check the condition for that as well. I'm going to say if at all your create mutation dot is error, or your not of concert if that detail is not present, or not of category ID. Here I'm going to say return. Again, a safe area view. Within that, we're going to have a text which is going to show us the error, import text from React Native. We're going to show this piece of content over here. As of now, we do not have join mutation. You can skip that. Okay, this part is done. Next over here, we're going to show a pressable which says go back to the next screen if at all there is any issue. So text over here, I'm going to say go back. For this, I'm going to say, on press router.go back. Okay, so for the text over here, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be a text of white. For safe area view, it's going to be class name, again a flex of 1. It's going to have a bg of black, justify of center, items of center as well. And for the text over here, I'm going to say class name, text red of 500. Save the file. As you can see, that is correctly being shown, which is good. So this part is done. So now let's move on to the next step, that is to load the initial data, that is on mount. Your React query is going to start, and we have to get the get concert as well as get pending booking of that specific category ID. That is only if the category ID exists. Okay, so let's go ahead and then write the use effect after the loading of initial data is done. So here itself, or onto the top, I'm going to have this use effect that is, let's say, just below this confirm mutation or create mutation. Here I'm going to have use effect. So this is going to be dependent upon a lot of factors. So let's write all of them. That is your concert loading, your concert dot, your ID, next your category ID, your booking state, your create mutation, not this one, create mutation dot is pending, next your pending loading, pending booking as well as total seats. Okay, so here first of all you're going to check the condition, that is if not of your concert loading and your concert data is present, just check all of the details are present or not. That's what we're going to do over here. If not of booking and not of your create mutation dot is pending and not of pending loading and your category is present. Okay, so here in this case, first of all I'm going to say console.log review mount. So it's going to run on the initial mount, that is as soon as we come to this specific screen. I'm going to say checking pending for that specific category whichever we have chosen. Okay, here let's try to write down that message, that is going to be your category ID as well as your pending booking. Okay, let's format once. So this use effect is going to comprise of, let's say, different cases. The first one is going to be for the pending booking exists, we're going to make use of that, and case 2 is going to be if at all no pending booking but the user has tickets, then what needs to be done. Okay, so these two things we're going to write. Let's try to first of all go with case A, that is going to be if your pending booking is already present. Okay, here I'm going to say const now is going to be equals to your new date dot your get time. Then let's try to calculate the diff. It's going to be the exact same thing as we have done it previously. This is the one. Copy that down and then add it over here. Okay, so format once. Again, similar condition as we've written previously, that is if at all your diff is less than or equal to 0, then in this case we need to handle the expiry. So here I'm going to say console.log, I'm going to say mount skipping expired pending. Okay, you can say directly query client dot your invalidate queries, query client dot set query data of your pending booking as well as your category ID. Okay, that's it. And once this is done, we can try to handle your expiry of false. Okay, so let's comment it out for now, and we're going to write that function in just a bit, and then we're going to return from the function. Okay, so here what happens is if at all your backend says you already have a pending booking, which is going to come from this particular string. So what this does is it clears the local cart, it rebuilds your tickets that is from your pending booking with the help of this mechanism. It starts the timer and it shows the review plus pay UI directly, and there is no kind of queue over here. Okay, and there is no create booking call also that's going to happen over here. So this part is done. That's for case A. So case B is there is no pending booking, you're going to come for the first time and the user has tickets. Okay, so let's write down that condition. Okay, I think I missed up two more functionalities over here. That is for the if condition. We didn't do the clearing of ticket. Okay, and also rebuilding of tickets. Okay, these are the two things. So once we are done with that if condition over here, I'm going to say console.log loading existing pending for categories with your pending booking. Here I'm going to say clear cart, and I'm going to say use booking store dot get state, not this one, get state. Okay, this should not have the parenthesis basically. Dot add ticket. It's going to take in a bunch of values, that is pending booking dot your category dot id. Next your pending booking dot category dot your name. Next I'm going to say pending booking dot category dot your price. Next I'm going to say pending booking dot your seats. Okay, so add ticket is going to take in all of these values, so that's the reason we have passed in that. Once that's done over here, I'm going to say set booking to be of your pending booking, then set your expires at to be of your new date of your pending booking dot expires at. Okay, and we can set the queue status to be of null. So this is with respect to your case A. Okay, else if the next case is going to be, so the next case is going to be else if, that is if at all they do not have a pending booking, that is the tickets are present, so tickets dot length is greater than 0. Then in this case what needs to happen, let's discuss. So first of all, we're going to check for the queue status. If already at position 0 and they're active, then directly we can call the create booking method. Okay, if not in queue, that is status is equals to none, we're going to join the queue. Okay, and if there are no tickets at all, then we're going to say router dot go back. These are the only things we're going to do over here. So here I'm going to say get queue status. I don't think this is actually implemented because we've not written the code for that, so we can skip this part and we can directly try to call the create mutation, because as we discussed earlier, we're not going to implement the queue as of now, but we're going to write the code for that at the later part of the video, that is at the end part of the video. So here directly I'm going to say set queue status is going to be of your status. I don't think this is required for now. Let's remove this completely, and I'm just directly going to call your create mutation dot mutate. This in turn is going to take in your category ID and your seats, that is going to be your total seats. Okay, else I'm just going to say your router dot back. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. So you can try to make this change, that is with respect to your use mutation. Try to access the booking, and we're going to have the error, and we're going to have category ID of string as well as seats of number directly over here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So this part is done. So now we can actually try to implement the design part. So now let's come back to the return block. We're going to design all of this, right? So let's say class name over here, it's going to have a flex of 1 and a bg of black. Within this I'm going to have a view. Within that we're going to have one more view. Within that a pressable, import view from React Native as such. Within your pressable I'm going to have your iron icons. So name over here is going to be equals to arrow back. Size is going to be equals to 22. Color is going to be equals to FFF. Okay, for the pressable, take in the on press, and over here I'm going to say router dot back. Okay, and for the iron icons, for the pressable itself, some class name should be given. That is going to be some internal spacing padding of 2, rounded of full. Save. Actually we can comment out this design as well, because every time it's going to load, and later once everything is done we can uncomment it. Okay, so yeah, it is showing correctly, fine. And below this pressable I'm going to have a view. So this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to say review your booking. Let's pass on the class name for this, ml of 3, and for this piece of text, class name is going to be text of white, text of LG, font is going to be semi-bold. Save the file. Okay, that's looking good. So for your outermost view, let's pass on the class name, some internal spacing, px of 4, pt of 3, and then a pb of 2. Here I'm going to say class name flex of row, because it needs to come into a row fashion, items of center. Okay, that's looking good. So here below this view I'm going to add in the complete your booking in, which in turn is going to have one more view. Here we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to say complete your booking in, another text over here. So this is going to have your and your SS, that is minutes as well as your seconds. Let's go on to the top and then design this over here. I'm going to say const is going to be equals to your math dot floor of your seconds left divided by 60. Furthermore, I'm going to say dot toString, and I'm going to say dot pat start 2 and 0 over here. Next, I'm going to say const SS is going to be equals to your seconds left modulus 60 dot toString dot pat start, again similarly the same value over here. Okay, first of all, let's design this and then we can save the file. So for your outermost view, I'm going to say class name over here. It's going to have a px of 4. This internal view is going to have a specific design. So class name, bg of a different color code, that is going to be hashtag 1a, 1a, and then 1a. Apart from that, I'm going to say rounded is going to be full, px of 4, py of 2, item center, justify of center, mb of 4. Okay, I'm just going to get the design for this as well. You can take a look at it. Okay, so as you can see, it's showing correctly fine. There is 0 minutes. So once we are going to implement the use effect, and once we implement that mechanism, it's going to show correctly from 10 minutes to your 0 seconds. So let's again scroll down over here. So the next one is going to be with respect to the concert details. Let's do that. So below your view, we're going to have that scroll view being shown. Okay, so for the scroll view, class name px of 4 and content container style, it's going to have a padding bottom of 180. Within the scroll view, let's try to have in a view. Within that, we're going to have an image, and over here I'm going to have in your source, which in turn is going to have the URI, that is going to be your poster URI. We need to define this onto the top, so we can just add it over here just like this. I've taken in poster URI, event title, as well as the venue. It's just going to be equals to concert.image URL, concert.name, or the concert.venue. So for the design of the image, class name for this, it's going to have a width of 16, then a height of 20, rounded is going to be MD, then we're going to have MR of 3. Then I'm going to say resize mode is going to be cover. Save. There you go. That's the image for the concert, which is looking good. And apart from that, over here we're going to have the content. So view contain 2 texts. It's going to have event title. Here we're going to have one more piece of text, which is going to have your venue. So this view in turn is going to say class name, give it a flex of 1. For this one, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have, text of white, font of semi bold, MB of 1. Here I'm going to say class name, text gray of 400. Okay, and for the outermost view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So class name over here, flex of row, items of start, MB of 4. Let's format once and then save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. This part is done. Now let's try to show the ticket details, that is whatever they have selected. So for that, we need to first of all access the ticket summary. We need to implement that. So I'm going to say const ticket summary. It's going to be equals to use memo hook. Here I'm going to say your tickets dot map every value okay, they should be dependent upon the tickets. Okay, so here we need access to the ID, that is going to be your t.section ID. Next, your title, t.title. Apart from that, your price, that is going to be equals to t.price. Then we're going to have your quantity, that is going to be t.quantity. Next, your line total, that is going to be a t.price t.price multiplied by your t.quantity. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Save the file. Let's come back over here and then check the condition stating that if at all we do have the ticket summary. And before that, let's try to have this view having a text over here. This is going to say, I think we also need to show the date time as well. So I'm going to say date time. So let's try to add the date time over here below this. Let's say below the venue. So it's going to be equals to concert if it's present. Then it's going to be equals to new date of concert or date. Convert it into two local string of English US and then pass in all of these values. Okay. Class name for this, text gray of 300, font of semi bold, MB of 3. So let's pass on the class name for this one. It's going to have BG of this color code, that is for the card. And I'm going to say border gray of 800. Rounded is going to be 2XL, PX of 4, PY of 4, and then MB is going to be 5 over here. Okay. Below the text over here, check the condition stating that if at all tickets summary dot length is equals to 0, question mark. Then over here, I'm going to say text, no ticket selected. So for this design, let's say class name. Okay, I'm going to say text gray of 400, MB of 3. Here I'm going to say ticket summary. If at all it is present, dot, I'm going to say map over it for every value. Let's try to render a view over here. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have two more views. So let's try to add that. Here let's try to have in your text, which is going to show how many tickets you have chosen. That is one fan pit, in our case 1 gold. Okay, so it's going to be t.qty x over here. Here I'm going to say your t.title. Let's pass on the design for this. Class name, text of white, and then font of semi bold. Okay, so for some reason title is not being shown. Okay, so we need to look into that. So 3 is coming, but the gold is not coming. Okay, so let's look into that. First of all, let's complete designing this. Key t.id, class name MB of 3. For this view, I'm going to say class name flex of row, justify is going to be between, and items of start. And for this inner view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, and then PR of 3. So here towards the right hand side, we're going to show the price as well as we're going to show the remove button. So that's going to come right after this specific view. Okay, let's add that just like this. Format once. We can try to implement the handle remove later. So just try to remove that for now. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So just that one issue, we are not able to see the category name. So let's fix that in just a bit. So here having one last view. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to say M ticket entry using the QR code in your app. So for this view, let's try to have in the class name. I think below this text, I think above this text, we're going to have one more piece of view. Here we're going to have your iron icons. The name is going to be ticket outline. Okay, size is gonna be equals to 16, not 116. And your color is gonna be equals to this color code, that is 9CA and then 3AF. Class name for this view. Okay, here I'm going to say width of 7, height of 7, rounded of MD, BG gray of 800, MR of 3, items of center, justify of center as well. Okay, for this piece of text, let's pass on the class name over here. It's gonna have text gray of 400 and a text of SM. Save. There you go, that's looking good. So for the outermost view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So flex row for that, items of center, okay, and empty of 3. And boom, just like that, the design is looking pretty good. So now let's actually focus on why exactly this is not coming. Okay, it's underlined as well. So it says property title does not exist on type ticket. Let's see where exactly this tickets is coming from. So this is coming from the booking store. Let's check out if at all there is any issue with that store. So booking store.ts. So for add ticket or for the type ticket, we have section ID, name, price and quantity. Yeah, that's correct. And ticket is going to be of type ticket. Add ticket is going to have section ID, name, price, quantity. Yeah, that's pretty much correct. Add ticket, it's going to have section ID, name, price, quantity, when that's right, but not sure why exactly it's not taking that name. Let's actually try to log the tickets once. Let's see what exactly is coming. Scroll down over here and let's say console.log tickets and your tickets. Save. Okay, so we do have the gold coming. Okay, it's not t.title. Okay, my bad. It should be t.name. Okay, that was the issue. So let me again verify with my previous project. Yeah, my bad. It should be t.name. That was the issue. So save and boom, just like that, 3 gold. This is working absolutely fine. So now one final bit remaining with respect to the design part, that is to design the bottommost bit. Let's quickly complete that and then look into the timer part. That's the next step. So below the scroll view over here, I'm going to have in my another view. This in turn is going to have 2 more views. This is going to have your iron icons. The name is going to be equals to your wallet outline. Size is going to be equals to 18. Color is going to be equals to hashtag 111. Okay, so this is going to have a class name. I'm going to say BG white initially. Rounded is going to be MD. PX of 2. PY of 1. MR of 3. Save the file. Okay, as you can see, something is being shown onto the screen, which is good. And below over here, let's try to have the view. Let's try to have in one more piece of text, which is going to say pay using. Here below that, I'm going to have another text, which is going to say Google Pay UPI. And over here for the text, I'm going to say class name, text gray 400, text of XS. And over here, I'm going to say class name, text of white, font is going to be semi-bold. Okay, that's looking nice. So for the outermost view, it needs to have a position of absolute design. So absolute. I'm going to say bottom is going to be 0, left is going to be 0 as well, right 0, BG black, border is going to be top, border gray, border top, not border top, border gray 300, border gray, not 300, my bad, 800, some internal spacing, padding of 3, then flex row, item center as well as justify between. So flex row, item center, justify of between. This also is going to have the similar design. Class name, flex of row, items of center, save the file. Okay, so that's looking fine. Let's say bottom some other value. Yeah, 4 is looking good. Or I think once when we design the pressable, that might cause some issue. Let's see exactly. So below the view, I'm going to have a pressable. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to show your grand total price. I'm going to say grand total dot to fixed of 1. Below this, we're going to have one more piece of text, which is going to show the total price over here. Let's first of all, implement the grand total onto the top. So over here, first of all, I'm going to calculate my order amount. I'm going to say const order amount is going to be equals to, it's pretty simple, just call the get total method. This should give you that amount, and I'm going to say const booking fee is going to be equals to your math dot max of 0 comma your math dot round of your order amount multiplied by 0.0826. Okay, here I'm going to say const grand total equals your order amount plus your booking fee. You can add in basically whatever booking fee you want to add. Okay, this is just for the UI purpose. So scroll down, and yeah, that is being shown already. Class name for this, it's going to have a text array of 500 and a text of XS. So for the outermost pressable class name, it's going to be in white color. So for that, BG white, PX of 6, PY of 3, rounded is going to be full. Okay, and then flex of row, items of center. For this piece of view, I'm going to say class name, MR of 4, items end, and for this one, I'm going to say which says total. It's going to be in black color, so text black, font of semi-bold, and then text of SM, save. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I think there is one more design to be shown, which says pay now. So right below the view, I'm going to say if at all confirm mutation dot is pending. Okay, not sure why confirm mutation is not yet added. It should be added. Okay, wrong spelling, I guess. Confirm mutation. Save. And just like that, this is looking pretty good. Okay, this part is done. So now let's move on to the next step, that is with respect to showing the expiry time. Okay, so as soon as you come to the screen, the expiry should start off. Let's try to initialize the expires at use effect. So let's go over here onto the top. Okay, let's say just over here, I'm going to say use effect. So this is going to be dependent upon your expires at itself. Check the condition stating that if at all we do have the expires at, and here again try to access the now as well as the diff. It's going to be the exact same thing. So we can try to get it from the previous screen as well. These two pieces of code. Scroll down and let's add it over here. Format. So here we can try to say console.log timer init difference from backend. That is going to be your difference. Here again check the condition if at all your difference is less than or equal to your minus 30, Then this is your queue buffer, that is 30 seconds is passed, which is obviously hard expired. I'm going to say handle expiry of false and then return. Comment this down. Else if your difference is less than or equal to 0. So this is your silent expiry case. So here I'm going to say handle expiry of your false and then return. Okay, so once that's done, the next one is going to be with respect to your. So here I'm going to say has initialized timer. We have already imported that previously with the help of useref, I guess. As you can see, it's initially false. So once we come back to the use effect, it's going to become true. So I'm going to say has initialized timer dot current equals to true, and I'm going to say set seconds left to be of your math dot max of your 0 comma difference. So next again we're going to make use of that set interval method by calculating the updated difference, and we're going to set the seconds left, and if at all the updated difference is less than or equal to 0, then in that time we're going to clear the interval and then we're going to mark the handle expiry as true. This method we've already written. Okay, so now we can actually try to write that functionality, that is handle expiry, that is going to be over here. I'm going to say const handle expiry. This is going to take in a boolean value, that is show alert. By default here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your has initialized timer dot current or show alert. Here I'm going to say console.log expiry is triggered, and here I'm going to say show alert. Here check the condition. If show alert is true, then over here I'm going to say alert dot alert time is expired. Here I'm going to say we have released the tickets. We have released the tickets. You have chosen. Please book again. Okay, so once that's done, clear the cart. Then set all of the values to be of null, that is set booking to be of null, and set expires at to be of null again. Furthermore, set your queue state is also null, and here we're going to make use of the invalidate queries, that is query client dot invalidate queries. This in turn is going to take in the query key, that's going to be a pending booking. Okay, and I'm going to say router dot replace to be of the book. This is the one. Okay, so we can now try to uncomment wherever we have commented it out. So handle expiry, search for that. Yeah, this is again commented, uncommented, uncommented. I think one more place it's, yeah, once when we uncomment the use effect, that would be uncommented. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Yeah, I think I forgot to write one more use effect for validate pending on change. Okay, that is the same use effect that we've written previously. Let me just check that if at all it's there over here. Or we can write it again, no issues. So let's say over here onto the top. Here I'm going to say use effect. Here check if at all your pending booking is there. So this is going to be dependent upon your pending booking as well as your category ID. Okay, so if pending booking and your expires at, here try to access the now. I'm going to say const now is going to be equals to new date dot your get time and let's try to calculate the diff over here. You can remove all of these extra things not required. Format once. So here check that if at all your diff is less than or equal to 0, which means it is already expired. Okay, so format over here. So that's the reason we are setting the handle expiry to be a false. Save. Yeah, so this part is done. So let's say only if at all the time is 2 minutes and then it comes to 0, then only we're going to show the alert. If at all it's already 0, then in that case the tickets are already expired. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's try to give this a try. That is, let's try to book the tickets. That is, let's try to reserve the tickets. Alright, but it's essentially gonna fail because all of these endpoints are actually gonna go through that auth middleware, and it's gonna actually check for that refresh token or the token itself, and if all that's not valid, it's gonna obviously fail. And we haven't yet implemented that refresh mechanism within our application. That's gonna happen within your api.ts file. Okay, let's try to implement this. And I also noticed some issues within the booking service.js. We need to make some changes over there as well. So first of all, let's try to implement this one. That is your API interceptors or the Axios interceptors. So here I'm going to say API dot, we do have the interceptors dot request. I'm going to say dot use for every async method over here. This in turn is going to take in your config. And here let's try to access the token. So I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await your secure store dot, we do have the get item async of your access token. That's the key. So let's try to import that secure store from expo secure store over here. Okay, so here I'm going to check if at all we do have the token. Then in this case I'm going to say config dot directly try to set the headers dot the authorization is going to be equals to bearer token, bearer dollar token. Okay, and here I'm just going to say return config. That's it. So this is your complete method for setting the token in the headers. So next let's try to implement the auto refresh on your 401 error. So for that, again, API dot your interceptors dot response dot, we're going to say use. This in turn is going to have the response again, get that value, and here it's going to be the async method, take in the error. Here check the condition stating that if at all your error dot your response dot status is equals to 401. Then in this case I'm going to say const refresh token is equals to await, again secure store dot, we do have the get item async of your refresh token. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say if not of a refresh token. Here I'm going to say use auth store, import that. We do have the get state, use that, and I'm just going to say log out automatically if at all the token is not present. Here I'm going to say return promise dot reject of your error. So now this part is done. Let's try to access the try catch block. I'm going to say try over here and your catch block. So this is going to be catch of your refresh error. Here we're going to try to refresh that specific token or implement the refresh mechanism. I'm going to say use auth store dot get state. So here this is the catch state. Here we're going to try to log out if at all there is any issue while refreshing the token. Okay, within try block, call that endpoint. Let's initialize the result. I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await axios dot, it's going to be the post method. Let's make use of the patch is already there. Here I'm going to say API base / auth and / refresh. This in turn is going to take in the refresh token that is going to be coming from your secure store. Okay, once this is done, I'm going to say const access token comma refresh token, that is going to be equals to your new refresh, basically is going to be coming from the result.data. So this is going to be coming from that endpoint which we hit and set it into store again. I'm going to say await use auth store dot get state dot set tokens. It takes in two things, access token as well as your refresh token. Okay, that's it. This part is done. And here finally I'm going to say return promise dot reject of error. Okay, this part is done. We're already exporting the API, so yeah, we are good to go. Now let's come back to the booking service file as I told you. So there are a bunch of issues I've made, that is while writing the code, and I've missed some things as well. So let's try to write that down. So first of all, make sure to add the Prisma client. I've just added that. Previously it was not present, and import it from your add Prisma client. So next issue is with respect to your concert ID. The spelling is wrong. I've written some different spelling. Let's say concert ID is going to be single concert ID. This should be actually category. So this should actually be category, not concert. So change that. So where dot category ID should be equal to the category ID. And over here in your create booking also, we are not returning the booking. That is again one more issue. So we were trying to create it over here. That is onto the topmost part. Yeah, so now next one is with respect to your create booking. So we are not returning the data. So we need to say return booking. That is going to come right below the logger. That was missing previously. So add it. And there is some typo in your message. That is with respect to the not. It should be not. So change that part as well. So I think that's it with respect to this one. Again, while confirm booking, there is one more issue, I guess. Okay, so now the next issue is with respect to your confirm booking. So it should be your await Prisma dot your concert, not your user. So this was user. Even over here I've written user. Make that change. It should be concert because we're trying to update the concert ID. Just the concert over here. Okay. Yep, so these are the only changes as of now. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. So now let's try to give this a try. So let's press on book tickets. I'm going to say gold again. Let's try to add one ticket. That's being shown correctly. Fine. So now if I come back to my review.tsx, that is over here. And if I press on continue, this is on the tickets. After all, we've done everything correctly. The timer should start off and these tickets should be booked. In the sense, not booked, it should be reserved and they should be on hold. Let's try to give this a try. Continue. Okay, so we do have some issues. So it says booking created expires undefined, and these are the tickets. And let's check out the backend. Yeah, so we do have some issues over here. Okay, there are a bunch of issues. Let's look into that. I think it should start over here. It says invalid or get pending error. And also the time is also not being shown. It is showing not a number. So yeah, let's actually try to debug this issue over here. Alright, so this issue is apparently difficult to solve, but I've done few changes. There were few mistakes in a lot of files. That is a Prisma file in your review file as well. So let's try to fix that up. And first of all, we need to make the change within the tickets.tsx, then only it's gonna work. Okay, that is, we need to implement that active session model, then only your review screen is gonna work correctly. Okay, apart from that, no more changes. So first change I've made is within your Prisma file. That is, this was added within your booking. This was missing previously and hence it was failing. And even this, the spelling mistake, I've done it over here. So initially some different spelling was there for category. Make sure to fix that and then delete the Prisma folder. Then again do npx Prisma generate and npx Prisma db push. Then this issue is sorted. And again, once in your review.tsx over here, make sure to keep all of the use effects onto the top as well as all of your mutations. And over here, let's come back to the previous state itself because I had used some other kind of implementation over here. So we need to remove that because this is going to get in the data, and based on that data itself, we're going to set all of these states. Okay, so the same thing for confirm mutation as well. Okay, so that's the only change being made. Apart from that, all of them are going to remain as is. Okay, so no more changes. This part is done. So as I said, first of all, we need to make this work. That is the tickets.tsx. And also one more change I've made is within your index.tsx file. That is actually not a big change. It's just one line of code that is to clear all of your expired bookings. That is, I've added this one. So this is going to run every minute, and every minute it's going to search for the expired bookings and it's going to make it as, it's going to search for the pending bookings and it's going to mark it as expired. Okay, so that's the only thing. And make sure to import your cleaned expired bookings from your booking service. Okay, Let's come back to tickets.tsx, and first of all, let's design that model. Okay, and let's actually search for, if at all we have designed the pending booking. Yeah, pending booking is there. Scroll down, and below your safe area view or your scroll view, we can try to add that. We can add it over here itself. I'm going to say model. So let's see where it is importing from. Yeah, it's importing from React Native. That's correct itself. And for the model, I'm going to say visible. Not sure if the state has been set up. Yeah, it's not there. Let's try to access that state over here onto the top. So I'm going to say const model or const show model comma set show model is going to be equals to use state, and this is initially going to be false over here. Let's scroll down over here, and here I'm going to say show model. And yep, apart from that, I'm going to say transparent is going to be true. Okay, then for the more animation type, I'm going to say fade. Within that, let's try to have an pressable basically. So pressable, this in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to say text active session detected. Format once, and for your pressable over here, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have flex of 1, justify of center, items of center as well as a bg black by 50. And for this inner view, I'm going to say bg white, rounded is going to be 2xl, some internal spacing padding of 6, width is going to be 4 by 5. Okay, this part is done. And for the text which says active session detected, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have text of black, text of LG, font of bold, MB of 2. Okay, so below this text, we're going to have one more text which says you have an active booking for that particular seat, as well as the pending booking dot category name and the time remaining as well. So you can try to have the text over here. Format once. So yeah, we need to define that pending minute as well as pending seconds also. So let's try to show that over here onto the top. Scroll up. Here I'm going to say const pending mm. It's going to be equals to your math.floor. Okay, access your pending booking seconds left. Your pending seconds left divided by 60 dot toString dot, again we're going to say pat start as we have done similarly in your review screen. It's going to be the same thing. So pending ss, that's for the seconds part, equals to your pending seconds left modulus 60. I'm going to say dot toString. I'm going to say dot pat start of 2 comma 0. Okay, that's it. And we have already designed that. You can take a look at the design as well for that specific text. So yeah, once that's done, we're going to have one more view that's going to come right below the text over here. This view in turn is going to have a pressable. Here it's going to have a text which is going to say cancel mutation. I think we need to write down the code for the cancel mutation. Let's go on to the top. Let's say over here const cancel mutation is going to be equals to use mutation. Import that. This in turn is going to take in a mutation function. Here we're directly going to call that cancel pending booking of your category ID as string. Okay, and on success, what needs to happen, taking a function over here, I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries, pass in the query key. It's going to be pending booking over here with respect to the category ID. Then here we're going to say set show model to be a false, and has shown model, this is there, dot current is going to be equals to false as well. I'm going to say alert dot alert cancelled, session deleted. I'm going to say you can start a new booking now. Okay, on error, what needs to happen, take in the error over here. I'm going to say alert dot alert error failed to cancel session error dot message. Okay, now again let's scroll down and then come back to the point, and within that particular text field we're going to say cancel mutation dot is pending, then over here I'm going to say deleting dot 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 dot, else it's going to be delete session. Okay, so for your pressable, I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a flex of 1 and then a bg red of 100, py is going to be 3, rounded is going to be lg, items of center. Again we're going to have one more pressable over here, this is going to be for continue booking. Okay, continue booking, so this is going to be flex of 1, bg blue of 500, so let's add that. Then it's going to be px of 4 and then py of 3. Even for the other one, px of 4 is missing, add that, px of 4 and then rounded lg as well as items of center. For this one it's going to be text of white, class name and font of semi bold. For the about text it's going to be text red of 600, so class name text red 600, font of semi bold, and for the outermost view, class name, give it a flex of row, justify of between, and a gap of 2. Okay, so for your pressable over here, I'm going to say on press, taking a function, I'm going to say set show model to be a false, and furthermore we're going to say cancel mutation dot mutate. That's it, that means delete that specific session. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, here we are going to say set show model to be of false again, and we're going to say handle continue. I think we have already written that, let's check that out. Handle continue, yeah, if active session, invalidate the queries, and then router dot replace of book review, return if all total tickets is equals to 0, we're going to say alert message with this one, else we're just going to say router dot push of book and then review. Okay, now we need to set up that use effect to open up the model, that is if at all a active session is valid. Okay, yeah, so just below this one I'm going to say, so this is for syncing the tickets, I'm going to say use effect, this is going to be dependent upon your pending booking, your category ID, add ticket, clear cart. Okay, so as I said, this is for your syncing tickets if at all it is pending for that specific category. Okay, so first of all, we're going to check the condition stating that if at all your pending booking and your category ID is equals to the pending booking dot category ID, then we're going to clear the cart. So here I'm going to say if pending booking and your category ID is going to be equals to your pending booking dot category dot ID. Then over here I'm going to say clear cart and try to get in your category ID as well as the seats that's going to be coming from your pending booking, and we're going to add the ticket that is going to take in 4 things: your category ID, so we can say category dot ID, okay, this should be just category, my bad. Next, category dot name, category dot price, as well as all of your seats. Okay, that's it. Next, we're going to show the model if active session for that specific category. Let's try to write down that use effect one more time. So this is going to be dependent upon your pending booking again, pending loading, your concert loading, as well as pending seconds left. So here we're going to check const is active session is going to be equals to your pending booking and your pending seconds left should be greater than 0. Then only the session is said to be in active. So I'm going to say if is active session and not of pending loading and not of your concert loading and not of has show model dot current. Then in this case we're going to set the model to be true. I'm going to say hash show model dot current equals to true. Then I'm going to say show model or set show model to be of true. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Let's try to format once over here. Save the file. Let's reload once. Let's try to add one more use effect, that is to auto close the model on expiry of the time. That is just like this. Okay, yep, make sure you add that, and I think that's it. Okay, I think there is a mistake over here with respect to cancel mutation, so spelling mistake, pending booking. And yeah, I think there is one more condition to be added, that is if at all there is any kind of concert error, we need to show that. That is just like this. You can take a look at it. Okay, so format once and then save. And over here for the model, I think we also need to write the disabled, that is when exactly it should be disabled. For the first one, here I'm going to say disabled is going to be equals to your cancel mutation dot is pending. Save. Okay, so that's it. So let's try to give this a try, and in the backend, as you can see, there are no issues as of now. And there you go, just like that, every minute it's running and it is trying to clear all of the expired bookings. And when it has cleared one, it should show count as 1, and it is gonna give a message saying that it is cleared that specific expired booking. So now let's try to book the ticket, that is confirm the ticket. I'm going to say book ticket gold. Let's try to add the ticket, and then I'm going to say continue. Okay, not sure what that error was, but there you go. In the backend, as you can see, it says booking created. You can also verify this in the backend as well. You should be seeing a booking collection, that is you should be seeing a booking document getting created within the booking collection, and it should be initially pending, and it's going to be pending for 10 minutes, and if at all the user doesn't complete the payment, it is automatically going to be converted to expired. So let's try to fix this issue, what exactly is happening. Let's try to reload the app once. So hopefully now if at all we check out the book tickets and we check out the gold, and boom, just like that, it says active session detected. You have an active session booking 1 gold tickets. The timer is currently being shown now, and you cannot even add the tickets. Okay, you can either delete the session or you can either continue booking. So let's press on continue booking, and boom, Just like that, even this is working fine. So the only thing that did not work was for the very first time, if at all you add the ticket and come to continue, the timing was not being shown. So we got some issue, that is this one. It says invalid expires at end timer effect. So let's look into that. So apart from that, everything's working perfectly fine. You can actually try to implement the confirming of booking as well. So for that, let's write down the handle pay now function. So let's say over here onto the bottommost part, I'm going to say function handle pay now. Here I'm going to check the conditions stating that if at all your ticket summary dot length is equals to 0 or not of booking, then over here we're going to say alert dot alert no tickets. I'm going to say please add tickets before paying. Okay, else I'm just going to say your confirm mutation dot mutate of your booking dot id. Now let's actually try to log the booking once. Let's see what exactly is coming. I'm going to say booking over here, save the file. Okay, and there you go, we do have that booking. So to access that, okay, it is actually there. Okay, so there you go, we do have that booking id. This is the one, so we're just going to pass that over here. Okay, so we can directly go down to that function and then we can say on press handle pay now. I've given handle confirm. Let's see what exactly that does. Okay, it's already there, my bad. Okay, because it's the same thing. Yep, we can try to remove this because it is already being handled. That is your handle confirm function. This is the one. Okay, and it is going to be disabled. Yeah, let's write that. That needs to be written. Is disabled if at all your confirm mutation dot is pending or your seconds left is less than or equal to 0 or not of booking. So you can actually try to give this a try. That is, once if at all the timer is expired, it has reached 0 seconds, automatically the user should be navigated back and that alert box should be shown, which is going to say the tickets have been released because the timer has been expired, that is for 10 minutes. Okay, so you can check on that, and apart from that, I think we can try to book this, and once it is booked, we should be able to navigate to the next screen. That is going to be a confirmation screen. I think it's already added. Let's come back to review over here. As you can see, on success, what needs to happen? Query client.invalid queries of this one, and then router.replace /book confirmation, and then booking ID is going to be equals to your booking ID. So let's try to give this a try, and next time we can actually check out how exactly it's going to work. That is, if at all the timer reaches from 10 to 0. And I hope I've added the loading states as well. Yeah, loading is added. Let's try to give this a try, and no more issues over here, I guess. I'm going to press on pay enough, and boom, just like that, confirm. I hope it is confirmed. Yeah, there you go, booking confirmed, and booking ID is this one, and even the booking confirmation email is sent to my particular email, that is sujananand0@gmail.com. Let's verify that. So I'm going to come back to my user booking. So you should be seeing a bunch of collections over here. Everything is expired except one thing that should be confirmed, and boom, just like that, this is the latest one. It is confirmed. That is the one which I've just done. Let me check out my mail as well, and there you go. Just like that, as I said, the design is not looking that good. It says district booking confirmation, name is Sujan, email is this. We have booked one seat and it's gonna be for this specific concert. You can try to make this even more better. That's gonna look even more good as well. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's actually try to design the confirmation screen, and one more issue is pending to be fixed. That is, if at all they come from the ticket screen directly for the first time, it's not working as expected. We need to fix that up. So let's do that in just a bit. So let's actually design the confirmation screen. So if your confirmation screen is going to look something like this. Okay, so let's try to design this out. It's going to be pretty simple itself. So onto the top, let's try to design the interface over here. I'm going to say interface confirmation booking or confirmed booking is going to be equals to, it's going to have id of string, seats is going to be of number, category, here I'm going to say id is going to be string, name is going to be string as well, price is going to be number, here I'm going to say concert, id is going to be string over here, name is going to be string 2, furthermore I'm going to say venue is going to be string as well, date is going to be string, okay, and image URL is going to be string as well. This part is done. So over here I'm going to say export default function confirmation screen. This in turn is going to have your router details, so const router is going to be equals to use router, import that from expo router, and I'm going to say const booking id is going to be coming from your next screen. I'm going to say use local search params, booking id of type string, okay. So here I'm going to say const booking comma set booking is going to be equals to use state, here it's going to be of type confirm booking or null, here again it's going to be null, okay. So here I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, initially it's going to be true. I think we need to actually write the functionalities for getting the confirmed detail that is within your booking service. Okay, if you remember, we had skipped two parts, that is to get user bookings as well as to get the confirmation part. So let's try to write that down over here. So let's say below this I'm going to say const get confirmed booking is going to be equals to async function. This in turn is going to have your user ID comma your booking ID. Here I'm going to say directly return await your Prisma dot access the booking one. We have the find first method, use that. Here where it should match all of these, ID should be equals to booking ID, user ID, status should be confirmed, okay. And here it should include all of these details. Category, I'm going to say select, ID is going to be true, name is going to be true as well, price is going to be true as well, okay. Here I'm going to say concert select, ID true, name is going to be true again, venue is going to be true, date is going to be true, and image URL is going to be true. So next let me also write the code for your get user bookings, so you can take a look at it and you can try to note it down. Save the file. Let's try to include both of them over here, that is exporting. It's going to be equals to get confirmed booking or just confirm booking, sorry, I mean it should be get confirmed booking, get confirmed booking, is that the correct name? Yeah, that's the one. Next one is going to be a get user bookings, get user bookings. Save the file. Next step, come back to your controller and here we're going to write it down for these two functions. So here I'm going to say const get confirmed booking control is going to be equals to async request and the result over here. Let's try to have the try catch block. So try, it's going to be catch of error. Here I'm going to say logger dot your error. I'm going to say get confirmed booking error. This in turn is going to have your message. That is going to be error.message. And your name is going to be equals to error.name. Stack is going to be equals to error.stack. Booking ID is going to be equals to your request.params dot your booking ID. Okay. So here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with the error being error.message. Okay, that's it. Within the try block, let's try to get in the booking ID from the root params, from the request params. I'm going to say request.params. Here I'm going to check if not of booking ID or booking ID.length is not equals to 24. You can just skip that. Just check for booking ID. That's more than enough. Here I'm going to say return result dot your status of 400 dot json with error being invalid booking ID. Okay, once that's done, let's try to say const booking is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say get confirmed booking. This is the one, import that from the services. This is going to take in the request dot user dot your user ID, comma your booking ID. If not of booking over here, you can directly try to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a error being booking is not found. And if all it's found, just send it to the front end part. So result dot json of your booking. Similarly, I'm going to add it for the get user control bookings or get user booking control. Try to add this over here and import this get user bookings. Save the file. Let's export both of them. That is your get confirm booking control as well as your get user bookings control. Save the file. So now next is one final change within your routes.js booking routes. Let's come back over here. So below this, I'm going to say router dot, it's going to be get. It's going to be / confirmed / your dynamic booking ID. This in turn is going to take in your auth middleware, comma your get confirmed booking control. This is the one. Next router dot get, I'm just going to say / mine. It's going to have auth middleware, comma your get user bookings control. That's it. Save the file. This part is done. We can make the change within that booking api.ts. I'm just gonna add the code for that. Let's say onto the bottommost part, get confirmed booking and then get user bookings. Just try to say await api.get of that specific value, and over here also that specific value, that is for that specific route. Save the file, and I hope in the index.js we do have that, of the main routes. Yeah, booking is already there. So this part is done. So let's come back to your confirmed screen, that is your confirmation.tsx over here. Let's quickly design this. Yeah, we do have these two loading states, and over here I'm going to make use of a use effect, import that from React. This is going to be dependent upon your booking ID. Here check the condition that if at all not of booking ID, then over here I'm going to say router.back and then return from the function. Here let's try to say const fetch booking on the initial mount. is going to be equals to async function basically. Let's try to have your try catch block. So catch of error over here. I'm just going to say console.error failed to fetch confirmed booking with that specific error message. Okay, and finally over here I'm going to say set loading to be of false. Within your try block I'm going to say cons data is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say get confirmed booking from that API folder. It's going to take in your booking ID as the parameter, and then set that data, set booking to be of your data. That's pretty much it. Let's try to call this over here, fetch booking, save the file, hopefully no issues. Let's try to log the data over here. Onto the top I'm going to say console.log data and then booking. Let's put it over here, save, and boom, just like that we do have all of these details. So let's try to use that and then quickly design the screen. So I'm going to use all of this data while designing, so just try to add in all of this. Okay, so format over here. So here I'm going to say return a safe area view. Let's pass on the class name for this, flex of 1 bg black. Okay, that's looking good. And within this let's try to design the header. I'm going to have a view for that. Within that we're going to have one more view. Import that view from React Native. Here we're going to have a pressable, which in turn is going to have iron icons. Name is going to be arrow back, size 22, color is going to be equals to FFF. And for the pressable on press I'm going to say router.go back. Okay, some class name to this, padding of 2, rounded is going to be full. Save. As you can see that's coming onto the screen. For the outermost view some internal spacing, class name px of 4, pd of 3, pb of 2. And over here I'm going to say class name, it's going to have flex of row, items of center, justify of between, and below the view or below the pressable over here I'm going to have a text which is going to say booking is confirmed. Let's import text also from React Native. Class name for this I'm going to say text of white, text of LG, font is going to be semi-bold. So below the text over here I'm going to have in one more piece of view, class name I'm going to say width of 8. Okay, so as you can see it's looking good. Next let's try to have in the scroll view design coming up. So here I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native. So here I'm going to say class name flex of 1, px of 4, and over here let's have the view. This in turn is going to have iron icons. Class name is going to be check mark circle, wrong spelling. Size is going to be let's say 48, color is going to be white. Below that we're going to have a text which says tickets is secured, and you can actually verify in the backend as well. That is, if at all you check out the ticketing category, that is over here, just for gold it should be 1 seat down. You can verify that too, and boom, just like that now only available seats are 2,999 because one seat is already booked and confirmed. Okay, same thing goes with respect to concert as well. Even this is updated. Total tickets 10,000. In that 9,999 tickets are available. One ticket for gold is sold. Okay, as you can see that's working perfectly fine. Just wanted to show this part. You can also verify it on your side as well. So let's come back over here. So for the ticket secured over here I'm going to say class name text of white, it's going to be text of XL, font of bold, empty of 2. Below that one more piece of text, try to add in that format. For the view, class name bg green of let's say 600, rounded is going to be 2xl, px of 6, py of 4, items of center, mb of 6. Save the file. Just like that, that's looking good. So some issue with respect to the icon, check mark circle, and this one, save. Okay. Yep, that's looking good. So now next, let's try to show the image and the banner for which we have booked the concert. So right below the view over here, let's try to have in one more piece of view, which in turn is gonna have your image from React Native source URI. That's gonna be your concert dot your image URL. Let's pass on the class name for this, width of full, height of 48. Okay, and rounded is gonna be XL, MB of 4. Below image, I'm gonna have one more piece of text which is gonna show the concert name. So concert dot your name. Let's pass on the class name for that. It's gonna be text of white, text of XL, font of bold, MB of 2. Save the file. It's like that, that's looking good. Next, let's try to show in the venue part. That's gonna come over here. Okay, not the venue, my bad, your formatted date. Okay, so for the view, again, some design. I'm gonna say BG of this color code, 111, rounded is 2XL, PX of 4, PY of 4, MB6, overflow is gonna be hidden. Okay, that's looking pretty neat. This part is done. Let's try to show the ticket card over here. That is with respect to this one, what and all we have booked. Having a view, this in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have iron icons. Name is going to be ticket over here. Size is going to be equals to 24. Color is going to be equals to white. So class name for this, width of 12, height of 12 as well, BG white by 20, rounded is going to be full, item center, justify center as well, MB of 3. Okay, so below that I'm going to have your text, which is going to show your seats, X, your category dot name dot, let's convert it into uppercase. Let's pass on the design for this. Class name, text of white, text of LG, font of bold, MB of 1. There you go, one gold ticket we have booked, that is showing correctly fine. Next, let's try to add the category part. Save, 3000 rupees each. Let's try to show the booking ID. Text over here, booking ID. Here I'm going to say booking dot ID dot, I'm going to say slice of -8. So class name over here, this in turn is going to say, text of white, text of SM, font of mono, or let's say medium itself. For this specific view, class name, it's going to have a BG white by 10, rounded of large, and we're going to say PX of 4, some internal spacing, as well as PY of 2. It's like that, that's looking good. Let's come back over here. Let's try to add the design. We can take a look at it. Save. Okay, so yeah, I think some issue was there. We can just try to add rounded of 2XL. That's more than enough. I think again we need to book a new ticket for seeing that design. Anyway, this screen is almost done. I'm just gonna design the payment summary part. Save the file. So this should start off from the beginning. So yeah, right below the view over here, I'm gonna add the payment summary design. So view, this in turn is gonna have a text which is gonna say payment summary. Below that we're gonna have an one more piece of view. This in turn is gonna have two pieces of text which is gonna say tickets, and over here we're gonna say text which is gonna show the total price that's already calculated dot to local string, and below this piece of view we're going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which is going to say booking fee. Here we're going to say included. For the outermost one, class name, I'm going to say BG 111. That's the color. Rounded is going to be 2XL. PX of 4, PY of 4, and MB is going to be 6. For this one, which says payment summary, class name, it's going to be text of white, font of semi bold, MB of 3. For this inner view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row, justify of between, MB of 2. And for these two texts, you can take a look at it for the design part. Okay, so here as well, similar design, copy that down, add it over here. It's going to be MB of 4 for this. So for booking fee, class name, text gray of let's say 300, and this is going to be text white. So this is the final design for this one, formatted over here. That is for total paid as well as the total dot to local string. So I think there is another design to be done, that is for the QR code scanner part. That will be done within your event details screen. We can skip that now, and we can just try to say show the bottom design which says buy more tickets, that is this specific button over here. Okay, so below the scroll view, I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have a pressable, just going to have a text which says buy or book more tickets. For the pressable, let's say class name, absolute positioning, bottom of 0, left of 0 as well, right of 0, BG black, border of top, and border gray of 800, and some internal spacing, padding of 4. So for the pressable, let's pass in the class name. It's going to have a BG blue of let's say 600, PX of 6, okay, PY of 4, rounded is going to be full, items is going to be center. And for this which says book more tickets, we're going to say text of white, font is going to be bold, text is going to be LG. Save. There is one more piece of UI design, you can try to add it or you can skip it if all you do not want to add it. I'm just going to add it for this specific screen. Okay, save the file. This part is done. So now we can actually look into the issue, that is why exactly once we press on book tickets, let's say I want to choose a fan pit category, add ticket, once I press on continue, some issues happening, but the booking is getting created, but there is some issue while navigating to the review screen. So let's look into that. So let's say I'm going to press on continue. So it navigates and it shows the time, and it again re-navigates back us to your ticket screen. So yeah, we're going to check into that, and then we're going to start designing your next screen, that is going to be a profile as well as your event tickets and your ticket details as well. These are the remaining things. So let's first of all debug this issue. So I finally found out the issue. So it was with respect to your controller file. It missed the await keyword, so that was the reason it was not working. So make sure you add await for both create booking as well as before your confirm booking. And previously I had just written just confirm booking and just create booking. So make sure to add that. And as you can see, I've also tried out this as well. That is, once the timer expires from 10 minutes to 0 seconds, it should show the alert box saying that time expired, we have released the tickets, which is we have released the tickets you have chosen, and then please book again. Let's press on OK. So now it should automatically work. That is, let's say I want to book platinum, 2 tickets, and then continue. And boom, just like that, loading indicator, and we're able to see the timer starting from 10 minutes. It's going to go till 0 seconds. Okay, so this part is done. So we can actually come back to the other screen. So anyhow, this is already being done, that is the booking is already working fine. So now we can actually design the next screen. So once you come back over here, let's say, as you can see, boom, just like that, active session detected. It says you have an active session for 2x platinum tickets, and the timer is still the same, that is 9:27. Complete the payment to secure them. You can delete the session or you can continue booking. Let's say continue booking. and just like that it is going to continue with that specific timing. Okay, so this part is done. You can also try deleting the session. We have implemented the functionality for that. So even payment is working fine, so we can skip that part for now, and we can start designing your profile screen. That is going to look something like this. So this is mostly related to your UI part itself. So let's get started with that and let's quickly design that. So profile.tsx is currently empty. Onto the top, I'm going to have my typed props. So here I'm going to say type card props is going to be equals to, this in turn is going to have icon. It's going to be react dot your react node. Okay, label is going to be type string. Next you're going to have your menu row props. I'm going to say type menu row props is going to be equals to, it's going to have a label basically of string. Icon is going to be your react dot react node. Apart from that, I'm going to say value. It is going to be string over here. Okay, so yeah, let's come back over here and let's try to initialize your router. I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, and also make sure to keep an eye on this particular timer. Okay, we are going to see it live. That is, once it reaches 0 seconds, we are going to see that it is going to automatically navigate back and it should expire those tickets. And yeah, anyhow, this is just the design part, so we can just write the code for now. So yeah, this part is done, router is done. So let's try to access the safe area view within this. Import safe area view from React Native context. This is going to have a class name, so flex of 1 and a bg of black. So below this you're going to have a scroll view because this is a scrollable container. So scroll view over here. This scroll view in turn is going to have another view. This in turn is going to have a touchable opacity. Import touchable opacity from React Native, and here I'm going to have iron icons, and over here I'm going to say name is going to be equals to chevron back. Size is going to be equals to 36. I mean not 36, 26. Color is going to be equals to white. Okay, so below the touchable opacity we're going to have the text which is going to say profile over here. So text, I'm just going to say profile. Let's try to pass on the design for this. So class name, this in turn is going to have in text of white, text of XL, font of semi bold, ML of 3. For the scroll view I'm going to give it a flex of 1 again, flex 1, BG is going to be black, PX of 5, PT of 4. Okay, and for this one it needs to be in a row fashion for the view that's going to contain these two children. So class name, flex of row, item center, MB of 6. This part is done. So now next let's try to show in the user info. That is going to be all of this details. It's going to be hard-coded for now. You can try to implement your own endpoint as of now. Pretty simple. Just try to get in the user from the backend and then show that over here. So I'm going to add in the design for that right below the scroll view. Import image from React Native, feather from expo icons. Here I'm going to say feather, and this also is going to be / feather. Save. Okay, let's again come back because since we saved the file, let's check out the session over here. Yeah, it's still the same. That is 4 minutes 25 seconds. Okay, so yeah, that's good. So this part is done. So now let's design the next part, which is going to say all bookings. That's going to come below the view. This in turn is going to have a text. This text is going to say all bookings over here. Let's pass on the class name to this. I'm going to say text of white, text of LG, font is going to be semi bold, MB of 3. Okay, below that we're going to have all of these cards, bookings, movie tickets, event tickets. Okay, below this text I'm going to say having a view. This in turn is going to have a card. We're going to define that component. Okay, each of them is going to contain the icon. Basically icon is going to be equals to your feather icon, So here name is going to be coffee. That's the first one. Size of 28. Color is going to be white color. Okay. Label also should be passed over here apart from your icon. So label, I'm going to say bookings. I think they should come after the bracket, not within this. Copy, remove that, add it over here. Okay, let's try to initialize the card component onto the top. That is over here. Let's say const card. It's going to be equal to react.functional component. It's going to take in your card props, basically having your card as well as your label. These are the two things that are passed, and try to render a touchable opacity over here. Okay, not card, my bad, icon this is. So within the touchable opacity, show the icon first, and below that I'm going to have in a text. This text is going to show that specific label, that is going to be coffee. So for touchable opacity, pass on the class name. It's going to have width of 30%. Add in that, it's going to have bg neutral of 900, rounded off to XL, padding of 4, items of center. So for your text, I'm going to say class name, text is going to be white, empty of 3, text of center, text of SM. Okay, so this part is done. Let's come back over here to your view. So below this, I'm going to add in 2 more pieces of card, that is for movie tickets as well as your event tickets. That's going to be coming below this specific view. So I'm going to add it over here. Okay, so make sure to import your font awesome. Just for the third one, as you can see, we have something different, that is your touchable opacity, because if only press on event tickets, we would be navigating to the final screen. That's going to be the event details screen. Okay, sorry, not this one. This is the one, event tickets. And once you press on this, then we would navigate to ticket details. Okay, so yeah, let's try to import this font awesome 5, and let's actually check out the seconds over here. It's almost coming to 0. Here I'm going to say font awesome 5. Same thing over here as well. Okay, and we need to create that event details as well. Let's try to create that onto the root of the app folder. Yeah, let's wait for this. As you can see, 10, 9, 8. Once it reaches 0, automatically we should navigate back with that specific alert box. 4, 3, 2, 1. The tickets are not yet booked, and boom, just like that, time expired. We have released the tickets you have chosen. Please try to book again. Okay, that's it. This part is done. Let's press on OK. So let's try to come back over here. Let's check out the design for profile screen. Okay, so it's not even looking good. So some kind of mess up has happened. Let's look into that. Safe area view is coming from context itself. Not sure why it is actually showing white. I think the same issue happened once I was designing the concert as well, if you remember. Not sure why this is happening. Yeah, let's do one thing. Let's create this event details once. App, new file, event details.tsx, rnfes, save the file. Let's just say event for now, and then later we can make the change for that. Okay, as you can see, something is being shown to the screen, but for some reason the color is not correctly being shown. Let's check where exactly I've made the mistake. Let's try to remove the scroll view once. Is it because of that? Okay, I think actually all of this design should come within the scroll view, not outside of it. Copy that down below the view, add it over here. Save. Yeah, now it's coming fine, but still we are able to see that white color background. Let's remove this as well. That's kind of weird. Okay, I think I know why this is happening, because your text and view is imported from your components theme. That's the reason. Remove that. They should come from your React Native, not from that specific folder. Now it should work. Save. Okay, there you go. That was the issue. So this part is done. So even that design is looking good. So now let's design the vouchers part. That's gonna come right below this specific design which says all bookings. So copy that down. This is gonna say vouchers. Format once. Save the file. There you go. That's looking good. So here next we're gonna have all of the menu rows. That's gonna be designed over here. So I'm gonna say menu row. It's gonna be a single enclosing component. For this, I'm gonna say label. This is gonna be equals to collected vouchers, and icon to render is gonna be this time your iron icons. So pass on that. Name is gonna be equals to your gift outline. Let's write for one, and then the remaining ones we can show it onto the screen. Okay. Size is gonna be equals to, let's say, 26. Color is gonna be equals to white. Okay, so let's go on to the top and then design this menu row just like we designed the card component over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say const your menu row is again going to be equals to your react dot functional component. This in turn is going to take in your menu row props equals to take in three things: your label, icon, comma your value. All right, here touchable opacity. First of all, show the icon, pass on the text. Here pass on the label. So they should be icon or icons. Below the text, we're going to show if at all your value is present, and go ahead and then show the text that is going to have the value. Okay, and here again we're going to have the iron icons. That is going to be the arrow right icon or the chevron forward icon. For the touchable opacity, I'm going to pass on the design. So class name, it's going to have a BG neutral of, let's say, 900. Rounded is going to be 2XL. PX of 4, PY of 4 as well. Flex is going to be row. Item center, MB of 2. Okay, so for this specific text over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be in white color, so text white. ML of 4, and text base, give it a flex of 1. And for this specific class name, for this specific text, I'm going to say text neutral of 400, MR of 3, and that's it. Let's try to save the file. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. So I'm just going to add it for the remaining ones, that is for your payments, your dining transactions, store transactions, and the other ones. Let's scroll down over here, and then it's going to come right below the menu row. Let's add it over here, and then import material icons. You can take a look at it for the design part. I'm going to import it onto the top. Just copy one of them and then make the change for your material icons. So here I'm going to say material icons. This also is going to be material icons. Save the file, and boom, just like that, this is looking pretty neat. So yeah, we have one more thing that is going to be the more. So again, we're going to make use of the same thing, that is your menu row itself. So that design is going to come right below this specific menu row. So let's add it over here and then save the file. And there you go. Just like that, it's looking good. So this is it. So let's say event tickets, and boom, just like that, we're coming to the event ticket screen. That is going to look something like this. So whatever tickets the current user is booked, we're going to show that, and how many tickets they have booked, it is going to be shown over here. Okay, so let's start designing your event ticket screen, and once that's done, we have one more pending screen. That's going to be your ticket details screen, where the QR code is going to be shown. So come back to event details, and first of all, let's try to initialize the interface booking that we're going to use over here. I'm going to say interface booking. I'm going to say ID of string. Seats is going to be number. It's going to have your concert ID, that is going to be of string as well. Okay, furthermore, your category, that is going to be of id string, name is going to be string as well, price is going to be a number. Okay, here I'm going to say concert, id is going to be string, name is going to be string, venue is going to be string, it's going to have date string, and finally your image URL. Okay, that is also going to be of type string. This part is done. Now next you're also going to have one for your aggregate booking. Let's try to add that over here. Okay, that's it. So here let's try to have in your router. So I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, import use router from your expo router as such. Here let's try to have in your data, that is going to be raw bookings of the user is loading state, taken that error as well as your refetch mechanism is going to be equals to simple use query hook. This in turn is going to take in two things, your query key, that is going to be your user bookings, and your query function, that is going to be get user bookings, imported from the API file. That's it. This part is done. So now let's try to initialize all of the bookings that is going to happen over here. So I'm going to say const bookings of type aggregated bookings. It's going to be in the form of an array. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to say react dot make sure the use memo hook. Here first of all check the condition stating that if at all not of raw bookings, then directly try to return empty over here. And this is going to be dependent upon your raw bookings. I think this should be equals to, yeah, so this part is done. So now let's try to make sure the reduce method over here, I'm going to say const reduced is going to be equals to your raw bookings dot reduce method. So for every accumulator value with your key of string, that is going to be of type aggregated booking. Okay, you can take a look at this just like this. Take in the accumulator key of string of type aggregated booking and a booking of type booking. Here first of all try to get in the concert ID. I'm going to say const concert ID is going to be equals to booking.concert ID. Access that. So here I'm going to check if not of your accumulator of concert ID, then we're going to add it. So accumulator of concert ID is going to be equals to all of these details, concert ID, your total seats, that is going to be booking.seats basically. Next we're going to have your categories, that is going to be whatever is there within the categories, that is your booking.category. Spread that value, use that, and seat is going to be equals to booking.seats. Next I'm going to say concert is going to be equals to booking.concert. So this would give you the concert details as well, along with all of these details, that is total seats as well as the categories. Else if it is not there, over here I'm going to say else, I'm going to say accumulator of concert ID dot your total seats is going to be equals to booking dot seats. Okay, or accumulator of concert ID dot categories dot push is going to be equals to whatever is there within a booking dot category comma your seats is going to be equals to booking dot seats. Okay, here we're going to say return accumulator. Now you can just try to add in the empty object, that is for the reduce method initial state, and here we can directly say return your object dot values of your reduce. So this will actually convert the object to an array. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Let's try to save the file. Event tickets, okay, no issues hopefully. So let's try to start designing this. So initially over here within your return block, I'm going to have in my safe area view, I'm going to say safe area view, import that from safe area context. Class name for this, give it a flex of 1 and a bg of black. Okay, save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. Here we're going to have a view Within that, we're gonna have a text which is gonna say event tickets. Pass on or import your view from React Native as such. Text as well. So I'm going to say event tickets. So class name for this, I'm going to say text of white, text of XL, font of bold. Here I'm going to say class name, px of 4, pt of 4, pb of 2. Save the file. There you go. That's looking good. So here with the help of the flat list, let's try to design all of the booking data. That's going to look something like this. So flat list, import that from React Native. This in turn is going to have the data, bookings, render item, render booking card. Okay, then key extractor. This in turn is going to take in the item, and over here I'm going to say item.concert ID, content container style. We're going to have padding of 10, or let's say 16, and list empty component if at all there is no tickets being booked by this specific user. We're going to have a view with an icons. Import that. We're going to say name. That is going to be your ticket outline. Size is going to be, let's say, 64. Color is going to be equals to 666. Okay, below that we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to say no tickets booked. And below the text we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to say book your first events to see it over here. So book your first event to see it over here. And we're going to have a pressable which is going to say book now. You can try to add that over here. Import pressable from React Native. For the outermost view, pass on class name, give it a flex of 1, justify center, item center as well, empty is going to be 20. So for each of the texts, let's pass on the class name. This is going to have, text gray of 400. Text is going to be LG, empty of 4, text of center. For this one again, class name, text gray of 500, text of SM, empty of 2, text of center. This part is done. So before saving the file, let's try to design the render booking card that's gonna come over here. So here I'm gonna say const render booking card is gonna be equals to, it's gonna take in your item, and this item is gonna be of type aggregate booking. Okay, here first of all let's try to get in the formatted date. So we have already written this previously, so I'm gonna say new date of your item dot your concert dot date, access that dot to local date string, and pass in the English, US, and then all of the day, month, year, hour, minutes, as well as second. Okay, so so this part is done. Let's try to return over here. I'm going to say return. This in turn is going to return the pressable, because once we press on this, we would navigate to the ticket detail screen. Let's try to design the view. First of all, let's try to show the image. Import image from React Native. This in turn is going to have in the source. Over here, it's going to take in the URI. That is going to be equals to item dot concert dot image URL. Okay, let's pass on the class name over here. This is gonna have width of 20, height of 24, rounded is gonna be LG, MR of 4. Save the file, and boom, just like that, this user had booked a ticket. So that's the reason it's not gonna go into the list empty component. It is gonna show the render item. That is gonna be your render booking card. It's working properly fine. So below the image, let's try to have in the view. So here we're gonna have the text which is gonna show, item dot your concert dot name, and below the text we're gonna have your formatted date value. So text formatted date. For the outermost view, let's give the flex of 1. This one class name, text of white, font of semi bold, text of base, MB of 1. As you can see, Hukum Voltor Bengaluru, that's being shown correctly fine. Class name for this, text gray of 400, and text of SM, MB of 1. Next, whatever are the total seats, I'm going to show that over here. You can try to access it just like this. Okay, apart from that, the venue, that's the next step. Pass in the view. Within that, a self-enclosing view. This in turn is going to have a class name, width of 2, height of 2, BG gray of let's say 500, rounded is going to be full, MR of 2. And below this view, we're going to have that text which is going to show your item dot your concert dot your venue. Okay, so for the view, let's provide in the design. It's going to have a class name, flex of row, items of center, MB of 2, and for the text which is going to have the venue, text gray of 400, text is going to be SM, and a flex of 1. Save. Let's check that out, and there you go. Just like that, that's looking pretty neat. Next, below this view, we're going to have one more piece of design which is going to say booked, having the text which is going to say booked over here. For this, white color, not white, BG green of let's say 600. It's going to have a PX of 3, PY of 1, and rounded is going to be full. For this piece of 1, I'm going to say text of green 100, text of XS, extra small, font of medium. Alright, and we're going to have a button which says view details. That's going to come right below the view. I'm going to add the design for that, just like this. Okay, and yeah, that's it. So let's pass on the design for this one. Class name, flex of row, justify of between, items of center, and yeah, I think that's it. For pressable is already given, you can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. Just like that, it's looking good. I think for one view we have not given the design, that is for the second one. So class name, give it a flex of row, and for the pressable as well, we're going to have the design that is going to be BG hashtag 111. Okay, then I'm going to say rounded is going to be 2XL, padding of 4, MB of 4. Let's format once and then let's try to save. So this design is complete, and boom, just like that, this is looking good. I think this also should be in a row fashion basically. And take a look at it. Let's try to give this a try, and there you go. That's it. So let's try to create this ticket details. That's the final screen which we're going to have. So we're again going to create it onto the root level. So copy that down, ticket details, press on app, and then new file, ticket details.tsx. Here I'm going to say expo default ticket details screen. Okay, sorry, function is missed over here. That's it, and we can save the file. Let's try to give this a try, and there you go. We're coming correctly to the ticket details screen. Here, first of all, let's try to define two interfaces, your booking as well as your ticket. Booking is already done. I'm just going to get that over here, try to access it over here, and I'm going to write down the interface for your ticket. Here I'm going to say interface ticket. Here I'm going to say booking ID, that is going to be your string, your ticket index, that is going to be your number, Next I'm going to say seats, that is going to be number as well. Next I'm going to pass on the category, that is going to be your type booking with respect to category. Next and final one, concert, again booking with respect to concert over here. That's it. So here within your ticket details screen, let's try to access your router and all those details. So const router is going to be equals to use router. Okay, this part is done. So I'm going to say const concert id is going to be equals to, this is actually coming from the previous screen, use local search params of your concert id, that is going to be string. Okay, here check the condition stating that if not of concert id, then I'm going to say return a safe area view, pass on the class name to this, of flex of 1, bg of black. Okay, justify is going to be center, items of center as well. Within the safe area view, pass on the text, and here I'm going to say invalid ticket details, because we do need access to your concert id for implementing this. So import text from your React Native. Save the file. This part is done. Now let's try to get in the user bookings over here. Okay, so it's pretty simple. You can just try to copy that down from the previous one itself. This is the one, that is your raw bookings. We can add it right below this one. Import use query as well as your get user bookings from the API file. So here the next step is you're going to filter the bookings for this specific concert and flatten it into individual tickets. Okay, that is going to be just like this. So let's come over here, and then I'm going to say const tickets, that is going to be of type ticket, is going to be equals to your react dot use memo. Here I'm going to check if not of raw bookings, then here I'm going to say return, then I'm going to say return your raw bookings dot, we do have the filter method, apply the filter. So for each booking of type booking, here I'm going to say your booking dot your concert id should be equals to your concert id. Again, I'm going to use the flat map method in JavaScript. For every booking over here of type booking, here I'm going to say your array dot from method. This in turn is going to have in your length, that is going to be booking dot your seats, comma your map, that is your value, and then the index over here. And let's try to get in all of the values, that is your booking id, ticket index, your seats, category, as well as the booking concert. That's going to be just like this format over here. And this is going to be dependent upon your two things, raw bookings, comma your concert id. So now the next implementation that we're going to look over here is, as you can see over here in the screenshot, all of the 3 tickets which are booked are currently locked. Okay, because the concert is going to happen on 21st December Sunday at 1:30 a.m. That is according to the screenshot. In our case, it's going to be 6 p.m. Okay, so this is only going to get unlocked, that is 2 or 3 hours before the concert. All right, so until that time, this is going to be locked, and the QR code won't be visible to the user. And once they reach the time, that is on Sunday 21st December at least 4 p.m. in our case, then they should be unlocked over here. Okay, that's the next implementation. So for that, we need to implement your concert date to unlock. So I'm going to say const concert date is going to be equals to tickets of 0 dot access the concert dot the date. If it's present, then I'm going to say new date of tickets of 0 dot your concert dot date, else it's going to be null. All right, and here I'm going to say let your unlock time. You need to define this, and based on this only we're going to unlock the QR code on that specific date or null equals to null. Here I'm going to check if at all we do have the concert date,
then your unlock time is going to be equals to new date of your concert date, and over here I'm going to say unlock time dot set hours of your concert date dot get hours minus 4, which means 4 hours before the concert is going to happen, then it's going to get unlocked. That's going to be your unlock time, right? And I'm going to check const is unlocked is going to be equals to, if unlock time is present, then it's going to be equals to new date should be greater than or equal to your unlock time, else it's going to be false. Next I'm going to implement my formatted unlock time. So here I'm going to say it's going to be equals to unlock time. If it's present, then convert it into to local date string with all of these values that we have previously used. That's it. Here let's try to implement the return block. Basically, let's try to have in a view, or yeah, we can use the safe area view itself. Pass on the class name for this, flex of 1 and a bg of black. Here we're going to have back as well as your tickets. That's the design. Import your view from React Native, pressable from React Native, and icons also from expo icons. Save the file. Yeah, we were able to see something onto the screen. Back your tickets. That's showing correctly fine. Next, let's try to show the concert details. So that is your header part right below the view over here. I'm going to have one more piece of view. This in turn is going to have your image, which in turn is going to have your source, import image from React Native. I'm not sure if concert is already designed over here. Let's add it. Const concert is going to be equals to your tickets of 0 dot concert. This would have all of the details. So it's going to be equals to concert dot name. I mean, not name, my bad, image URL. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have width of full, height of let's say 32, and rounded is going to be XL. Okay. For the view, class name some px of 4, mb of 4. There you go. That's looking good. And we forgot to give one more thing, that is resize mode cover. Okay. Below your image, we're gonna have the concert name being shown. I'm gonna say concert.name. Below the text, we're gonna have one more piece of text, which is gonna be your formatted date. Let's try to add that over here. So for each of the text, let's try to give the style part. Text of white, font of semi bold, text of LG, empty of 3. Here I'm going to say class name, text gray of 400, and text is going to be SM. Apart from that, we're going to show the concert venue as well as the ticket length. We can use it over here. Okay, format once and then let's try to save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. One ticket we have booked, that is I think gold or silver, not exactly sure. Next, let's show the tickets list over here. Here I'm going to say flat list, import flat list from React Native. This in turn data, I'm going to say tickets, render item, render ticket card. Below that, key extractor. This in turn is going to have your item. Here I'm going to say dollar item dot booking ID. I think that's enough for now. And content container style, padding is going to be 16. Okay, and here I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator is going to be equals to false. List header component, I'm just going to say pass on a text which is going to say tickets. Let's pass on the design for this. Class name, it's going to have text of white, text of base, font of semi bold, and then a MB of 3. and we're going to make use of the package that is going to be React Native QR code SVG. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native QR code SVG as well as React Native SVG. I'm going to search for expo React Native SVG. Copy that down. We're going to install this once this is done over here. Enter. Install this as well. This part is done. So let's try to define one last bit of this project that is going to be your render ticket card. That's going to be on the top over here. Const render ticket card is going to have in your item containing all of the details, and this item is going to be of type ticket. Here I'm going to have my QR value. That is going to be a json.stringify. Having your booking ID. That is going to be your item.booking ID. Next, ticket index. That is going to be your item.ticket index. User ID. We're just going to say user ID for now, hard coded. Concert ID. It's going to be item.concert.your ID. Category ID. It's going to be item.category.id. This part is done. Let's try to return the design over here. Okay. I'm going to say return, having a view. This in turn is going to have one more view. Here, let's have the image. Pass in the source URI. That is going to be item.yourconcert.image URL. Pass on your class name. It's going to have width of 16, height of 20. Rounded is going to be LG. MR of 3. Below the image, let's try to have the view. Okay, this in turn is going to have the text. Here I'm going to say item.concert.name. Here I'm going to have one more piece of text that's going to say item dot your category dot name. Option 8 to get that dot in Mac. I'm going to say seat item dot your ticket index. Next one is going to be your item dot category dot price. That is for which one we have booked. Option 8 for the dot item dot concert dot venue. Okay, let's pass on the design for the view. It's gonna have basically a flex of 1 for the first text, class name, text of white, font is gonna be semi bold, text of SM. Okay, let's write this properly. Venue, second one class name, text gray of 400, text of XS, MB of 1. For this one, class name, text of white, text of XS. Okay, so I'm just going to get the code for the QR code part, and let's write the design for the outermost part as well. So class name, this in turn is going to have BG hashtag 111. Then I'm going to say rounded is going to be 2XL. Some internal spacing padding of 4. MB of 4 as well for this one. Give it a class name. It's going to be flex of row. Items of start and then MB of 3. Save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. We have booked one gold seat or one gold ticket and it's currently showing fine. Okay. I'm just going to add the code for the QR code. That's going to come right below this. So right below your this specific view, let's add it. Make sure to import your QR code from React Native QR code SVG. Let's go on to the top, and over here I'm going to import QR code from React Native QR code SVG, save the file. Hopefully now it should work. Event details, view details, and boom, just like that, our ticket is being shown properly fine. It says QR code will unlock on Sunday 21st December at 2 p.m, which is 4 hours before the concert. Okay, and just like that, we have implemented this, and this is working properly fine, and we have almost completed the project, that is with all of the features and functionalities. I think one part is missing, that is login. You can try to implement it on your own. It's pretty simple itself. So yeah, we have successfully implemented this project right from the scratch, including a lot of features and functionalities like having the concert, setting up the backend properly, having monitoring and logging, API versioning, and obviously doing good design on the front end and using 10 stack queries and a lot of other features as well. So if you really found this video interesting and you like this project, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.